Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The desert night held its breath as Ethan Hayes stood motionless at the edge of his property, staring out across the darkened plains. The moon hung impossibly large in the sky, casting everything in a pale silver light that transformed the familiar landscape into something alien and mysterious. The wind whispered through the scrub brush, carrying the scent of dust and sage, and something else, something metallic and cold, that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "You're letting old stories get to you," he muttered to himself, adjusting the worn hat on his head. Yet he remained rooted to the spot, eyes fixed on the distant silver ribbon that cut across the landscape, the abandoned railway line that hadn't seen a train in nearly 20 years. Not a living train, anyway, if the stories were to be believed. Ethan had inherited the small ranch 6 months ago after his uncle passed, leaving behind weathered buildings, a modest herd, and a peculiar warning scribbled on a piece of paper tucked inside his will. "Stay away from the tracks on the full moon." No explanation, no elaboration, just those 7 words in his uncle's shaky handwriting. Ethan had dismissed it as the ramblings of an old man whose mind had begun to wander in his final years, until tonight. Tonight, with the moon full and bright overhead, he'd heard it. The distant, mournful wail of a train whistle carrying across the empty desert. A sound that had no business existing in this forgotten corner of New Austin, miles from any active railway. A coyote called in the distance, the sound immediately swallowed by the vast emptiness. Ethan shivered despite the lingering warmth of the day still radiating from the earth. He should go back inside, pour himself a glass of whiskey, and forget about train whistles and cryptic warnings. That would be the sensible thing to do. Instead, he found himself walking toward the stable. The ride to the abandoned tracks took less than 30 minutes. Hester, his bay mare, seemed unusually skittish, her ears flicking nervously as they approached the raised embankment where the railway line cut across the landscape. Ethan patted her neck reassuringly, though his own heart hammered against his ribs with growing apprehension. He dismounted at a safe distance, tethering Hester to the skeletal remains of a mesquite tree. "I won't be long, girl," he promised, though he had no idea what he expected to find, or what he hoped to find. The railway itself was little more than a memory etched into the land. Wooden ties rotted into the earth, their surfaces bleached grey by decades of relentless sun. The iron rails remained, though rust had claimed them so thoroughly that they appeared more red than silver in the moonlight. Desert plants had reclaimed much of the right-of-ways, creosote bushes and prickly pear growing between the rails, as if to erase all evidence of man's brief intrusion into the wilderness. Ethan walked along the track, careful of his footing on the uneven ground. The stories had always been vague, whispered accounts of a phantom train that appeared only on certain nights when the moon was full, gliding silently along these abandoned tracks. No one seemed to know where it came from or where it was bound. The tales varied in their telling, but all agreed on one detail. The train carried those who had vanished without trace. Souls caught between worlds. eternally journeying through the night. "Nonsense," Ethan said aloud, his voice startlingly loud in the stillness. He had almost convinced himself to turn back when he felt it, a vibration running through the rails, so faint he thought he might have imagined it. But then it grew stronger, a distant trembling that travelled up through the soles of his boots. Behind him, Hester whinnied nervously, pulling at her tether, and then, impossibly, a light appeared in the distance. It shouldn't have been there. There was nothing for miles in that direction except desert and sky, yet there it was, a faint yellowish glow that steadily grew brighter, like a star descending to Earth. Ethan stood transfixed, unable to move as the light gradually took shape, becoming the unmistakable round lamp of a locomotive. No sound accompanied it. No chuffing of steam, no clatter of wheels on tracks, no scream of metal against metal. Just that light, growing larger, bearing down on him with inexorable purpose. Behind it, shadows began to take form. The silhouette of an antique locomotive, passenger cars with windows aglow with the same strange yellow light. "Jesus Christ," Ethan whispered, finally breaking from his trance. He stumbled backwards, nearly falling as he scrambled away from the tracks. The phantom train approached with unnatural smoothness, as if floating just above the rusted rails rather than riding upon them. As the locomotive drew level with his position, Ethan could make out details that sent ice through his veins. The metal was blackened, not with rust, but with what looked like scorch marks. The windows of the cab were empty. No engineer, no fireman, just that unwavering yellow light emanating from within. Above the cowcatcher, embossed in faded gold lettering, a name, Midnight Limited. Ethan stood paralyzed as the passenger cars began to slide past. Through the windows he could make out the silhouettes of passengers, men and women seated normally, as if on any ordinary journey. Some appeared to be reading, others gazing out at the moonlit landscape. One figure, standing in the aisle of the third car, turned toward Ethan as it passed, its featureless face seeming to regard him for one chilling moment before the car slid away into the night. The caboose passed last, its red lantern glowing with the same otherworldly light as the headlamp, and then the phantom train was gone, continuing its journey across the desert towards some unknown destination, the light diminishing until it was little more than a pinprick in the distance, and then nothing at all. Only when it had completely vanished did Ethan realize he was holding his breath. He exhaled shakily, his legs suddenly weak beneath him. He staggered back to Hester, who stood trembling, her eyes wide with fear. "You saw it too, didn't you, girl?" he whispered, stroking her neck. "I'm not losing my mind." The ride back to the ranch passed in a blur. Ethan's thoughts tumbled over themselves, trying to make sense of what he had witnessed. Ghost stories were one thing when shared around a campfire with a bottle of whiskey to ease their impact. They were something else entirely when they materialized before your eyes on a lonely stretch of abandoned railway. His uncle's warning now seemed less like the rambling of an old man and more like a prudent caution born of experience. Had his uncle seen the phantom train as well? What else had he known that he'd taken to his grave? Ethan unsaddled Hester mechanically, his movements automatic as his mind replayed the vision of that silent, gliding train with its faceless passengers. Only when he entered the ranch house, lamp lit against the darkness, did a new thought strike him, one that sent a different kind of chill through his body. His parents had disappeared 20 years ago, their wagon found abandoned near those very tracks. No bodies, no blood, no sign of struggle. They had simply vanished without trace, leaving behind a 10-year-old boy to be raised by his uncle. For years, Ethan had imagined countless scenarios: an attack by bandits, a catastrophic accident, even the possibility that they had deliberately abandoned him, though he had never truly believed the latter. Now, a new possibility presented itself, one that defied rational thought but aligned with what he had just witnessed. Had his parents been aboard that ghostly train? The question haunted him through a sleepless night and into the grey light of dawn. As sunlight gradually reclaimed the land, the previous night's experience took on a dreamlike quality. Had he actually seen a phantom train, or had he fallen asleep in the saddle and dreamed the entire encounter? The rational part of his mind insisted on the latter explanation, yet something deeper knew the truth. After a breakfast he barely tasted, Ethan made a decision. If answers existed, there was one person in town who might have them. The town of Gaptooth Ridge had seen better days. Once a prosperous mining community, it had dwindled to little more than a collection of weathered buildings clustered around a dusty main street as the mines played out and the railway ceased operations. The station building remained, though its paint had long since surrendered to the elements, leaving bleached wood the color of old bone. Station Master Holloway had been ancient when Ethan was a boy, and the intervening years had done little to improve his decrepit appearance. His spine curved like a question mark, forcing him to peer up at the world from beneath bushy white eyebrows. Most folks in town considered him half senile, spinning yarns about the glory days of the railway to anyone unfortunate enough to be cornered by him. But if anyone knew about a phantom train, it would be Holloway. Ethan found him on the station platform, seated in a rocking chair that creaked in rhythm with the old man's movements. Despite the heat, Holloway wore a threadbare station master's uniform, complete with a tarnished pocket watch on a chain. He squinted up at Ethan as he approached, recognition dawning slowly in his rheumy eyes. "Well now, if it ain't little Ethan Hayes. 'Cept you ain't so little anymore, are you? Good morning, Mr. Holloway. Mind if I join you?" The old man gestured to an empty crate nearby. "Free country, or so they say. What brings you to see an old relic like me? Ain't much call for tickets these days." He chuckled at his own joke, the sound dissolving into a wheezing cough. Ethan settled onto the crate, considering how to broach the subject without sounding like he'd lost his mind. Directness seemed the best approach. "I saw something strange last night, out by the old tracks near my uncle's ranch." Holloway's rocking ceased abruptly, the chair giving one final protesting creak before falling silent. "Did you now? Full moon last night, wasn't it?" The casual way he asked sent a chill down Ethan's spine. "Yes, it was. I saw a train, Mr. Holloway. A train where no train should be, running on tracks that haven't seen use in decades." The old man's gaze drifted past Ethan to the empty tracks below the platform, his eyes taking on a distant quality. "The Midnight Limited," he said softly. "She still makes her run, then. You know about it?" Ethan leaned forward, heartbeat quickening. "Know about it?" Holloway's laugh held no humor. "Boy, I was there the night she made her last official journey. October 17, 1883. The night everything went wrong." The date hit Ethan like a physical blow. "That's 40 years ago. 40 years, 2 months and 11 days to be precise." Holloway tapped his pocket watch. "Time's my business, or it was." The Midnight Limited was the pride of the line. Express service connecting Saint Denis to Blackwater, with stops at all major settlements along the way. Finest accommodations, dining car with silver service, sleeping compartments with real beds, not those fold-down affairs other lines used. He paused, his gaze still fixed on the empty tracks. October 17 was clear, just like today. Full moon, too. The Limited was running late. Unusual, but not unheard of. Storm had washed out a section of track near Riggs Station, forcing a detour. She arrived here just before midnight, took on water, then continued west. Another pause, longer this time. When Holloway spoke again, his voice had dropped to little more than a whisper. She never reached Armadillo. Somewhere between here and there, the Midnight Limited simply vanished. 57 passengers and crew gone without a trace. What happened to it? Ethan asked, though he already suspected the answer. Official story. Train robbers. Gang called the Evans Boys was active in the region. Theory was they derailed the train, murdered everyone aboard, and somehow disposed of all evidence. Bodies, luggage, even the locomotive and cars themselves. Holloway shook his head. Nonsense, of course. No gang, no matter how organized, could make an entire train disappear without trace. Search parties combed every inch of that line, nothing. But you don't believe that's what happened. What I believe don't matter much these days. But no, that ain't what happened to the Midnight Limited. The old man finally turned to look directly at Ethan, his eyes suddenly sharp and clear. First time I heard about the Phantom train was about a year after the disappearance. Cattle herder claimed he saw the Limited running full steam along the tracks near Twin Rocks, silent as a church mouse except for the whistle. Called him a drunk and a liar. Holloway resumed his rocking, the chair protesting beneath his meager weight. Then others started seeing it. Always on the full moon, always following the old route. After a while, stories began circulating about who was aboard. Folks claimed to see loved ones who'd gone missing over the years. Not just passengers from the original train, but others. People who'd disappeared without trace, their fates unknown. Like my parents, Ethan said quietly. The old man's rocking slowed again. Your folk went missing near those tracks, didn't they? About 20 years back. Yes, no one ever found out what happened to them. Holloway nodded slowly. Some say the Midnight Limited collects those who are lost, souls with no proper resting place. Others say it's purgatory on wheels, forever journeying but never arriving. He sighed heavily. All I know is that something unnatural happens on that line when the moon is full. Something beyond my understanding, and I've had 40 years to try making sense of it. Have you ever seen it yourself? Ethan asked. Once, Holloway admitted. 5 years after it vanished. Thought I'd prove the story's false, so I camped out by the tracks on the full moon. Saw it clear as I'm seeing you now, and I saw who was driving her. The old man's voice had grown so quiet that Ethan had to lean closer to hear. The engineer on the last official run of the Midnight Limited was a man named Barnaby Wade. Worked the line for 27 years without incident. Reliable as sunrise. I knew him well, shared more than a few bottles over the years. When that train came rolling past my camp, I saw Barnaby at the controls, plain as day. Only he swallowed hard. Only his face wasn't right, empty somehow, like someone had erased his features. A shiver ran through Ethan, despite the growing heat of the day. The description matched exactly what he had seen the previous night. Figures with the suggestion of human form, but no distinguishing features. Why does it appear? He asked. Is it trying to tell us something about what happened? Holloway shrugged his narrow shoulders. Who can say why the dead do what they do? Maybe they're trying to tell us something. Maybe they're just repeating their last journey over and over, like one of them player piano rolls. He fixed Ethan with a penetrating stare. Why'd you go out there, boy? What were you hoping to see? The question caught Ethan off guard. What had drawn him to those abandoned tracks in the middle of the night? Curiosity about his uncle's warning? Or something deeper? A connection to the parents he had lost, whose faces had grown increasingly blurry in his memory with each passing year? I heard a train whistle, he said finally. I wanted to know if the stories were true. And now you know, Holloway said, his tone suggesting that knowledge wasn't always the blessing people imagined it to be. What do you aim to do with that knowledge? It was a question Ethan had been asking himself since witnessing the phantom train. What could he possibly do with such an experience? Who would believe him, besides a half-senile old station master and perhaps a few superstitious locals? I don't know, he admitted, but I feel like there's more to understand. Like seeing that train was just the beginning of something, not the end. Holloway nodded slowly, as if Ethan had confirmed something he already suspected. The full moon comes around every month, boy. The Midnight Limited makes its run, whether there's witnesses or not. He hesitated, then added, but be careful. Some things ain't meant to be understood by the living. Some mysteries belong to the dead alone. The conversation left Ethan with more questions than answers, but at least he now had confirmation that he wasn't losing his mind. The phantom train was real, or as real as anything supernatural could be. It had been seen by others over the decades, its appearances consistent enough to generate local legend. But the most pressing question remained unanswered. Had his parents been aboard that ghostly train? And if so, what did that mean about their fate? The ride back to the ranch gave him ample time to consider his next steps. The sensible option was to put the whole experience behind him. He had a ranch to run, cattle to tend, a life to live that had no room for chasing ghosts across the desert. His uncle would have advised exactly that. Perhaps that's why his warning had been so terse. Stay away from the tracks on the full moon. Simple, direct, and entirely ignored. Yet, as the ranch came into view, Ethan knew he couldn't simply forget what he had seen. The phantom train had awakened questions that had lain dormant for 20 years. Questions about his parents' disappearance, about the nature of life and death, about what might exist in the spaces between the world he knew and realms beyond understanding. He would return to the tracks on the next full moon, but this time, he wouldn't go alone. Jacob Wells had been Ethan's closest friend since childhood, the two of them navigating the complexities of growing up half-orphaned in a remote settlement. While Ethan had lost both parents, Jacob had lost his father to a mining accident, creating a bond of shared loss that had survived into adulthood. Now, Jacob worked as a cowhand on a neighboring ranch, his natural affinity with horses making him one of the most sought-after wranglers in the region. He was also the most skeptical person Ethan knew. "Let me get this straight," Jacob said, leaning against the corral fence as the setting sun painted the western sky in shades of orange and gold. "You're claiming you saw a ghost train running on abandoned tracks, and you want me to come with you to see it next month." Put that way, it did sound ridiculous. Ethan sighed, pushing his hat back on his head. "I know how it sounds, Jake, but I saw it. Clear as day, or clear as night, I suppose. And old man Holloway backed up your story. The same Holloway who claims he once arm-wrestled the governor of West Elizabeth for ownership of his pocket watch. He's not as addled as people think," Ethan defended. "He knows the history of that train. The details match what I saw." Jacob shook his head, a half-smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ethan, we've been friends too long for me to call you a liar. If you say you saw something out there, I believe you saw something. But a phantom train carrying lost souls, that's a stretch even for these parts." "I'm not asking you to believe me," Ethan said. I'm asking you to come with me and see for yourself. Next full moon, one night. And if nothing appears, if we spend the whole night freezing our backsides off by some rusty tracks, and dawn breaks with nothing to show for it except saddle sores, then I'll admit I might have dreamed the whole thing, and you can hold it over my head for the rest of our natural lives. Ethan extended his hand. Deal? Jacob regarded the offered hand with mock suspicion before grasping it firmly. Deal. But you're bringing the whiskey. If I'm giving up a night's sleep to chase ghost stories, I expect proper compensation. The agreement lightened Ethan's mood considerably. Having Jacob along would serve multiple purposes. For one, his friend's skeptical nature would help ensure Ethan wasn't simply seeing what he wanted or expected to see. For another, Jacob's presence would make the whole endeavor seem less like a descent into obsession and more like an adventure shared between friends. But as the day of the full moon approached, Ethan found himself growing increasingly anxious. What if the train didn't appear this time? Jacob would never let him hear the end of it. Worse, Ethan himself might begin to doubt his own experience, perhaps convincing himself it had been nothing more than an unusually vivid dream. And what if it did appear? What would they do then? Holloway's warning echoed in his mind. Some things ain't meant to be understood by the living. Some mysteries belong to the dead alone. The afternoon before their planned excursion, Ethan made another trip into town. He told himself he was going for supplies, but his feet carried him inevitably back to the abandoned station, where Holloway maintained his solitary vigil. The old man appeared to have aged noticeably in the weeks since their last conversation, his skin more parchment-like, his breathing more labored as he rocked in his eternal chair. He showed no surprise at Ethan's return. "You're going back out there," he stated without preamble. Not a question, but a recognition of inevitable fact. "Yes," Ethan confirmed, taking his seat on the crate. "Tonight. My friend Jacob's coming with me." Holloway nodded slowly, his eyes on the distant horizon, where heat waves shimmered above the tracks. "Thought you might. You've got that look about you. Same look the others had." Over the years, folks have become drawn to the Midnight Limited, especially those who lost someone without explanation, like your parents. Holloway's breathing became more ragged, as if the conversation was costing him precious energy. Something about that train calls to them, promises answers maybe, or just a glimpse of what might have been. And did they find what they were looking for? Ethan asked. The old man's silence was answer enough. "What should I do?" Ethan finally asked. "Just watch? Try to communicate somehow?" "Do?" Holloway's laugh dissolved into a wheezing cough. "Boy, there ain't nothing to do about the Midnight Limited. She exists outside our understanding, beyond our reach. You can watch her pass, but that's all most folks get to do." "Most folks?" Holloway fixed him with a penetrating stare. "There was a woman, about 15 years back, lost her husband and son on a hunting trip. Bodies never found. She'd seen the train 3 full moons running, swore she saw them aboard. On the 4th moon, witnesses said he hesitated. Well, they said she stepped aboard." A chill ran down Ethan's spine despite the afternoon heat. "What happened to her?" "Never seen again," Holloway said simply. "Course, folks round here decided she just moved on, couldn't bear the memories, but I knew better. The Midnight Limited took her, same as it took her family. Same as it took my friend Barnaby and all those passengers 40 years ago. Are you saying the train abducts people?" The idea sent a wave of unease through Ethan. No, no. Holloway shook his head emphatically. That woman chose to step aboard. Way I figure it, the Midnight Limited only takes those who belong with it one way or another. Those who are already lost, or those who choose to be. But why? What's the purpose of it all? The old man's rheumy eyes seemed to look through Ethan rather than at him. Purpose? Since when does death need a purpose, boy? People die, souls move on, maybe some get caught somehow, trapped between here and whatever comes next. Maybe the Midnight Limited is their way of traveling that in-between space, forever journeying toward a destination they never reach. But he leaned forward suddenly, his voice dropping to a whisper. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe that train wreck 40 years ago tore a hole between worlds, and what we're seeing is just a shadow, an echo of what happened, replaying over and over like a scratched phonograph record. Neither explanation offered much comfort, nor did they address the question that had been gnawing at Ethan since his encounter with the phantom train. And my parents? Do you think they're aboard because they died near those tracks? Or because they were taken somehow? That, boy, is something only the Midnight Limited can answer. Holloway settled back in his chair, his burst of energy apparently spent, and it only answers to those willing to risk everything to hear it speak. The full moon rose as Ethan and Jacob made their way to the abandoned railway line. They had come prepared for a long night, blankets to ward off the desert chill, a small flask of whiskey for what Jacob termed spiritual fortification, and patience, born of different expectations. Jacob remained skeptical despite his promise to keep an open mind. Ethan carried the certainty of one who had witnessed the impossible firsthand. They settled in the same spot where Ethan had encountered the phantom train before, close enough to observe the tracks clearly, but far enough that their horses wouldn't panic if the Midnight Limited made its supernatural appearance. Conversation flowed easily between them, covering everything from ranch business to Jacob's persistent attempts to court the blacksmith's daughter in town, deliberately avoiding the subject that had brought them to this isolated location until the appointed hour drew near. As midnight approached, the now familiar silence descended upon the desert. No coyote calls, no insect sounds, not even the whisper of wind through the scrub brush. Nature itself seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of boundaries thinning between worlds. "It's getting awfully quiet," Jacob observed, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness, like everything's waiting for something. Ethan nodded, his eyes fixed on the eastern horizon where the tracks disappeared into darkness. "Listen for the vibration in the rails. That's the first sign." They sat in tense silence as midnight came and went. 5 minutes passed, then 10, with no hint of the phantom train's approach. Ethan felt disappointment begin to settle in his chest. Had he somehow misunderstood the Midnight Limited's patterns? Perhaps it didn't appear on consecutive full moons, or maybe his initial sighting had been some rare anomaly. "Maybe it's running late," Jacob suggested without much conviction. "Ghost trains probably don't keep the most reliable schedules." Ethan managed a small smile at the attempt at humor, but his attention remained fixed on the empty tracks stretching away into darkness. He had been so certain the train would appear again, so eager to have Jacob witness the phenomenon that had haunted his thoughts for the past month. Another few minutes passed in silence. Jacob had just opened his mouth, likely to suggest they call it a night, when Ethan felt it. That faint vibration in the rails, traveling through the earth to where they sat. Jacob felt it too, his body tensing as he glanced questioningly at Ethan. "It's coming," Ethan said simply, rising to his feet. Jacob stood as well, his expression a mixture of anticipation and trepidation as he followed Ethan's gaze to the eastern horizon. At first, there was nothing to see, just the empty desert stretching away under the moonlight. Then a point of light appeared, growing steadily brighter as it approached along the abandoned railway. Jesus, Jacob breathed, his skepticism evaporating like morning dew in the desert sun. You weren't making it up. The phantom train approached just as it had before, silent except for that distant, mournful whistle that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The yellowish glow of its headlamp grew stronger, illuminating the rusted rails ahead of its passage, and behind it, the silhouettes of passenger cars, with windows aglow, moving with unnatural smoothness across the deteriorated track. As the locomotive drew nearer, Jacob took an involuntary step backward. "This is impossible," he whispered. "Those tracks couldn't support a handcar, let alone a full train." "It's not riding on the tracks," Ethan said, remembering his previous observation. "It's floating just above them, following the route, but not actually touching the rails." The Midnight Limited glided past their position, close enough that Ethan could once again make out the scorched appearance of the locomotive and the faded gold lettering of its name. The cab windows remained empty of any human presence, though the yellow light emanated from within as before. Then came the passenger cars, their windows revealing the silhouettes of travelers seated as if on any ordinary journey. Ethan scanned them desperately, searching for any figure that might resemble his parents, but the featureless shadows offered no distinguishing characteristics. "The people," Jacob said, his voice tight with controlled fear. "They have no faces." "I know," Ethan replied, his eyes still scanning the passing windows. "What are they? Ghosts?" "I don't know. Maybe echoes, like Holloway said. Impressions left behind by whatever happened to the original train." The last passenger car was approaching when Ethan saw it. A figure standing in the aisle turned toward the window as if looking directly at him. Unlike his previous encounter, when the figure had seemed to notice him only in passing, this one remained fixed on his position, its featureless face somehow conveying intent despite lacking eyes to focus or expression to read. And then, impossibly, it raised a hand and beckoned. The gesture was unmistakable, a clear invitation to approach. Ethan found himself moving forward without conscious decision, drawn by that simple motion and the possibility it represented. Jacob's hand clamped onto his arm, pulling him back. "What are you doing?" "It wants me to come closer," Ethan said, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. "Are you insane? That's a ghost train. You don't know what will happen if you get too close." As Ethan hesitated, torn between Jacob's restraining grip and the compelling beckoning from the train, he noticed a second figure had joined the first at the window. Smaller, more delicate in build, it stood close to the first figure in a posture that struck Ethan as achingly familiar. "My parents," he whispered, the words barely audible above the strange stillness that surrounded the phantom train's passage. "I think that's my parents." Jacob's grip on his arm tightened. "Ethan, listen to me. Whatever you're seeing, whatever you think is calling to you, it isn't natural. Nothing good comes from chasing ghosts." But the figures at the window continued their beckoning more urgently now as the car began to move past their position. Ethan could feel the pull of their invitation, not a physical force, but something deeper, a connection that transcended normal understanding. These weren't random specters. They were the parents he had lost 20 years ago, reaching out across whatever divide separated their existence from his. "I have to know, Jake," he said, gently but firmly removing his friend's restraining hand. "I have to understand what happened to them." Before Jacob could protest further, Ethan moved toward the tracks, closing the distance between himself and the passing car. The window with the beckoning figures was sliding past now, nearly beyond his position. If he was going to act, It had to be now. The door at the end of the car slid open as he approached, a phantom portal leading into the dimly illuminated interior. It hung suspended before him, moving at the exact pace of his walk as he found himself following alongside the car. An invitation, a possibility, a choice. "What happened to you?" Ethan called out, unsure if sound could penetrate whatever veil separated their realities. "How did you end up on this train?" No answer came in words, but the male figure, his father, gestured toward the open door with unmistakable meaning. If Ethan wanted answers, they wouldn't come from standing safely outside. He would have to enter. "Ethan, don't!" Jacob was running toward him now, fear evident in every line of his body. "Whatever you're thinking, it's not worth it." Perhaps he was right. Perhaps nothing was worth the risk of stepping aboard a phantom train bound for who knew where. Yet as the car continued its passage and the door began to move beyond his reach, Ethan felt 20 years of uncertainty crystallize into a single, undeniable need. To know the truth, whatever it might be. His hand reached out, fingers brushing the cold metal of the handrail beside the door. It felt solid, real, not the insubstantial mist he had half expected. Behind him, Jacob's running footsteps pounded on the hard desert earth, growing closer with each second. Then several things happened at once. Jacob's hand closed on Ethan's shoulder, pulling him back with desperate strength. The phantom train's whistle sounded, louder now, more present, as if crossing some threshold between worlds. And Ethan's boot slipped on the loose gravel beside the rail, sending him stumbling forward. His body collided with the open doorway of the passing car, the momentum carrying him across the threshold despite Jacob's restraining grip. For one suspended moment, Ethan existed in both worlds. His upper body inside the phantom car, his legs still on the solid ground of the desert. Jacob's hands still clutching his shirt. "Let go!" The words tore from his throat, directed not at Jacob but at whatever force was pulling him inward. The interior of the car seemed to swirl with yellow-tinged mist, obscuring details beyond a few feet of the entrance. "I've changed my mind." But it was too late. The inexorable pull of the train's passage, combined with his own forward momentum, overcame Jacob's desperate grasp. Ethan felt the fabric of his shirt tear, heard his friend's cry of alarm, and then he was fully inside the car, tumbling to the floor as the door slid shut behind him with the finality of a coffin lid closing. The sensation was disorienting, like being submerged in thick water while simultaneously feeling lighter than air. The yellow mist that filled the car seemed to both obscure his vision and sharpen it, revealing details one moment only to cloud them the next. Beneath him, the floor felt solid yet insubstantial, as if it might dissolve into vapor if he concentrated too hard on its reality. "Hello?" His voice sounded strange in his own ears, muffled yet somehow carrying further than it should. "Mom? Dad?" Movement in the mist drew his attention. The figures he had seen through the window approached, their outlines becoming clearer as they drew near. Still featureless, still more suggestion than substance, yet unmistakably his parents in how they moved, in the shapes they formed. His father reached him first, extending a hand to help him rise. Ethan hesitated only briefly before accepting it, half expecting his fingers to pass through the apparition. Instead, he felt solid pressure, cold but undeniably real, pulling him to his feet. "Is it really you?" Ethan asked, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. After all this time, no verbal response came, but the female figure, his mother, moved closer, reaching out to touch his face with ethereal fingers that left trails of cold across his skin. The gesture was achingly familiar, a caress she had bestowed countless times in his childhood. There could be no doubt, whatever these entities were, they retained the essence of his parents. Around them, the car seemed to expand and contract, the yellow mist thinning to reveal other passengers seated in rows, all faceless, all motionless, all watching the reunion with the eyeless attention of statues. The sensation of being observed by dozens of featureless faces sent a chill down Ethan's spine. "What happened to you?" he asked again, looking between the two spectral figures. "How did you end up on this train?" His father's figure gestured toward the rear of the car, then began moving in that direction, clearly expecting Ethan to follow. His mother's spectre lingered momentarily, her hand squeezing his in what felt like reassurance, before she too turned to follow her husband. Ethan glanced back at the door through which he had entered. Beyond its window, the moonlit desert was still visible, though distorted as if viewed through warped glass. Of Jacob there was no sign. Either his friend had fallen behind as the train continued its journey, or the door no longer opened onto the world Ethan had left behind. The realization sent a flutter of panic through his chest. What if there was no way back? What if, by stepping aboard the Midnight Limited, he had committed himself to the same fate as its other passengers, endlessly journeying through the liminal space between life and death? But he had come too far to turn back now. Taking a deep breath of the strange, cool air that filled the car, Ethan followed his parents' specters toward whatever revelation awaited. The passage through the car felt longer than its external dimensions would suggest. They moved past rows of seated figures, none of whom turned to acknowledge their passage, despite the strange awareness Ethan could feel emanating from them. At the far end, a door similar to the one through which he had entered stood closed, its window showing only darkness beyond. His father's spectre paused before this door, turning toward Ethan with a gesture that somehow conveyed significance, despite the figure's lack of expression. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached toward the door handle and pulled. The door slid open to reveal not the coupling between cars that Ethan had expected, but a scene from the past, rendered in the same yellowish light that permeated the train's interior. A stretch of the very same railway they now traveled, but new, rails gleaming in sunlight, wooden ties fresh and dark with creosote, the right-of-way clear of the encroaching desert vegetation. And there, by the side of the tracks, a familiar wagon with two horses tethered nearby. Ethan recognized it immediately from the descriptions in the sheriff's report he had read countless times as a teenager. His parents' wagon, abandoned but undamaged, containing all their possessions save themselves. In this phantom replay, however, the wagon was not abandoned. His parents, now fully realized with faces and expressions rather than blank voids, were unloading supplies. His father knelt by the fire ring they had created, starting a small blaze for their evening meal. His mother arranged bedrolls in the wagon's bed, preparing for a night under the stars. An ordinary scene, mundane in its details, yet Ethan found himself transfixed. This was the last normal moment his parents had experienced, the calm before whatever catastrophe had taken them from him. He watched, barely breathing, as the scene continued to unfold. The first indication of trouble came as twilight deepened in the phantom tableau. His father stood suddenly, hand moving to the revolver at his hip as he peered into the gathering darkness. His mother paused in her preparations, instantly alert to her husband's tension. From beyond the edge of the firelight, figures appeared. Not the featureless specters of the train's passengers, but solid human forms wrapped in duster coats, bandanas pulled up to cover the lower half of their faces, eyes shadowed beneath wide-brimmed hats. 3 of them, revolvers already drawn. Bandits, Ethan whispered, the explanation he had been given as a child finally confirmed before his eyes. Yet something felt wrong about the scene, some detail that didn't align with the simple robbery gone wrong he had always imagined. The leader of the group stepped forward, saying something Ethan couldn't hear, the vision unfolding in complete silence like a stage play performed behind glass. His father responded, hands raised in what appeared to be a calming gesture. The situation seemed tense but controlled, not immediately violent. Then everything changed. The leader looked past Ethan's father, focusing on something by the railway line. His posture shifted from threatening to alarmed, and he gestured urgently to his companions. Whatever he had seen had disrupted the robbery in progress. All figures in the scene turned toward the tracks, expressions transforming to shock and disbelief. A yellow glow began to illuminate their faces, the same distinctive light that filled the phantom train. The bandits backed away, clearly terrified. Ethan's parents stood frozen, watching something approach along the rails. With stomach-dropping certainty, Ethan knew what they were seeing. The Midnight Limited, appearing where no train should be, its phantom form manifesting not just on the full moon, but in this moment, 20 years in the past. The scene began to blur at the edges, details becoming indistinct as the yellow mist thickened. But Ethan could still make out his parents, standing together as the bandits fled into the darkness. The phantom light grew stronger, washing out colors and features, consuming the scene in its unearthly glow. The last clear image was of his parents turning toward each other, his father's arm wrapping protectively around his mother's shoulders as they faced the approaching phenomenon together. Then they simply faded, their forms becoming translucent before disappearing completely, leaving only the abandoned wagon illuminated by the dying campfire. The door slid closed, cutting off the vision and returning Ethan to the interior of the phantom train. His parents' specters stood before him, once again featureless, yet somehow conveying a question. Do you understand now? The train took you, Ethan said, realization dawning with cold clarity. It appeared to you that night, just as it appeared to me. But why? What makes you different from the bandits who fled? Why were you taken when they were not? No answer came in words, but his father's spectre gestured further along the car, indicating they should continue their journey. Ethan hesitated, the implications of what he had witnessed settling heavily upon him. The Midnight Limited was not just a ghost train. It was the agent of his parents' disappearance, the force that had transformed them from living beings to these featureless specters. And he had willingly stepped aboard. The thought sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the cool, misty atmosphere of the car. Had he made a terrible mistake? Holloway's words echoed in his memory. The Midnight Limited only takes those who belong with it, one way or another, those who are already lost or those who choose to be. Had he chosen to be lost by entering the train? Was there any way back to the world he had left behind, or had he committed himself to the same endless journey as the other passengers? His mother's spectre moved closer, placing a comforting hand on his arm as if sensing his distress. The touch was cold yet somehow warm with familiar affection, and Ethan felt some of his panic subside. Whatever fate awaited him, he was not facing it alone. "All right," he said finally, "show me the rest." They moved through the door at the end of the car, passing into what appeared to be a small compartment rather than another passenger car. Unlike the misty, yellow-lit interior of the previous space, this room was clearly defined. A private sleeping compartment with a single bench seat, a small table, and a window that showed impossible landscapes flowing past. Forests gave way to mountains, mountains to plains, plains to oceanscapes, all within the span of moments, as if the train were traveling not just through physical space, but through realms beyond normal geography. As Ethan stood uncertainly in the center of the compartment, the door closed behind him with a gentle click. His parents had not followed him in. He was alone in this small, confined space. Or so he thought, until the mist began to coalesce on the bench opposite him, gradually forming into the shape of an elderly man in a conductor's uniform. Unlike the featureless specters that populated the rest of the train, this figure slowly developed distinct features. Lined face, bushy white eyebrows, alert eyes that fixed on Ethan with unsettling directness. Ethan Hayes, the figure said, his voice perfectly normal despite the otherworldly setting. "I've been expecting you. Who are you?" Ethan remained standing, unsure whether to approach this new entity or back away. "I am the conductor," the figure replied simply. "I manage the passenger manifest of the Midnight Limited. What is this place? What happened to my parents? Why am I here?" The conductor raised a hand, the gesture gently cutting off Ethan's stream of questions. "One inquiry at a time, Mr. Hayes. First, this place is the space between worlds, between states of being, between what was and what will be. The Midnight Limited travels routes no physical train could follow, stopping at stations no surveyor has mapped. And my parents? I saw what happened to them. The train appeared when they were being robbed." "Indeed," the conductor nodded. "The Midnight Limited appears to those at crossroads, moments when fate balances on a knife's edge. Your parents faced a terrible choice that night. The men who accosted them were not simple bandits, but members of a gang that had murdered dozens across 3 territories. Had events proceeded as these men intended, your parents would have suffered greatly before death claimed them." The blunt statement hit Ethan like a physical blow. "So, the train saved them?" "The Midnight Limited offers alternatives to fates already written. It appeared to your parents in their moment of greatest need, offering passage away from certain death. They chose to accept. But why couldn't they have just escaped the bandits and returned home? Why did accepting passage mean they had to disappear from my life completely?" The question emerged more plaintively than Ethan had intended. The child he had been bleeding into the man he had become. The conductor's expression softened slightly. "The train's offerings come with conditions, Mr. Hayes. Your parents' path in the world you know had reached its end. To accept passage meant accepting that they could not return to their former lives. It was a choice, made in the space between heartbeats, with full understanding of what would be gained and what would be lost. Including me," Ethan said, bitterness creeping into his tone. "They chose to save themselves and abandon their child. B chose to continue existing, in a form and place different from what they had known, rather than suffering horrific deaths at the hands of violent men." The conductor's voice remained calm despite the implied rebuke. "In such moments, choice is rarely perfect. But know this, their greatest regret has been the pain their disappearance caused you. Why do you think they have stood at the window each time the Limited passes near your home on the full moon? Why do you think they reached out to you when you finally came to the tracks?" The explanation made a terrible sense, yet left so many questions unanswered. "And what about me now? I stepped aboard the train. Does that mean I can't go back either? Am I trapped here like them? You stand at your own crossroads, Ethan Hayes. The conductor gestured toward the compartment door. Unlike your parents, you were not in immediate physical danger when you encountered the Midnight Limited. Your choice to step aboard was driven by different needs, different questions. And so, your options remain more flexible, meaning you may choose to continue the journey with us, joining your parents in whatever landscapes lie beyond the world you know. Or you may choose to return to the life you have built, carrying the understanding you have gained, but leaving your parents to their continued journey. The conductor's gaze was penetrating, seeming to look through Ethan rather than at him. Neither choice is without cost. Neither path is without value. Ethan turned toward the window, watching the impossible terrains flow past. Somewhere out there, beyond normal understanding, his parents continued to exist in some form. He could join them, leaving behind the ranch, his responsibilities, his friend Jacob, everything he had known for 20 years. Or he could return, carrying the burden of knowing they still existed somewhere beyond his reach, yet finding solace in the understanding that they had not abandoned him by choice, but had made an impossible decision in a moment of ultimate crisis. "How much time do I have to decide?" he asked, turning back to the conductor. "Time operates differently aboard the Midnight Limited," came the cryptic response. "But your window for choosing will close when we reach Crossroads Station. We will arrive there shortly. And if I choose to return, how do I do so? The train is still moving." The conductor rose from his seat, straightening his uniform jacket with practiced motions. "The how will present itself when the choice is made. But know this, Ethan Hayes. Whatever you decide, the knowledge you have gained cannot be unlearned. You will carry the understanding of the Limited's existence and your parents' fate for the remainder of your days." With that, the figure began to dissolve back into the yellow mist that permeated the compartment, his features becoming indistinct until only the suggestion of human form remained. Then even that faded, leaving Ethan alone with his thoughts and the impossible landscape beyond the window. The choice before him seemed both monumental and surprisingly simple. Stay aboard the Midnight Limited, joining his parents in whatever existence they now experienced, leaving behind everything he had built over 20 years. Or return to the world he knew, carrying the comfort of understanding what had happened to them, however strange and supernatural that truth might be. As he considered his options, the train began to slow, its smooth gliding motion gradually decreasing as if approaching a station. Through the window, Ethan could see the landscape stabilizing, the flowing parade of impossible terrains settling into a single setting. A simple wooden platform illuminated by old-fashioned oil lamps, surrounded by nothing but darkness in all directions. Crossroads Station, he presumed, the place where his choice would be made final. The compartment door slid open, revealing his parents' specters waiting in the corridor. Though still featureless, their postures conveyed anticipation, awareness of the moment's significance. Ethan stepped out to join them, feeling the train's continued deceleration through the slight unsteadiness beneath his feet. "We're arriving at some kind of station," he told them, unsure how much they already understood about their circumstances. "The conductor says I have to choose whether to stay with you or go back to my life." They offered no verbal response, but his mother's spectre reached out to take his hand, her touch conveying a depth of emotion that transcended her featureless appearance. His father's figure placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture similarly weighted with unspoken meaning. They would accept whatever he decided, the touches seemed to say. They would love him regardless of his choice. The train came to a complete stop, the absence of motion almost startling after the constant gentle movement Ethan had experienced since stepping aboard. Through the windows he could see the platform more clearly now, weathered wooden planks extending perhaps 30 feet in either direction, illuminated by 3 oil lamps mounted on posts. Beyond the small island of light, absolute darkness extended in all directions, as if the station existed in a void between realities. A door at the end of the car slid open automatically, letting in cooler air that momentarily disturbed the yellow mist filling the corridor. Ethan felt a slight pressure on his back, his father's hand gently urging him forward, toward the open door and the platform beyond. Together, the 3 of them moved toward the exit, Ethan's steps growing heavier as the moment of decision approached. At the doorway, he paused, looking out at the simple wooden platform that somehow represented the division between possible futures. "If I stay with you," he asked, turning to his parents' specters, "what happens? Where do we go from here?" No verbal answer came, but his father gestured toward the darkness beyond the station's lights. Out there, the gesture seemed to say, lie possibilities beyond your current understanding. And if I go back, will I ever see you again? His mother's featureless face turned toward him, her head tilting slightly in what might have been sadness or acceptance. Her hand squeezed his once more, the touch containing neither promise nor denial, only acknowledgement of the question's weight. The conductor's voice came from behind them, though when Ethan turned, no figure was visible in the misty corridor. "Choose now, Ethan Hayes. Crossroads Station allows only brief stops before continuing its journey." Standing on the threshold between the phantom train and the otherworldly platform, Ethan felt the full weight of 20 years of loss, of questions, of imagined reunions. He had spent half his life wondering what had happened to his parents, constructing scenarios that might explain their disappearance, alternating between hope they might return and acceptance that they were truly gone. Now he knew the truth, however impossible it might seem by normal understanding. They had been faced with a terrible choice and had chosen continued existence in another form over brutal deaths. They had not abandoned him willingly, but had been separated from him by forces beyond normal comprehension, and they had watched for him, reaching out when finally he came within their reach. It would be so easy to stay with them now, to step fully onto that platform and continue whatever journey lay beyond Crossroads Station, to finally have the family that had been torn from him, even if in forms different from what he remembered. But as the thought formed, another image intruded. Jacob's face contorted with fear as he tried to pull Ethan back from the train, desperately trying to save his friend from what he perceived as supernatural danger. Jacob, who had been brother and family to him in the years since his parents' disappearance. Jacob, who would spend the rest of his life wondering what had happened if Ethan simply vanished into the night. And beyond Jacob there were others, the ranch hands who depended on Ethan for their livelihoods, the neighbors who had helped a grieving boy become a capable man, the community that had embraced him as one of their own. All the connections and responsibilities that anchored him to the world he knew. With sudden clarity, Ethan understood that his crossroads was different from his parents'. Their choice had been between certain death and continued existence in another form. His was between holding on to the past or embracing the life he had built in their absence. "I have to go back," he said finally, the words emerging with quiet certainty. "I have people who depend on me, responsibilities I can't abandon." He turned to his parents, specters, emotion thick in his throat. "I need to live the life you gave me, even if it means we remain apart." His parents' figures stood motionless for a moment, as if absorbing his decision. Then, with movements that conveyed more emotion than should have been possible without facial expressions, they embraced him simultaneously, his father's arms strong around his shoulders, his mother's gentler touch, conveying maternal love that transcended their spectral forms. Cold yet warm, substantial yet ethereal, the embrace contained 20 years of absent affection condensed into a single moment. Ethan found himself weeping, tears tracking silently down his cheeks as he held them in return, memorizing the feeling of their presence, knowing it might be the last time. "I love you," he whispered. "I always have, even when I didn't understand why you were gone." The embrace seemed to last both an eternity and no time at all. Then, gently, they released him, stepping back into the misty corridor of the train. His mother's hand lingered on his face, a final caress that carried both blessing and farewell. "How do I get back?" Ethan asked, wiping tears from his cheeks with the back of his hand. As if in answer to his question, the darkness beyond the station's lamps began to thin in one direction, revealing a path that hadn't been visible moments before. A simple dirt track leading away from the platform, illuminated by moonlight that seemed to grow stronger with each passing second. The conductor's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "The path will take you where you need to go, Ethan Hayes. But remember, the knowledge you have gained cannot be unlearned. The Midnight Limited exists between worlds and you have witnessed it. That awareness will remain with you." Ethan nodded, accepting the cryptic warning. With a final look at his parents' specters, now standing motionless in the train's doorway, he stepped down onto the wooden platform. The boards felt solid beneath his boots, more substantial than he had expected, given the otherworldly nature of the station. "Goodbye," he said simply, the word inadequate for the emotions behind it, but all he could manage without breaking down completely. His parents raised their hands in farewell, the gesture containing such profound love that words would have been superfluous, even had they been capable of speech. Then, slowly, they stepped back, the train's door sliding closed between them with quiet finality. The Midnight Limited began to move almost immediately, gliding away from the platform with the same supernatural smoothness that had marked its passage along the abandoned tracks. Ethan watched as it gathered speed, the yellow glow of its windows diminishing as it entered the darkness beyond the station's lamps. The caboose's red lantern was the last thing visible, a fading pinpoint of light that finally disappeared completely, leaving him alone on the platform. Only then did he turn toward the moonlit path that stretched away into the darkness. Each step along it felt more solid, more real than the last, the otherworldly quality of Crossroads Station gradually giving way to the familiar sensations of the desert night. Cool air carrying the scent of sage and dust, the distant cry of a coyote, stars wheeling overhead in familiar constellations. The transition happened so gradually that Ethan couldn't pinpoint the exact moment when the wooden platform disappeared behind him, replaced by the desert landscape he knew. But suddenly he recognized his surroundings, the abandoned railway line stretching away in both directions, the rusted rails gleaming dully in the moonlight, the scattered scrub brush and rocks exactly as they had been when he and Jacob had arrived earlier that night. And there, not 20 yards away, a figure sat slumped on the ground, head in hands. Jacob, keeping vigil where his friend had vanished. "Jake," Ethan called, his voice sounding strange to his own ears after the otherworldly silence of the Midnight Limited. Jacob's head snapped up, disbelief written across his features as he scrambled to his feet. "Ethan? My God, is that really you?" "It's me." Ethan closed the distance between them, suddenly desperate for contact with something unquestionably real. "I'm back." Jacob grabbed him by the shoulders, examining him as if expecting to find some fundamental change in his appearance. "Where were you? You disappeared into that thing, and then it was gone, and you with it. I've been waiting for hours." "Hours?" Ethan glanced at the moon's position, noting it had traversed a significant portion of the sky since he had boarded the train. What had felt like perhaps an hour aboard the Midnight Limited had apparently been much longer in the world he had left behind. "Nearly 3 hours, Jacob confirmed, finally releasing his grip on Ethan's shoulders. "I thought you were gone for good. What happened? Where did you go?" How could he possibly explain? The phantom train, his featureless parents, the conductor with his cryptic explanations, Crossroads Station existing in the void between realities. None of it would make sense to someone who hadn't experienced it firsthand. "It's complicated," Ethan said finally, "but I found what I was looking for. I know what happened to my parents now." Jacob's expression shifted from concern to cautious curiosity. "And they're gone," Ethan confirmed, the words holding layers of meaning Jacob couldn't possibly understand. "But they didn't abandon me, Jake. They didn't choose to leave, and knowing that, it helps." Jacob studied him for a long moment, clearly sensing there was far more to the story than Ethan was sharing. But friendship built over 20 years had taught him when to press and when to accept. "If you ever want to tell me the full story, I'm here. But for now, I'm just glad you're back. I thought I'd lost you too." The simple statement, delivered with raw honesty, confirmed for Ethan that he had made the right choice. Whatever otherworldly existence his parents now experienced aboard the Midnight Limited, his place was here, among the living, among those who depended on him, among the connections he had formed in the years since that fateful night when his parents had faced their own impossible choice. "Let's go home," he said, clasping Jakob's shoulder. "I think we've had enough ghost trains for one night." As they retrieved their horses and began the ride back to the ranch, the eastern sky was already lightening with the first hints of dawn. Ethan found himself looking back once, toward the abandoned railway line now receding in the distance. The tracks lay quiet under the fading moonlight, no sign remaining of the supernatural passage that had changed his understanding so profoundly. Yet he knew now that on certain nights, when the moon was full and the desert held its breath in anticipation, the Midnight Limited would continue its eternal journey along those rusted rails. And aboard it, 2 featureless specters would stand at the windows, watching for glimpses of the sun they had left behind, loving him across the divide between worlds. It was both comfort and sorrow, understanding and continued mystery, but it was enough. After 20 years of questions, it was finally enough. The ranch appeared on the horizon just as the sun breached the eastern mountains, painting the weathered buildings in the golden light of a new day. To Ethan's eyes, it looked somehow both exactly the same and fundamentally different. The same physical structures, but viewed now through the lens of profound understanding, that some journeys continue beyond what the living can see, that some connections transcend even the boundaries between worlds. As the days passed, a strange peace settled over Ethan. The haunted quality that had occasionally crossed his features when conversations drifted toward family had disappeared. He spoke of his parents with a new ease, referencing memories of his childhood without the strained quality that had previously accompanied such recollections. It was as if some internal wound, long festering, had finally begun to heal. He made one more trip to see Old Holloway at the abandoned station, finding the ancient station master in his customary rocking chair despite the growing heat of the summer day. "You went aboard," Holloway stated without preamble as Ethan settled onto the familiar crate. Not a question, but a recognition of inevitable fact. Yes, Ethan confirmed simply. I saw them. My parents. I understand what happened now. Holloway nodded slowly, his roomy eyes studying Ethan with quiet intensity. And you came back. Not many do. I had to. My life is here. The old man's rocking paused momentarily, his gaze drifting to the empty tracks below the platform. They'll be making their full moon run again next month, and the month after that. Always moving, never arriving. You sure you won't be tempted to join them permanently next time? Ethan considered the question carefully. No, he said finally. I've made my peace with what happened. They're on their journey, and I'm on mine. Different paths, but connected still. Wise beyond your years, boy. Holloway resumed his rocking, the chair protesting beneath his meager weight. The Midnight Limited claims most who see her more than once. Something about her pulls at folks, offers them glimpses of what might have been, what could still be. Hard to resist such temptation. I won't be going back to the tracks on the full moon, Ethan replied with quiet certainty. Some mysteries are meant to be understood, not pursued. The statement hung between them, neither ominous nor reassuring, simply acknowledging a truth beyond normal comprehension. Holloway nodded slowly, a hint of approval in his weathered features. Well then, the old man said, reaching into his pocket to extract a tarnished pocket watch. Seems you've found your station, even if it ain't the one the Limited offers. The metaphor struck Ethan as oddly fitting. Life was a journey, with stations both physical and metaphorical, marking significant points along the way. His encounter with the Midnight Limited had been one such station, a place of transition, of understanding, of choices made that defined the path forward. As he rode back to the ranch that afternoon, Ethan felt a sense of completion that had eluded him for 20 years. The phantom train had answered questions he had carried since childhood, had allowed him one last connection with the parents he had lost, had offered him the choice to follow them into whatever realm they now inhabited. But more importantly, it had shown him the value of the life he had built in their absence, the connections formed, the responsibilities accepted, the meaning found in day-to-day existence rather than ghostly possibilities. His parents had made their choice 20 years ago, forced by circumstance into an impossible decision. He had made his own choice at Crossroads Station, with full understanding of what would be gained and what would be lost. Different journeys, different paths, yet connected still by bonds that transcended normal understanding. It was both comfort and sorrow, closure and continued mystery. But it was enough. After 20 years of questions, it was finally enough. The next full moon rose without Ethan making the journey to the abandoned tracks. Instead, he stood on the porch of his ranch house, watching the silver light transform the landscape into something both ordinary and magical. Somewhere out there, he knew, the Midnight Limited was making its eternal journey, carrying souls between what was and what would be, between memory and possibility, between life and whatever followed it. And aboard it, two featureless specters might pause at a window, looking out toward the small ranch where their son continued his own journey, no longer defined by their absence, but by the understanding that love transcended even the boundaries between worlds. Different paths, different realms, but parallel journeys nonetheless, all moving forward into the unknown future, one step at a time. As the desert night settled once more over the abandoned railway, The last echoes of the Midnight Limited's ghostly whistle faded into the vast stillness. The rusted tracks gleamed silver under the moonlight, continuing their silent vigil across the landscape, a path between worlds that few would ever truly understand. Miles away, where the desert gave way to rolling hills and narrow canyons, another story whispered on the night breeze. In a place known to locals as Coyote Pass, where weathered stone formations cast long shadows under the same full moon that had illuminated the phantom train, different mysteries awaited those with courage to listen. For while the Midnight Limited carried souls along fixed rails between realms of existence, other beings had long moved freely through the thin spaces between worlds. And in Coyote Pass, where the wind's voice seemed to carry words if one listened carefully enough, tales were told of a woman who belonged to neither fully human nor animal realms. A bride whose heart was claimed by something ancient and wild that wore the shape of a coyote. Beside her, the silver-grey coyote sat on its haunches, amber eyes fixed on Arthur with that same unsettling intelligence. It made no aggressive move, but Arthur felt the weight of its assessment nonetheless. "Eleanor Blackwood," Samuel called, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "We've brought something for you." The bride made no response, no indication that she'd heard him at all. Samuel glanced at Arthur expectantly, a silent encouragement to take over the interaction. Arthur cleared his throat, feeling foolish yet compelled to proceed. "Miss Blackwood," he began awkwardly, "we know what happened to you. Know about Thomas and why he never came." The air around them seemed to still, the persistent canyon breeze momentarily ceasing as it had during their previous encounter. The bride remained motionless, but Arthur sensed a shift in her attention, a focusing of energy in his direction. Encouraged by this subtle response, he continued more confidently. "Thomas Hayes didn't die or get delayed. He left willingly, abandoned you for another woman back east. A former sweetheart who'd been widowed." The coyote rose suddenly, a low growl emanating from its throat. The sound wasn't threatening so much as pained, a vocalization of distress that seemed to reflect something the bride herself couldn't express. "I'm sorry," Arthur said, genuine compassion entering his voice. "You deserved better than that. Better than dying alone in this pass, still believing in someone who'd already betrayed you." A tremor passed through the bride's form, not quite movement, but a disruption of her usual stillness. The edges of her white dress seemed to blur slightly, as if her very substance was becoming less stable. "Your father searched for days to find you," Samuel added softly. "The whole town mourned. Thomas never returned, never acknowledged what his lies cost you." The bride's arms slowly lowered to her sides, a deviation from her usual pose that caused both men to exchange glances of surprised hope. The coyote moved closer to her, pressing against the folds of her dress in what appeared to be a protective or comforting gesture. "You don't need to wait anymore," Arthur continued, the words coming more naturally now. "Whatever you felt for him, whatever promises were made, he broke them first. Your loyalty was real, but it was given to someone who didn't deserve it." The bride raised her hands to her veil and with deliberate slowness lifted it away from her face. Arthur found himself holding his breath as her features were revealed. A young woman of perhaps 20, with delicate features and eyes that held a depth of sorrow beyond mortal experience. She was beautiful in a fragile way, her expression a complex mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension. For the first time she spoke, her voice a whisper that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "Left me? Willingly? The simple question carried decades of suspended grief, of faith maintained beyond death itself. Arthur found himself unexpectedly moved by the vulnerability in those few words. Yes, he confirmed gently. He chose another and left without facing you. Your death wasn't from waiting too long or searching too far. It was his cowardice that put you on this path that night. The bride's form flickered like a candle flame in wind, her outline becoming momentarily transparent before solidifying again. Her expression shifted from confusion to something harder, a flash of anger quickly subsumed by profound sadness. All this time, she whispered, all these years waiting. The coyote pressed closer against her, and she placed a pale hand on its head in an automatic gesture of comfort. Arthur noticed how the animal's form seemed similarly unstable now, its edges blurring into the gathering darkness. You showed remarkable faith and loyalty, Samuel said, his voice thick with emotion. Those qualities weren't wasted, even if they were given to someone unworthy. Your devotion speaks to your character, not his. The bride's gaze shifted between them, something changing in her expression, a softening, a release of tension held for decades. She looked down at the items Samuel had arranged on the rock, particularly the small wooden box containing Thomas's letters. "May I?" Arthur asked, gesturing toward the box. When Samuel nodded, he picked it up and approached the bride cautiously, extending it toward her. These were his promises to you, false promises that don't deserve to be preserved. The bride reached out with a trembling hand, her fingers passing through the solid wood of the box in a ripple of spectral energy. Though she couldn't physically touch the object, recognition flashed in her eyes, memory connecting across the divide between life and death. "Would you like us to destroy them?" Arthur asked softly. "End his lies properly?" The bride looked up at him, a single tear tracking down her translucent cheek before evaporating into mist. Slowly, deliberately, she nodded. Arthur returned to where Samuel stood and opened the box, revealing a bundle of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon. He removed them and extracted matches from his pocket, striking one against the rock and holding the flame to the corner of the bundle. The paper caught quickly, flames consuming the written promises and declarations that had proven worthless. Arthur placed the burning letters on the flat rock, allowing them to burn completely, while the bride watched with an expression of growing peace. As the last letter crumbled to ash, a change came over Eleanor's form. The edges of her white dress began to glow with soft golden light that gradually spread throughout her entire appearance. The coyote beside her underwent a similar transformation, its silver coat illuminated from within. "Thank you," Eleanor whispered, her voice stronger now, more present. "For the truth, for ending the wait." She turned toward the coyote, kneeling gracefully to embrace the animal. As their forms met, a remarkable transformation occurred. The coyote's shape blurred and expanded, resolving into the translucent figure of a woman in simple frontier dress, her features an older version of Eleanor's own. "Mother," Eleanor said with simple joy, the word carrying decades of longing. The two spectral women embraced, their glowing forms merging slightly at the edges. When they separated, both turned toward Arthur and Samuel with expressions of profound gratitude. "Rest well, Miss Blackwood," Arthur said, tipping his hat slightly. "You've waited long enough." Eleanor smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her face from beautiful to radiant. "Your heart speaks truth, even when your mind doubts," she said softly. "There is freedom in accepting what cannot be changed." The two spectral figures began to fade, their luminous forms growing increasingly transparent as they turned away from the living men. Hand in hand, mother and daughter walked slowly down the path, their glow diminishing with each step until they vanished entirely around a bend in the canyon. In their wake, a profound silence settled over Coyote Pass, not the tense, expectant quiet of before, but a peaceful stillness that suggested completion. The evening air felt lighter somehow, clearer, as if a storm had passed, leaving freshness in its wake. Samuel released a long breath, his weathered face illuminated with wonder and satisfaction. "Remarkable," he whispered almost to himself. "After all these years." Arthur stood motionless, strangely affected by what he'd witnessed. The burning of the letters had felt significant beyond the simple act itself. A symbolic severance of false promises, a release from obligations built on deception. Something about it resonated deeply within his own experience, though he couldn't have articulated exactly why. "Do you think she's truly gone?" he asked finally, his voice sounding unusually loud in the stillness of the canyon. "Found peace, or whatever it is spirits are looking for?" Samuel nodded, bending carefully to gather the handkerchief and Bible from the rock. "I believe so. The legends say the Coyote Bride appears to those suffering from grief or betrayal, searching for someone who never returned. No one ever told her the truth before, that there was no point in waiting, that her loyalty was given to someone who'd abandoned her." He carefully tucked the items back into his satchel, leaving only the pile of ashes where the letters had burned. The truth set her free, as it often does, and it seemed she wasn't alone after all. Her mother's spirit had been watching over her all this time, just as the Navajo stories claimed. Arthur stared at the spot where Eleanor and her mother had vanished, trying to process everything he'd witnessed. He wasn't a superstitious man by nature, but there was no denying the reality of what had just occurred. No trick of light or shadow could explain the interaction they'd just experienced. "We should head back," Samuel suggested gently. "Night falls quickly in the canyon, and the trail gets treacherous in full darkness." They walked in companionable silence for a time, each lost in his own thoughts as they made their way back toward Coyote Springs. The first stars had appeared above the canyon walls, brilliant pinpoints in the deepening purple of the evening sky. "May I ask you something, Mr. Morgan?" Samuel said eventually, his tone careful. "Something personal?" Arthur's instinct was to refuse, to maintain the barriers he'd built around his private sorrows. But the events in the canyon had shifted something within him, creating a momentary openness he rarely permitted himself. "Go ahead," he replied, his voice gruff, "though I don't promise to answer." Samuel nodded, respecting the boundary. "When you spoke to Eleanor about broken promises and waiting for someone who wouldn't return, those words carried the weight of personal experience. Who were you really speaking to back there? Whose ghost haunts you?" The question hung between them, direct yet not unkind. Arthur remained silent for several long moments, considering how much, if anything, to reveal to this perceptive stranger. "Been a few," he admitted finally. "Made my share of promises I couldn't keep. Had some made to me that didn't hold either." He paused, Mary's face rising unbidden in his thoughts. "One woman in particular might have had a different life if I'd been a different kind of man, better kind. And you carry that regret," Samuel observed. "Wonder about the path not taken." Arthur shrugged, uncomfortable with how accurately the old man had read him. "Don't we all? Life's full of crossroads. Can't take every path." "True enough," Samuel agreed. "But there's a difference between acknowledging roads not taken and being haunted by them. Eleanor spent decades trapped in a moment of betrayal she never even recognized. waiting for a resolution that couldn't come without truth. He glanced at Arthur. Sometimes, I think the living can be similarly trapped. The observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Arthur had spent years dwelling on his failures with Mary, with Eliza and Isaac, with the idealistic young man he'd once been, before Dutch's influence had channeled his anger into a life of outlawry. Always looking backward, measuring himself against what might have been, rather than what could still be. Maybe you're right, he conceded reluctantly, though knowing you're trapped doesn't necessarily show you the way out. No, Samlo agreed, but recognizing the nature of the trap is the first step toward escape. Eleanor couldn't move on until she understood that her waiting was futile, that loyalty to a betrayer was a chain, not a virtue. They had reached the outskirts of the settlement, the warm lights of the dusty cactus glowing welcomingly against the gathering darkness. Samuel paused, turning to face Arthur directly. Whatever promises bind you to your past, Mr. Morgan, whether made or broken, kept or abandoned, ask yourself if they still serve any purpose, or if, perhaps, some truths might need facing so you can finally move forward. With that gentle challenge hanging between them, the old man extended his hand. Thank you for your help today. I've spent 30 years trying to understand Eleanor's story, to find some way to help her find peace. I couldn't have done it without you. Arthur shook the offered hand, finding himself genuinely moved by the man's sincerity. Glad I could help, though I'm still not entirely sure what I did. You spoke truth with compassion, Samuel said simply. Sometimes that's all any of us need, living or dead. He adjusted his satchel and nodded toward the saloon. Can I buy you a drink before you head out tomorrow? A small celebration of sorts. Arthur considered the offer, then shook his head. Appreciated, but I think I need some time to clear my head. Been quite a day. Samuel nodded understanding. Of course. Safe travels, Mr. Morgan. I hope you find what you're looking for, both your bounty and whatever else you might be searching for out there. They parted ways, Samuel heading toward the saloon, while Arthur turned toward the small boarding house where he'd taken a room. The encounter with Eleanor's spirit and the subsequent conversation with Samuel had left him thoughtful, introspective in a way he rarely permitted himself to be. In his rented room, Arthur lit the small lamp on the bedside table and settled on the edge of the narrow bed. Almost without conscious decision, he removed his journal from his satchel and opened to a blank page, pencil hovering momentarily before he began to write. Met a ghost today. Sounds like nonsense when I write it down, but it happened sure as I'm sitting here. A bride left waiting 40 years ago, still looking for the man who abandoned her. Helped an old desert hermit named Samuel Watts set her spirit free with the truth about her faithless fiancé. Strange thing is, speaking to her felt like speaking to myself in some ways. All those wasted years waiting for something that was never coming back. Loyalty given to those who don't deserve it. Promises that should have been broken sooner rather than maintained out of stubborn pride or fear of change. Made me think about Mary, about the life we might have had if I'd been willing to change when she asked me to. About Eliza and Isaac, gone to their graves while I was riding with the gang, choosing Dutch loyalty over my responsibility to them. About all the years spent following a dream that keeps shifting like desert sand, never quite becoming the noble vision Dutch painted for us. The ghost bride found peace when she finally learned the truth, that the man she'd died waiting for had already betrayed her, that her faith was misplaced. Makes me wonder what truths I might need to face about my own life. What chains I might need to break before they drag me down to where no living soul can reach. Arthur paused, surprised by the direction his thoughts had taken. He wasn't generally given to such philosophical musings, preferring action to introspection most days, yet something about the day's events had touched a deeper part of himself, had forced questions he usually kept buried beneath the immediate concerns of survival and loyalty to the gang. He closed the journal without finishing his entry, suddenly weary beyond simple physical tiredness. Tomorrow would bring a return to his pursuit of Jackson Slater, to the familiar rhythm of tracking and hunting that defined his role within Dutch's grand schemes. But something had shifted within him, a subtle realignment of perspective that he couldn't quite define, but could definitely feel. As he extinguished the lamp and lay back on the thin mattress, Arthur found himself thinking of Eleanor's face in that final moment, the peace that had transformed her features as she accepted the truth and let go of her decades-long weight. There had been freedom in that acceptance, a release from bonds that had held her spirit captive far longer than any mortal imprisonment could have done. Perhaps, he thought, as sleep began to claim him, there were similar truths waiting for him, uncomfortable recognitions that might nevertheless lead to a freedom he hadn't known was possible. The question was whether he'd have the courage to face them when the time came. 3 days of steady tracking led Arthur deep into the foothills of the mountains northwest of Coyote Springs. Jackson Slater had proven himself a capable woodsman, taking pains to obscure his trail and choosing difficult terrain that would discourage casual pursuit. But Arthur Morgan wasn't a casual pursuer. Years of hunting both animals and men had honed his tracking skills to a fine edge. Late in the afternoon of the 3rd day, Arthur spotted thin smoke rising above a stand of pines nestled in a small valley between rocky outcroppings. He dismounted at a distance, secured Athena to a sturdy tree, and proceeded on foot with the caution of a seasoned predator approaching potentially dangerous prey. The camp was crude but serviceable. A small fire, a bedroll beneath a simple lean-to constructed of pine branches, and a hobbled horse grazing nearby. Slater himself sat beside the fire, cleaning a repeater rifle with methodical care, his attention focused on the task rather than his surroundings. Arthur observed him from concealment for several minutes, assessing. The man matched the description on the wanted poster. Mid-30s, dark hair streaked with premature grey, a distinctive scar running from his left temple to his jaw. His posture suggested alertness despite his apparent absorption in his task, the slight tension in his shoulders betraying an awareness of his vulnerable position. Deciding on his approach, Arthur drew his revolver and emerged from cover with deliberate noise, alerting Slater to his presence rather than risking a startle response that might lead to unnecessary violence. "Jackson Slater," he called, keeping his weapon trained steadily on the man. "I'm bringing you in. Best not make this harder than it needs to be." Slater's hands stilled on the partially disassembled rifle, his body tensing but not yet moving toward either fight or flight. "You a lawman?" he asked, voice surprisingly calm given the circumstances. "Bounty hunter," Arthur corrected, maintaining his distance. $500 on your head for that bank job in Armadillo. Dead or alive, though alive pays better. A flicker of something, resignation perhaps, or simple weariness, crossed Slater's features. He carefully set aside the rifle parts, raising his hand slightly to demonstrate he wasn't reaching for a weapon. "Been running a long time," he said quietly, "figured it'd catch up eventually." The response wasn't what Arthur had expected. Most men in Slater's position fought, or begged, or tried to negotiate. This calm acceptance was unusual enough to make him slightly wary, suspecting a potential trick. "Stand up slowly," Arthur instructed. "Keep those hands where I can see them." Slater complied without protest, rising to his feet with deliberate movements that suggested no intention of resistance. Now that he was standing, Arthur could see he was thinner than his wanted poster suggested, his clothes hanging somewhat loosely on his frame. "You alone?" Slater asked, glancing briefly toward the surrounding forest. "Just me," Arthur confirmed, stepping cautiously closer. "Though plenty know where I've gone if I don't return." "Don't get any ideas about adding to your troubles." Slater nodded, a humorless smile briefly touching his lips. "No more trouble. Had my fill." He gestured toward a saddlebag near the bedroll. "Got about $200 there. Take it. Let me go my way." Arthur shook his head. "Can't do that. Job's to bring you in, not rob you. Even if I'm innocent." Slater's gaze was direct now, challenging. "Even if that bank job wasn't what they're saying?" "Not my concern," Arthur replied, though he found himself curious despite his professional detachment. "Courts sort that out. I just collect the bounty." Slater seemed to consider this, weighing his options with a calculating expression that suggested he hadn't entirely abandoned thoughts of resistance. After a moment, he sighed heavily. "At least hear me out before you drag me back," he requested. "Man deserves that much, I reckon." Arthur hesitated. Engaging in conversation with bounties was generally unwise. It created unwanted complexity, potential for manipulation, or unexpected sympathy that could complicate clean completion of the job. Yet something in Slater's manner intrigued him, a dignity that seemed at odds with the desperate bank robber described in the wanted poster. "Make it quick," he conceded, keeping his revolver trained steadily on the man's chest, "and no sudden movements." Slater nodded understanding. "I was at that bank in Armadillo," he began, his tone matter-of-fact rather than pleading. "But I wasn't robbing it. I was trying to stop the robbery." Arthur's expression remained skeptical. "Go on." "Worked security for the Harding Mining Company," Slater continued. "Got wind of a planned heist, inside job with one of the tellers. Went to warn the bank, arrived just as it was going down." He gestured to the scar on his face. "Got this trying to stop them. But when the dust settled, the real robbers were gone. The teller was dead, and I was left holding a gun in a bank, missing $5,000. It was a familiar enough tale. The wrongfully accused man, the unfortunate circumstance, the miscarriage of justice. Arthur had heard variations many times from men he'd tracked, most of them fabrications designed to elicit sympathy or create doubt. "Convenient story," he observed. "Any proof to back it up?" "Had a letter from my employer confirming my position," Slater replied. "Lost it when I had to run. Company disavowed any connection afterward. Didn't want to be associated with a bank robber." The bitterness in his voice sounded genuine. "Truth is written all over it if anyone bothered to look. 5,000 stolen, but only 500 on my head. That's because they know I'm not the mastermind, just a convenient scapegoat." Arthur studied him carefully, looking for tells of deception, but Slater met his gaze steadily, his eyes reflecting frustration and resignation, rather than the desperate cunning of a man spinning tales to save himself. "Even if that's true," Arthur said finally, "it doesn't change my position. I'm not a judge or jury." "No," Slater agreed. "You're just a man making choices about who to hunt and who to believe." He paused, something shifting in his expression. "Like that business in Coyote Pass." Arthur stiffened slightly. "What do you know about that?" "Folks talk. Word gets around." Slater shrugged. "Heard a bounty hunter helped the old desert hermit put a ghost to rest. That he spoke truth to set her free after 40 years of waiting for justice." A knowing look entered his eyes. "That was you, wasn't it?" The reference to his experience with Eleanor caught Arthur off guard. He hadn't expected news of that encounter to spread so quickly, or to be connected to his professional identity as a bounty hunter. "Don't see how that's relevant," he replied cautiously. "Maybe it's not," Slater conceded. "Or maybe there's something fitting about a man who freed a spirit trapped by lies, now choosing whether to deliver another man to injustice based on more lies." He spread his hands slightly. "I'm not asking you to let me go free, just take me to Tumbleweed instead of Armadillo. Sheriff Davis there knows me, knows I'm not capable of planning that robbery. He'll see I get a fair hearing at least." Arthur considered the request carefully. Tumbleweed was actually closer than Armadillo from their current position, though the journey would still take the better part of 2 days. The bounty would be payable at either location. If Slater was telling the truth, the detour would cost Arthur nothing, while potentially preventing a miscarriage of justice. If he was lying, well, he'd still end up in custody either way. "All right," Arthur decided finally. "Tumbleweed it is. But you try anything along the way, and fair hearing will be the least of your concerns." "Understood." Relief flickered across Slater's features, quickly masked by a neutral expression. "Understood. And thank you." Arthur holstered his revolver and produced handcuffs from his satchel. "Don't thank me yet. Still taking you in." He secured Slater's wrists, checking that the restraints were firm but not cutting into the skin. "Get your gear together. We leave in 5 minutes." As Slater gathered his meager possessions with his restricted movement, Arthur reflected on the unexpected turn of events. The mention of Eleanor and his role in releasing her spirit had caught him off guard, creating an unwelcome connection between that ethereal experience and his very practical current task. Yet there was something appropriate about the juxtaposition. The ghost bride trapped by a lie she'd never questioned, and this man possibly facing similar injustice if his story contained truth. Arthur wasn't naive enough to fully believe Slater without verification, but he'd seen enough of the world's cruelty to know that innocence was no guarantee of justice. They set out as the afternoon light began to fade, Arthur leading Slater's horse while the prisoner rode with hands cuffed before him. Their progress was necessarily slow across the rough terrain, and Arthur soon decided they would need to make camp for the night before attempting the descent from the foothills in darkness. In a small clearing sheltered by rock outcroppings, they established a simple camp. Arthur built a fire while keeping a watchful eye on his prisoner, who sat with the resigned patience of a man accustomed to having choices made for him. "Hungry?" Arthur asked as he rummaged through his saddlebags for provisions. "Wouldn't turn down food," Slater replied, shifting to find a more comfortable position with his restrained hands. Arthur Morgan had heard his fair share of ghost stories around campfires, tales of headless riders, vengeful spirits, and phantom trains that vanished into the mist. He'd always dismissed them as nonsense, the imaginative ramblings of men who'd had too much whiskey or too little sleep. But as twilight descended over Coyote Pass, painting the canyon walls in shades of amber and deep purple, a peculiar unease settled in his chest. The narrow trail wound between towering rock formations that seemed to watch him with ancient, silent judgment. Shadows lengthened across the path as the sun dipped below the distant mountains, casting the canyon in premature darkness. His horse, a sturdy, dappled grey mare named Athena, sensed his discomfort, ears flicking nervously as they navigated the increasingly dim trail. "Easy, girl," Arthur murmured, patting her neck reassuringly. "Just a few more miles till we reach Coyote Springs." The small settlement nestled at the southern end of the pass was his destination, a place to resupply and perhaps gather information on a bounty he'd been tracking for the past week. The outlaw had fled north from New Austin, leaving a trail of robbery and violence in his wake. Arthur had picked up his scent near Armadillo and had been following ever since, determined to collect the substantial reward. As darkness settled more firmly across the landscape, Arthur noticed how the wind carried sounds strangely through the canyon, whispers that might have been distant conversations, or simply the rustling of sagebrush against stone. The air felt different here too, heavier somehow, charged with an expectancy that made the hair on his arms stand on end despite the lingering heat of the day. He'd heard the locals speak of Coyote Pass with a certain reverence, lowering their voices when sharing tales of travelers who had encountered strange phenomena along its winding paths. Most prominent among these stories was the legend of the Coyote Bride, a woman abandoned at the altar whose grief-stricken spirit was said to wander the pass at dusk, eternally searching for her lost love, accompanied by a faithful coyote companion. Superstitious nonsense, Arthur muttered to himself, though he found his eyes scanning the ridgelines for movement nonetheless. The first howl reached him just as the final threads of daylight unraveled from the sky. A lone coyote's cry, mournful and penetrating, echoed through the canyon with unnatural clarity. Athena halted abruptly, nostrils flaring, refusing to move forward despite Arthur's gentle urging. "What's got into you?" he asked, leaning forward to stroke her neck. The horse trembled beneath him, eyes fixed on something ahead in the gathering darkness. Arthur squinted, following her gaze. At first, he saw nothing but the vague outline of the trail as it curved around a large boulder. Then, as if emerging from the rock itself, a figure appeared. She stood perfectly still at the edge of the path, dressed in white that seemed to capture and hold what little light remained. A wedding dress, Arthur realized with a chill spreading through his chest. The fabric moved slightly in the breeze, but the figure herself remained motionless, face obscured by a delicate veil that hung to her waist. Beside her, a coyote sat on its haunches, larger than any Arthur had seen before, its coat silvery in the fading light. Unlike its mistress, the animal's amber eyes were clearly visible, fixed on Arthur with unsettling intelligence. "Hello?" Arthur called, his voice sounding strangely muffled in the dense air. "Ma'am, are you in need of assistance?" The figure made no response, no acknowledgement that she'd heard him at all. The coyote, however, rose to its feet, hackles rising slightly. Arthur's hand instinctively moved toward his revolver, then stopped. Something about this encounter felt wrong, but not threatening, more like stumbling upon a private moment of grief that wasn't meant for his eyes. The atmosphere around the woman seemed charged with sorrow, so tangible it made his chest ache. As he watched, uncertain how to proceed, the bride slowly raised her arms, extending them outward as if awaiting an embrace that would never come. The gesture was so full of longing, so deeply melancholic, that Arthur found himself momentarily transfixed by the raw emotion it conveyed. The coyote threw back its head and howled again, the sound now tinged with what Arthur could only describe as heartbreak. The mournful cry seemed to ripple through the air, carrying with it echoes of loss that resonated in his own chest, dredging up memories he'd spent years trying to bury. Mary's face surfaced in his mind, her smile, the softness in her eyes when she'd told him she would wait while he found his way in life, a promise broken by circumstances and his own stubborn nature. He thought of Eliza too, and their son, Isaac, both in the ground long before their time. So many goodbyes, so many connections severed before they'd had time to truly form. Without conscious decision, Arthur dismounted, his boots crunching softly on the rocky trail. The bride remained motionless, her extended arms creating a silhouette of yearning against the darkening sky. "I ain't one for ghost stories," Arthur said quietly, "but I know something about loss, ma'am. About waiting for something that ain't coming back." The air around them seemed to still, the persistent canyon breeze momentarily ceasing. Arthur took a cautious step forward, driven by an inexplicable compulsion to offer some comfort to this sorrowful apparition. "Whatever he did to you, leaving you waiting like this, it ain't right. Some promises get broken, not because they weren't meant, but because life has its own cruel plans." As he spoke, the bride slowly lowered her arms. The coyote moved closer to her side, its posture protective, yet somehow less threatening than before. Arthur continued, the words flowing from some place deep within himself that he rarely acknowledged. "I've left my share of broken promises scattered across this country, hurt people who deserved better. Maybe that's why I'm here now, one lost soul recognizing another." The bride's veil rippled in a breeze that affected nothing else around them. Slowly, with deliberate grace, she turned away from Arthur and began walking down the trail, the coyote padding silently beside her. Her form seemed less substantial now, the edges of her white dress blurring against the darkness as she moved away. Arthur remained where he stood, a strange mixture of melancholy and peace settling over him. He watched until the bride's figure faded completely into the shadows, leaving only the faintest impression of white against the black canvas of night. When she had gone, Arthur exhaled slowly, surprised to find his cheeks damp. He brushed a hand across his face, clearing his throat, as if someone might witness this moment of vulnerability. "Well," he said to Athena, who had calmed considerably since the apparition's departure, "seems there might be some truth to campfire tales after all." The horse nickered softly as Arthur mounted again, her previous nervousness replaced by calm acceptance. They continued down the trail, the surrounding darkness somehow less oppressive than before. Arthur found himself wondering about the bride, who she had been in life, what dreams had died with her heart's breaking. There was a story there, one that perhaps someone in Coyote Springs might know. As they rounded a bend in the trail, the first scattered lights of the settlement came into view, warm yellow dots piercing the night's blackness. Arthur urged Athena to a slightly quicker pace, suddenly eager for the company of the living, for voices and laughter to dispel the lingering melancholy of his strange encounter. What he couldn't shake, however, was the feeling that something had passed between himself and the spectral bride, some unspoken understanding, an acknowledgement of shared sorrow that had briefly connected them across the divide between life and death. And strangely, impossibly, Arthur Morgan felt lighter for it, as if in witnessing her grief, some small measure of his own had been lifted away. The dusty cactus saloon was like 100 others Arthur had frequented across the territories, a weathered wooden structure with a sagging porch and windows perpetually hazed with dust and smoke. Despite its unremarkable appearance, it boasted surprising activity for such a small settlement, with hitching posts occupied by nearly a dozen horses, and the sounds of a slightly out-of-tune piano drifting through the swinging doors. Arthur secured Athena alongside the other mounts, noting the crude sign above the entrance that proclaimed "Cold beer, warm food, hot gossip" in faded lettering. After his encounter on the trail, the prospect of human company and information seemed particularly appealing. The interior was bathed in amber lamplight that did little to dispel the shadows lurking in the corners. A modest bar stretched along one wall, tended by a heavy-set man with an impressive moustache that seemed to be compensating for his receding hairline. Several tables occupied the center of the room, most filled with locals engaged in card games or conversation, while the piano player in the corner worked his way through a rendition of "O Susanna" with more enthusiasm than skill. Arthur made his way to the bar, settling onto a stool worn smooth by years of similar patrons. The bartender acknowledged him with a nod, finishing a conversation with another customer before moving his substantial bulk in Arthur's direction. "Evening, stranger, what can I get you?" His voice matched his appearance, robust and slightly rough around the edges. "Whiskey," Arthur replied, placing coins on the scarred wooden surface, "and whatever information you might have about a man named Jackson Slater. Heard he might have passed through these parts." The bartender poured a generous measure of amber liquid into a mostly clean glass before responding. "Can't say I recognize the name, but Sheriff Mills might. He keeps track of wanted men passing through. Office is down at the end of the main street, though he's likely asleep by now." Arthur nodded, taking a sip of the whiskey. It burned pleasantly down his throat, warming his chest and helping to dispel the lingering chill from his encounter in the pass. "I'll speak with him in the morning." He hesitated, uncertain how to approach the subject of the apparition without sounding like a man who'd spent too long in the sun. "Saw something strange coming through Coyote Pass. A woman in a wedding dress, standing in the middle of the trail with a coyote beside her." The piano player struck a discordant note and the volume of conversations around them noticeably diminished. The bartender's expression shifted from casual interest to something more guarded, his eyes flicking briefly to the other patrons before returning to Arthur. "You saw the coyote bride," he said quietly, leaning closer across the bar. "Don't usually show herself to strangers passing through. Must be something about you caught her attention." Arthur took another sip of whiskey, uncomfortable with the attention his comment had drawn. Several of the local patrons were watching him now with undisguised interest. "I'm not one for ghost stories. Probably just some woman who—" "No woman walks Coyote Pass after dark," interrupted a voice from nearby. "Not living, anyway." Arthur turned to find an elderly man observing him from a nearby table. Despite his advanced years, the man's eyes were sharp and alert, reflecting the lamplight with keen intelligence. His clothing was practical but well maintained, the attire of someone who spent considerable time outdoors, yet took pride in his appearance. "This is Samuel Watts," the bartender explained. "Knows more about the bride than anyone. Been collecting stories about her for years." "Not collecting," Samuel corrected mildly. "Preserving. There's a difference." He gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Join me, friend. Seems you've become part of the story now." Arthur hesitated only briefly before moving to the indicated seat, bringing his whiskey with him. The old man studied him with open curiosity, as if Arthur were some rare specimen encountered in the wild. "Samuel Watts," he introduced himself formally, extending a weathered hand. "Local historian of sorts, though most folks just call me the desert hermit on account of my cabin up in the hills." "Arthur Morgan," Arthur replied, shaking the offered hand. The grip was surprisingly firm for a man of his years. "Just passing through, tracking a bounty." Samuel nodded thoughtfully. "Yet the bride chose to show herself to you. Interesting." He leaned back in his chair, stroking his silver beard. "Did she speak to you?" "No," Arthur said, taking another sip of whiskey. "Just stood there with her arms outstretched. Had a coyote with her that howled something fierce. Made my horse nervous." "And you, did she make you nervous too?" Arthur considered the question, remembering the profound sorrow that had emanated from the spectral figure. "Not scared exactly, more sad. Like I was witnessing something private. a grief that wasn't meant for others to see. Samuel's eyes brightened with interest. Most who encounter her speak of fear, of wanting to flee. You felt her sorrow instead. Curious. He reached into his vest pocket, extracting a small leather-bound notebook that he placed on the table between them. I've documented every sighting of the bride for nearly 30 years. Would you mind telling me exactly what you saw? Arthur relayed the encounter in detail, the bride's stillness, the coyote's protective stance, the overwhelming sense of longing that had permeated the air around her. He found himself sharing his own response as well, how her grief had touched something within him, drawing out empathy rather than fear. Samuel listened intently, occasionally making notes in his small book with a stubby pencil. When Arthur finished, the old man sat back, tapping the pencil thoughtfully against the page. "You're the first to report speaking to her," he said after a moment. "Most are too frightened or simply ride past as quickly as possible, and she's never been known to respond to the living in any way." Arthur shrugged uncomfortably. "Don't know that she responded exactly. She turned and walked away after I spoke. Could have done that anyway." "Perhaps," Samuel conceded. "Or perhaps you offered something she needed to hear." He closed his notebook, tucking it and the pencil back into his vest pocket. "Do you know her story, Mr. Morgan?" "Only rumors, something about being abandoned on her wedding day." Samuel nodded, signaling the bartender for 2 more whiskeys before continuing. "Her name was Eleanor Blackwood. Came west with her family in 1851, settled in these parts when Coyote Springs was little more than a few tents and hopeful prospectors. Beautiful girl by all accounts, refined Eastern education, gentle manner, determined spirit, the kind that blooms even in harsh desert soil." Fresh drinks arrived and Samuel took a measured sip before continuing. "She fell in love with a man named Thomas Hayes, rancher's son from the North Valley. By all accounts, it was a genuine love match. Rare enough in those days when marriages were often matters of convenience or necessity." Arthur found himself drawn into the narrative, the old man's storytelling bringing the historical figures to life in a way that made his earlier encounter feel more substantial, more significant. They were to be married in the spring of 1853. Eleanor had a dress shipped from St. Louis, white satin with pearl beading that cost her father half a year's savings. The whole settlement prepared for the celebration. It was to be the first proper wedding in Coyote Springs. Samuel's eyes took on a distant quality, as if seeing into the past rather than the dimly lit saloon around them. The morning of the wedding, Thomas rode out to collect his brother, who was arriving on the stage from back east. They were to return by noon, with the ceremony planned for 2 o'clock at the small church that stood where the mercantile is now. But he never came back, Arthur guessed, the familiar pattern of heartbreak as old as humanity itself. "Oh, he came back," Samuel corrected, a hint of bitterness entering his voice. "Just not for the wedding." Turned out his brother had brought news that Thomas's childhood sweetheart had been widowed back in Chicago. The woman he'd always truly wanted was finally available to him. Arthur's expression hardened. So he abandoned his bride for another woman. "Not immediately," Samuel continued. "The coward couldn't face her. Sent a note saying he'd been delayed, that the wedding would have to be postponed a day. Then another note the next day with another excuse. For a week, Eleanor waited, her wedding dress carefully preserved, refusing to believe he would truly abandon her." The old man took another sip of whiskey, his gaze now fixed on some middle distance. "On the 7th day, she put on her wedding dress and veil, determined to find him herself. She set out on foot through Coyote Pass, convinced he must be in trouble, that only misfortune could keep him from her side. A spring storm blew in, unusual for the season but vicious. They found her 3 days later at the north end of the pass. She died of exposure, still in her wedding finery. Arthur felt a heaviness settle in his chest, imagining the desperate journey through the canyon, hope gradually giving way to despair as realization dawned. And Thomas left for Chicago the very day Eleanor walked into that canyon. Married his widow within a month. Samuel's voice had grown hard. When news reached him of Eleanor's death, he reportedly said it was unfortunate, but for the best, since he wouldn't have to face her again. Bastard, Arthur muttered, draining his glass. Indeed, Samuel agreed. The true tragedy is that Eleanor died never knowing the truth, that she'd been abandoned, discarded for another. Her spirit remains in that limbo of uncertainty, forever waiting, forever reaching out for a man who never intended to return. Arthur thought of the bride's outstretched arms, the profound longing in the simple gesture. What about the coyote? That part of the legend true as well? Samuel smiled slightly. Ah, that's where things get interesting. During the search for Eleanor, rescuers reported seeing a large coyote leading them in the right direction. When they found her body, the same animal was guarding it, wouldn't let them approach until the girl's father arrived. Then it vanished into the rocks and was never seen again. He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Local Navajo say it was a skinwalker, a human who could take animal form. They believe it was Eleanor's mother who died in childbirth and watched over her daughter from the spirit world. When she couldn't save Eleanor from death, she remained to protect her spirit. Arthur wasn't sure what to make of such claims, but after what he'd witnessed in the past, he was less inclined to dismiss them outright. So her ghost wanders because she doesn't know she was betrayed. Still waiting for a man who never meant to come back? That's the common belief, Samuel confirmed. She appears most often to travelers in emotional turmoil, those suffering loss or betrayal themselves, as if grief calls to grief across the divide. Arthur shifted uncomfortably, aware that the old man's penetrating gaze seemed to see more than he wished to reveal. His own history of love and loss wasn't something he discussed, especially not with strangers in saloons. Interesting tale, he said, deliberately casual, but I'm more concerned with finding Jackson Slater than chasing ghost stories. Samuel didn't seem offended by the change of subject. Of course, though I wonder... He hesitated, studying Arthur with renewed interest. There's something I've been researching, a theory about the bride. If you're still in town tomorrow evening, I'd appreciate your assistance with a small experiment. Nothing dangerous, simply a visit to the pass at dusk. Arthur's immediate instinct was to refuse. He had a bounty to track, money to earn, and Dutch would be expecting his return to camp within the week. Ghost hunting with an eccentric old man wasn't part of his plans. Yet something about the encounter in the canyon had affected him deeply, had touched something buried within his own history of regret and loss. Before he could properly consider the implications, he found himself nodding. All right, Mr. Watts. I'll hear you out tomorrow, but I make no promises beyond that. Samuel's weathered face broke into a genuine smile. Excellent. Meet me here at 4 o'clock, and, Mr. Morgan... He fixed Arthur with a meaningful look. Consider what message you might have for someone trapped by false hope. What truth would set your own heart free if you were in her position? With that enigmatic question hanging between them, the old man rose from the table with surprising agility and departed the saloon, leaving Arthur to consider what exactly he had agreed to, and why the fate of a woman dead for over 40 years should matter so much to either of them. Morning in Coyote Springs brought clarity and purpose back to Arthur's thoughts. The previous night's conversation with Samuel Watts seemed less significant in the harsh light of day. The ghost bride, more likely a trick of twilight shadows and an overactive imagination fueled by local legends. He spent the early hours at the sheriff's office, confirming that Jackson Slater had indeed passed through the settlement 3 days prior, heading northwest toward the mountains. The information was useful but frustrating. It meant more travel, more time away from camp, more explaining to do when he finally returned to Dutch and the others. After arranging for supplies at the general store, Arthur found himself with hours to spare before his arranged meeting with Samuel. Despite his skepticism about ghosts and hauntings in the daylight hours, he was reluctantly curious about the old man's experiment. Enough, at least, to delay his pursuit of Slater for one more day. He used the time to explore the small settlement, sketching its modest structures and occasional residents in his journal, adding brief observations in his cramped handwriting. When the afternoon heat became oppressive, he sought shelter in the dusty cactus, nursing a beer while catching fragments of local conversation. Arthur looked up to find Samuel Watt standing beside his table, dressed in the same practical attire as the previous evening, but now carrying a worn leather satchel over one shoulder. The old man's eyes held an eager gleam that suggested he'd spent the day in productive preparation. "Right on time," Arthur observed, draining the last of his beer and rising from his seat. "So, what's this experiment you're so fired up about?" Samoni gestured toward the saloon doors. "Walk with me. I'll explain as we go." Outside, the late afternoon sun had lost some of its intensity, casting longer shadows across the settlement's single dusty street. They walked toward the edge of town, where the rutted road began its winding journey into Coyote Pass. "I've documented over 60 sightings of the bride," Samuel began once they were beyond the immediate vicinity of the saloon. "Patterns emerge when you study such phenomena systematically. She appears almost exclusively at dusk, always in the same section of the pass, and nearly always to travelers experiencing emotional distress of some kind." "I wasn't in distress," Arthur objected. Samuel gave him a sidelong glance that suggested he thought otherwise, but was too polite to contradict directly. "Perhaps not overtly, but you saw her, spoke to her, and most importantly, she responded to you, however subtle that response might have been. That makes you unique among witnesses." They continued walking, the road gradually narrowing as canyon walls began to rise on either side. Arthur noted how the afternoon light created angular patterns across the rock faces, natural beauty that contrasted sharply with the melancholy tale associated with this place. "My theory," Samuel continued, "is that Eleanor's spirit remains because she never learned the truth. Her last mortal thoughts were concern for her fiancé, belief in his love, determination to find him. If someone could tell her what really happened, that she wasn't abandoned through misfortune but betrayal, perhaps she might find peace." Arthur glanced at the old man skeptically. "You want to explain to a ghost that her fiancé was a lying bastard? How exactly is that supposed to bring peace?" "Sometimes truth, however painful, is more freeing than hopeful delusion," Samuel replied seriously. "Eleanor's spirit continues reaching out, waiting for a man who will never come. That's the cruelest kind of limbo, eternal expectation without possibility of fulfillment." They had reached a section of the pass where the trail curved sharply around a massive boulder, the same location, Arthur realized, where he had encountered the bride the previous evening. Samuel set down his satchel and began removing its contents. A folded white cloth, a small wooden box, and a leather-bound book that appeared to be a Bible. "These belong to Eleanor," he explained, carefully unfolding the cloth to reveal a delicate lace handkerchief embroidered with the initials EB. The handkerchief was a gift from her mother before she died. The box contains letters from Thomas during their courtship. And this, he held up the Bible, was to be their wedding gift from the preacher. How did you get these? Arthur asked, surprised. Eleanor's father kept them until his death. Afterward, they passed through various hands. I've spent years tracking down items connected to her history. Samavel arranged the objects carefully on a flat rock beside the trail. Physical connections to her mortal life may help strengthen her manifestation. Arthur watched these preparations with a mixture of skepticism and reluctant curiosity. Part of him still believed this entire endeavor was foolishness, the well-intentioned but misguided obsession of a lonely old man. Yet his encounter the previous night had been real enough, had touched something genuine within him. "And what am I supposed to do in this scenario?" he asked, as Samuel completed his arrangement of the personal items. "You're the conduit," Samuel said simply. "For whatever reason she responded to you, perhaps because you understand something about waiting for those who won't return, about promises broken by circumstance or choice." Arthur stiffened slightly. "You don't know anything about me. I know grief when I see it, Mr. Morgan. I know the weight of regret and the shadow of loss. I've spent my life documenting the stories of heartbreak in this region, not just Eleanor's, but dozens of others. Human sorrow has its own language, and you speak it fluently, whether you acknowledge it or not." The directness of this assessment left Arthur momentarily speechless. He was saved from formulating a response by Samuel's continued instructions. "When she appears, if she appears, speak to her as you did before. Tell her about Thomas, about his choice to abandon her for another woman. Tell her that her death wasn't in vain, but was an act of profound love and loyalty, even if that love was betrayed." Arthur shook his head doubtfully. "And you think that will set her free, learning she died for a man who didn't deserve her devotion?" "I think truth has power," Samuel replied. "And I think you, specifically, might be able to help her understand that some betrayals aren't worth an eternity of waiting." He paused, studying Arthur intently. "Perhaps in helping her find peace, you might find some measure of it yourself." Arthur turned away, uncomfortable with the suggestion that he needed any such thing. He focused instead on the deepening shadows as the sun sank lower behind the canyon walls, bringing the transition from day to twilight that supposedly facilitated the bride's appearance. They waited in silence as the quality of light changed around them, the air cooling rapidly as it often did in desert regions. Arthur found himself growing increasingly tense, eyes scanning the trail ahead for any sign of movement, ears attuned to the slightest sound that might presage a spectral manifestation. "This is ridiculous," he muttered after 20 minutes had passed without incident. "Ghosts don't appear on command, and they certainly don't." He stopped abruptly as a familiar howl echoed through the canyon, mournful and penetrating, raising goosebumps along his arms despite the relative warmth of the evening. Samuel straightened beside him, eyes widening with anticipation. "She's coming," the old man whispered. "Remember what I told you?" Arthur's mouth went dry as a figure appeared around the bend ahead. The same white-clad bride he'd encountered the previous evening, her form more substantial than he remembered, the details of her wedding dress clearly visible in the fading light. The veil still obscured her face, but her posture conveyed the same profound longing, arms extended slightly, as if perpetually ready to embrace a returning lover. Arthur prepared a basic meal of beans and jerky, handing a portion to Slater before settling across the fire from him. They ate in silence for a time, the crackling of the flames and distant cry of a hunting owl, the only sounds disturbing the gathering darkness. "How'd you do it?" Slater asked eventually, setting aside his empty plate. Help the ghost, I mean, if you don't mind my asking. Arthur considered deflecting the question, but found himself strangely willing to discuss the experience, perhaps because it still felt unresolved in his own mind, still carried meanings he hadn't fully processed. Told her the truth, he said simply, that the man she'd been waiting for had already betrayed her, abandoned her for another woman, that her death wasn't a tragic accident, but the result of misplaced faith in someone who didn't deserve it. Slater nodded thoughtfully. Must have been hard to hear, even for a ghost. Learning you died for nothing. Not nothing, Arthur corrected, remembering Samuel's words. Her loyalty, her devotion, those were real even if they were given to someone unworthy. That's what freed her in the end, I think. Understanding that her virtues weren't diminished by his betrayal. Wise perspective, Slater observed, though cold comfort when you're facing the consequences of another's deception. Arthur studied him across the fire, noting the controlled resignation in the man's posture. If Slater was playing a role, he was doing it convincingly, maintaining the dignified bearing of someone suffering injustice, rather than fleeing deserved punishment. If your story's true, Arthur said after a moment, why not stay and fight it? Why run and make yourself look guilty? A bitter smile crossed Slater's features. You ever seen what happens when money and power decide someone's guilty? The manager who planned that robbery is cousin to the mayor of Armadillo. The teller who helped him was conveniently silenced. And me? He gestured to himself with his cuffed hands. Drifter with no connections. Perfect scapegoat. They gave me a choice. Hang for murder and robbery or disappear. I chose to live. The explanation had a ring of plausibility to it that Arthur couldn't easily dismiss. He'd witnessed enough corruption in his travels to know that justice often bent toward those with influence rather than those with innocence. We'll see what Sheriff Davis has to say, he replied non-committally. Get some sleep. Long ride tomorrow. The sheriff in Tumbleweed proved to be a lean, weathered man in his 50s with shrewd eyes that evaluated the newcomers with professional assessment. His deputy, a younger man with an unfortunate attempt at a mustache, stood as they entered, hand moving instinctively toward his holstered revolver. Sheriff Davis, Arthur began. Name's Arthur Morgan. I've brought in Jackson Slater on the Armadillo bank robbery warrant. He's requested to be delivered here rather than there, says you know him. Davis's gaze shifted to Slater, recognition and something like concern flickering across his features. Jackson, been looking for you since I heard about that mess in Armadillo. He gestured toward a chair. Sit down, son. You look like you've been through hell. The familiarity of the greeting confirmed at least part of Slater's story. The sheriff clearly knew him, and not merely as a wanted criminal. Deputy, fetch some coffee, Davis instructed before turning his attention back to Arthur. You're a bounty hunter, I take it? Don't recall seeing you in these parts before. Just following the warrant, Arthur replied neutrally, watching the interaction between sheriff and prisoner with careful attention. Slater claims he's innocent, that bringing him here instead of Armadillo gives him a chance at fair treatment. Davis nodded slowly, studying Slater with an expression that mingled concern with professional assessment. Known Jackson here for several years. Worked security for mining operations, stage companies. Got a solid reputation for honesty. His gaze sharpened, which is why that Armadillo business never sat right with me. The deputy returned with mugs of coffee, distributing them before settling behind his desk with undisguised curiosity about the proceedings. Davis took a long sip before continuing. Got a telegram from Sheriff Collins about the robbery. Details were muddy from the start. 5,000 missing, one teller dead, multiple witness accounts that contradicted each other. He fixed Slater with a direct look. Want to tell me your version now that you're here? Slater recounted the same story he'd told Arthur, his role with Harding Mining Company, the inside information about the planned robbery, his attempt to prevent it, that ended with him wounded and framed. Throughout the telling, Davis listened with the practiced neutrality of a man who'd heard many tales, both true and false, in his years wearing a badge. "The bank manager," Davis said when Slater finished. "Martin Edwards. He's the mayor's cousin, correct?" Slater nodded. "And the mastermind behind the whole thing. Used the teller to help with access, then silenced him afterward. I was just the convenient outsider who could take the blame." Davis leaned back in his chair, considering. "That matches some information I've received since the incident. Had a letter from a Pinkerton agent investigating bank robberies across the territory. He noted similarities between the Armadillo job and two others, where Edwards briefly served as a consultant to the targeted banks." Arthur watched this exchange with growing interest. If true, Slater's situation paralleled Eleanor's in ways he hadn't fully appreciated. Another victim of betrayal and deception, though still living and with a chance to change his fate. "What happens now?" Arthur asked, drawn into the proceedings despite his usual practice of collecting payment and departing swiftly. Davis scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Officially, there's still a warrant for Jackson's arrest. I'm obligated to hold him." He stood, moving to a filing cabinet where he retrieved papers and a ring of keys. "Unofficially, I believe there's more to this story that deserves investigation before he faces a judge who might be influenced by Armadillo politics." He sorted through the keys, selecting one which he used to unlock a drawer in his desk. "The bounty's still valid regardless of where he's delivered." Davis counted out notes and coins, pushing them across the desk toward Arthur. $500, as advertised. You've done your job, Mr. Morgan." Arthur hesitated, looking from the money to Slater, whose expression remained carefully neutral despite the stakes of the conversation. After a moment, Arthur collected the payment, tucking it into his satchel. "And Slater?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his usual detachment. "Will be held in my custody while I communicate with the Territorial Marshal's office," Davis replied. "If his claims have merit, and I suspect they do, there'll be a proper investigation into Edwards and his connections." He offered a thin smile. "Justice moves slowly sometimes, but it does move." Slater extended his hand toward Arthur. "Thank you for listening, for bringing me here instead of Armadillo. Not many would have." Arthur shook the offered hand after a brief hesitation. "Hope it works out how you say." He nodded toward Davis. "Sheriff." Outside the office, Arthur paused on the weathered boardwalk, considering his options. The bounty was collected, his official business concluded. By rights, he should begin the journey back to camp, where Dutch and the others would be expecting his return with the funds that would help sustain their itinerant community. Yet something about the encounter in the canyon had affected him deeply, had touched something buried within his own history of regret and loss. Before he could properly consider the implications, he found himself wandering toward the town's modest saloon, a desire for reflection overcoming his usual efficiency. The establishment was nearly empty at this hour, just a bartender polishing glasses and a single patron dozing at a corner table. Arthur ordered whiskey and settled at a quiet table, removed from the window where afternoon sunlight streamed in bands across the worn floorboards. The bounty money weighed in his satchel like something alive. Payment for a job completed, yet one whose conclusion felt unfinished somehow. He sipped his drink slowly, thoughts turning to Eleanor Blackwood. He reached into his vest pocket, extracting her delicate handkerchief to study it in the muted light. The initials EB were still clearly visible in the corner, fine stitching that had survived decades, while its owner had not. "Pretty thing." The voice startled Arthur from his contemplation. He looked up to find an elderly woman regarding him from a nearby table, a wizened figure with intelligent eyes that belied her advanced years. "Belong to someone special?" Arthur considered deflecting the inquiry, but found himself responding with unexpected honesty. "Someone I helped recently, though she's been gone a long time." The woman nodded as if this made perfect sense. Some presences linger long after the person has departed, especially those with unfinished business. She studied him with surprising acuity. "You've got that look about you, someone who's walked between worlds recently." The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. Arthur tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket, uneasy with the woman's insights. "Don't know what you mean." She smiled, creases deepening around eyes that had witnessed decades of human experiences. No offense meant, just an old woman who notices things. The veil between worlds thins in certain places, Coyote Pass being one of them. Those who've crossed between carry a certain awareness afterward. Temporary, usually, but unmistakable to those who know what to look for. Arthur stiffened at the mention of Coyote Pass. "You know about the bride. Most old-timers in these parts do," she confirmed. "I knew Eleanor when I was just a girl. Beautiful, kind-hearted woman. Her death was a tragedy that stained the whole territory." She studied Arthur with renewed interest. "You helped her somehow, didn't you? That's why you carry her handkerchief." Normally, Arthur would have dismissed such conversation as nonsense or superstition, but after what he'd witnessed in the canyon, his usual skepticism felt hollow. "She needed to know the truth," he said simply, "that the man she waited for had already betrayed her, that her faith was misplaced." The woman nodded slowly. "Truth can hurt and heal in equal measure. Some spirits linger because they cling to comforting lies rather than face painful reality." Her gaze grew distant, reflective, not unlike the living in that regard. The parallel to his own thoughts was striking. Arthur finished his whiskey, unsettled by the conversation, yet strangely reluctant to end it. "You speak like you've had experience with such things. When you live as long as I have in places where the boundaries are thin, you learn to recognize the patterns," she replied. "The dead aren't so different from the living. Both can be trapped by false hopes, by loyalties to those who don't deserve them, by promises that should be broken for their own freedom." The words echoed Samuel Watts's observations so closely that Arthur found himself wondering if the two had discussed their philosophies, or if such insights simply became obvious to those who lived long enough in proximity to life's transitions. "Like your bounty," the woman continued with a knowing smile. "The one Sheriff Davis is holding. A man falsely accused, betrayed by those he trusted, nearly destroyed by lies until someone chose to see beyond the convenient story." Arthur's wariness returned sharply. "How do you know about that?" She chuckled softly. "Small town. News travels faster than dust in a whirlwind." She gestured toward his empty glass. "But I didn't mean to intrude on your contemplations. Just thought it interesting. A man who freed a spirit trapped by lies, now helping a living soul in similar straits. Patterns repeating themselves, as they tend to do." Before Arthur could respond, she rose with surprising agility for one of her years. "Safe travels, wherever you're headed next. And remember, recognition is the first step toward change." for spirits and men alike. With a slight nod, she departed, leaving Arthur alone with thoughts more unsettled than before. He considered ordering another whiskey, but decided against it. The day was wearing on, and he needed to begin the journey back to camp if he hoped to make decent progress before nightfall. Rising from the table, he left payment for his drink and stepped outside into the harsh desert sunlight. Athena waited patiently at the hitching post where he'd left her. As Arthur checked her tack and prepared for departure, he found his gaze drawn repeatedly toward the sheriff's office. Slater was in good hands with Davis, he reassured himself. The system would work as it should, or it wouldn't. Either way, Arthur had fulfilled his part by bringing in his bounty. Yet something felt incomplete, a loose thread in a pattern he was only beginning to discern. Eleanor had found peace through truth after decades of waiting. Slater might find justice through a similar revealing of reality if Davis's investigations proved fruitful. What about Arthur himself? What truths might be waiting for his recognition? What chains might be broken by honest acknowledgement of realities he'd long avoided facing? He mounted Athena with practiced ease, directing her toward the trail that would eventually lead back to camp. The afternoon sun cast his shadow long ahead of him, a silhouette stretching toward a future still unclear, despite years of following the same path. As tumbleweed receded behind him, Arthur found his thoughts settling into unusual clarity. Perhaps it wasn't mere coincidence that had led him to encounter Eleanor's spirit, to hear Slater's story and choose a different destination than originally planned. Perhaps these experiences were connected by something deeper than chance, waypoints on a journey of recognition he had been avoiding for longer than he cared to admit. Dutch's grand vision of freedom and justice had long been Arthur's guiding star, his reason for enduring the outlaw life with its violence and transience. But increasingly, that vision seemed to blur at the edges, to shift in ways that left Arthur questioning its fundamental premise. Were they truly fighting for something noble, or merely surviving by whatever means necessary, while dressing their actions in idealistic language? He'd never voiced these doubts aloud, had barely acknowledged them even to himself. Loyalty to Dutch, to the gang, had been the cornerstone of his existence for too long to challenge easily. Yet Eleanor's story had shown the potential cost of unquestioning faith, of loyalty maintained past the point where evidence suggested it was misplaced. The handkerchief in his pocket seemed to carry new significance, not merely a memento of a strange encounter, but a reminder that freedom sometimes required painful recognition of truths long avoided. That chains could be broken when one finally acknowledged their existence. Perhaps, Arthur thought as he rode steadily westward, the most important ghost he'd encountered wasn't Eleanor at all, but the spectre of the idealistic young man he'd once been, a ghost still waiting for promises that would never be fulfilled, for a noble outcome to a path that increasingly led only to more violence and disillusionment. Night found him camped beside a small stream, Athena grazing nearby while he stared into a modest fire. He'd made good progress, covering nearly 20 miles before darkness necessitated stopping. Another day and a half would see him back at camp, back to the familiar rhythm of gang life, back to Dutch's grand plans and Micah's needling, and the endless cycle of scores and escapes and temporary refuges. Yet something had shifted within him, a perspective altered by his experiences since leaving camp on what should have been a routine bounty hunt. The fire's flames danced before his eyes, conjuring images of Eleanor in her wedding dress, of Slater in Sheriff Davis's office, of patterns repeating across the boundaries between living and dead. Arthur extracted his journal from his satchel, turning to a fresh page by the fire's flickering light. For several moments, he stared at the blank paper, pencil hovering uncertainly before finally beginning to write. Delivered Slater to Tumbleweed today. Man might actually be innocent of the crimes he's wanted for, victim of betrayal and circumstance rather than an outlaw by choice. Sheriff Davis seems inclined to investigate further before judgment is passed. Collected the bounty either way, though somehow it doesn't feel quite as satisfying as usual. Keep thinking about Eleanor, the ghost bride at Coyote Pass. How she spent 40 years waiting for a man who'd already betrayed her, trapped by faith in promises that were broken before her death. Samuel Watts said truth was what finally set her free, painful as it was to accept. Makes me wonder what truths I might be avoiding. What promises I keep believing despite evidence to the contrary. Dutch talks about freedom, about fighting the system that oppresses common folk, about building something better than what we're running from. Used to believe in that vision without question. Now, he paused, the pencil hovering above the page as he struggled to articulate thoughts long suppressed. Now I'm not so certain. Each job seems to bring us no closer to that promised land Dutch describes so eloquently. Just more running, more violence, more innocent folk caught in the crossfire of our supposed noble crusade. Beginning to wonder if we're fighting the system, or just adding to its cruelty in our own way. Eleanor lost 40 years to a lie she never questioned. How much time have I lost to similar blind faith? And how much more can I afford to lose before I end up another ghost, trapped by loyalties that should have been examined more carefully? Arthur closed the journal, tucking it away before stoking the fire for the night. Questions without clear answers circled in his mind as he settled onto his bedroll, stars wheeling overhead in their ancient, indifferent patterns. Tomorrow would bring another day of travel, another step closer to rejoining the gang and the life he'd long accepted as his destiny. But something had awakened within Arthur Morgan, a questioning that couldn't easily be silenced, a recognition that some chains were of one's own making, maintained by choice rather than necessity. As sleep claimed him, Arthur's last conscious thought was of Eleanor and her mother walking hand in hand into darkness, freed at last from bonds that had held them far too long. Perhaps someday he might find similar release from the invisible chains he was only now beginning to acknowledge, might find the courage to seek a different path when the moment for decision finally arrived. For now, that recognition would have to be enough, the first tentative step toward a freedom he'd long claimed to seek but had never truly understood until a ghostly bride had shown him the true meaning of liberation. The camp was exactly as Arthur had left it nearly 2 weeks earlier, tents and wagons arranged in the familiar pattern that had become home, at least temporarily, for Dutch Vanderlin's increasingly notorious gang. As he approached through late afternoon shadows, Arthur noted the usual activities. Pearson working at his butcher table, Miss Grimshaw directing camp chores with her customary efficiency, John and Charles engaged in conversation near the coffee pot. Dutch emerged from his tent as Arthur dismounted, his charismatic presence immediately drawing attention. "Arthur, beginning to think you'd gotten lost out there, son." He approached with open arms, clapping Arthur on the shoulder with genuine warmth. "Successful venture, I hope?" "Successful enough," Arthur confirmed, retrieving the bounty money from his satchel and handing it to Dutch. 500 for Slater, as promised. Dutch counted the money with practiced efficiency before tucking it into his vest pocket. "Excellent work. Every contribution brings us closer to our goal." His perceptive gaze studied Arthur's expression. "Though you seem preoccupied. Trouble with the bounty? Arthur hesitated, unexpectedly reluctant to share his experiences. How could he explain Eleanor's ghost, or the strange parallels he'd found in Slater's situation, or the questions these encounters had awakened regarding his own path? Nothing serious, he replied finally, just took longer than expected to track him down. Dutch seemed to accept this explanation, though his eyes retained a hint of curiosity. Well, you're back now, and that's what matters. We've been planning something significant. Train carrying payroll for the mining operations up north. Micah brought the information. His voice lowered conspiratorially. Could be our biggest score yet. Arthur nodded, falling automatically into the familiar pattern of gang business. Sounds promising. Let me get Athena settled, then you can fill me in on the details. As Dutch moved away to speak with Hosea, Arthur led his horse toward the hitching posts, aware of a strange sense of displacement, as if he were observing his return from outside himself. The camp was unchanged, the gang members engaged in their usual activities, Dutch already planning the next score. Yet Arthur felt profoundly different, altered in ways he couldn't fully articulate even to himself. While tending to Athena, he found his hand moving unconsciously to his vest pocket, fingers brushing against Eleanor's handkerchief. The delicate fabric seemed to connect two worlds, the supernatural encounter in Coyote Pass and his everyday reality here among the living. A bridge between what was and what might be, if he found the courage to cross it. "You okay, Arthur?" John Marston's voice interrupted his thoughts. The younger outlaw approached with his characteristic slouching gait, cigarette dangling from his lips. "Look like you've seen a ghost." The irony of the observation nearly made Arthur laugh. "Something like that," he admitted. "Been an interesting couple of weeks." John studied him with surprising perception. "Dutch is excited about this train job. Says it's going to set us up properly, maybe let us head west, finally." He hesitated, lowering his voice. "Between us, you think that's still the plan? Actually settling somewhere? Or just more of the same?" The question echoed Arthur's own recent doubts with uncomfortable precision. He glanced toward Dutch's tent, where the gang leader was engaged in animated conversation with Hosea and Micah, hands gesturing to emphasize whatever point he was making. "Don't know any more," Arthur admitted quietly. "Used to be clear. Now..." He shrugged, unable to articulate the full extent of his uncertainty. John nodded slowly, understanding reflected in his scarred face. "Yeah, me too." He took a final drag from his cigarette before dropping it and crushing it under his boot. "Abigail keeps talking about getting out, finding something stable for Jack's sake. Used to think she was being unrealistic." "And now?" Arthur prompted when John fell silent. "Now I wonder if she might be the only one seeing clearly." John met Arthur's gaze directly. "This life, it's got an expiration date, Arthur. Sooner we admit that, better chance we have of not being around when it arrives." Before Arthur could respond, Micah's voice called across the camp. "Morgan, good to see you back. Dutch wants to go over the train plan. You're a key part of it, naturally." The blonde outlaw's smile never reached his eyes as he gestured toward Dutch's tent. John gave Arthur a meaningful look before moving away. "Think about it," he murmured. As Arthur approached Dutch's tent, he found himself acutely aware of standing at a crossroads. One path leading deeper into the outlaw life that had defined him for so long, the other toward a future he could barely imagine, but which had begun to take nebulous form since his encounter with Eleanor's spirit. For now he would listen to Dutch plans, would play his assigned role in the coming job. But Eleanor's handkerchief rested against his chest like a talisman, a reminder that some chains could be broken, some patterns disrupted, some spirits freed when truth was finally acknowledged. Perhaps someday soon Arthur Morgan would find the courage to apply that lesson to his own life, to recognize that loyalty, however admirable, became a trap when given to those who no longer deserved it, that freedom sometimes meant walking away from familiar paths toward uncertain horizons, that the most important promises to keep were those made to oneself, about the kind of man one truly wished to be. For now, that recognition would have to be enough. The first fragile seed of change planted by a ghostly bride whose own liberation had somehow illuminated the possibility of his own. Time would tell whether that seed would flourish or wither, whether Arthur would find the strength to break his own chains when the crucial moment arrived. But as he ducked into Dutch's tent to discuss the upcoming train robbery, Arthur Morgan carried with him something he hadn't possessed before his journey to Coyote Pass, a glimpse of possibility, a glimmer of alternative futures, and the dawning awareness that sometimes the most important truths were those we finally admitted to ourselves. In his vest pocket, Eleanor Blackwood's handkerchief remained, a gossamer connection between worlds, a delicate reminder that freedom came in many forms, and that sometimes the most powerful liberation began with simply seeing the chains that had been invisible for far too long. And so the tale of Eleanor Blackwood and her spectral vigil in Coyote Pass came to its end. Arthur Morgan's encounter with the ghostly bride had changed something within him, planted seeds of recognition about the chains that bind us, sometimes of our own making. As the embers of our story fade, let us turn our attention to another whispered legend from the frontiers of the West. From a lovelorn bride to a treasure coveted by many, our journey continues with a tale of ambition, greed, and supernatural consequence. In the shadow of jagged mountains where desperate men sought fortune in the unforgiving earth, there exists a story passed between prospectors in hushed tones around midnight campfires, a warning wrapped in gold dust and tragedy. Beside her, the silver-grey coyote sat on its haunches, amber eyes fixed on Arthur with that same unsettling intelligence. It made no aggressive move, but Arthur felt the weight of its assessment nonetheless. "Eleanor Blackwood," Samuel called, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "We've brought something for you." The bride made no response, no indication that she'd heard him at all. Samuel glanced at Arthur expectantly, a silent encouragement to take over the interaction. Arthur cleared his throat, feeling foolish yet compelled to proceed. "Miss Blackwood," he began awkwardly, "we know what happened to you. Know about Thomas and why he never came." The air around them seemed to still, the persistent canyon breeze momentarily ceasing as it had during their previous encounter. The bride remained motionless, but Arthur sensed a shift in her attention, a focusing of energy in his direction. Encouraged by this subtle response, he continued more confidently. "Thomas Hayes didn't die or get delayed. He left willingly, abandoned you for another woman back east. A former sweetheart who'd been widowed." The coyote rose suddenly, a low growl emanating from its throat. The sound wasn't threatening so much as pained, a vocalization of distress that seemed to reflect something the bride herself couldn't express. "I'm sorry," Arthur said, genuine compassion entering his voice. "You deserved better than that, better than dying alone in this pass, still believing in someone who'd already betrayed you." A tremor passed through the bride's form, not quite movement, but a disruption of her usual stillness. The edges of her white dress seemed to blur slightly, as if her very substance was becoming less stable. "Your father searched for days to find you," Samuel added softly. "The whole town mourned. Thomas never returned, never acknowledged what his lies cost you." The bride's arms slowly lowered to her sides, a deviation from her usual pose that caused both men to exchange glances of surprised hope. The coyote moved closer to her, pressing against the folds of her dress in what appeared to be a protective or comforting gesture. "You don't need to wait anymore," Arthur continued, the words coming more naturally now. "Whatever you felt for him, whatever promises were made, he broke them first. Your loyalty was real, but it was given to someone who didn't deserve it." The bride raised her hands to her veil and with deliberate slowness lifted it away from her face. Arthur found himself holding his breath as her features were revealed. A young woman of perhaps 20, with delicate features and eyes that held a depth of sorrow beyond mortal experience. She was beautiful in a fragile way, her expression a complex mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension. For the first time she spoke, her voice a whisper that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "Left me? Willingly?" The simple question carried decades of suspended grief, of faith maintained beyond death itself. Arthur found himself unexpectedly moved by the vulnerability in those few words. "Yes," he confirmed gently. "He chose another and left without facing you. Your death wasn't from waiting too long or searching too far. It was his cowardice that put you on this path that night." The bride's form flickered like a candle flame in wind, her outline becoming momentarily transparent before solidifying again. Her expression shifted from confusion to something harder, a flash of anger quickly subsumed by profound sadness. "All this time," she whispered, "all these years waiting." The coyote pressed closer against her, and she placed a pale hand on its head in an automatic gesture of comfort. Arthur noticed how the animal's form seemed similarly unstable now, its edges blurring into the gathering darkness. "You showed remarkable faith and loyalty," Samuel said, his voice thick with emotion. "Those qualities weren't wasted, even if they were given to someone unworthy. Your devotion speaks to your character, not his." The bride's gaze shifted between them, something changing in her expression, a softening, a release of tension held for decades. She looked down at the items Samuel had arranged on the rock, particularly the small wooden box containing Thomas's letters. "May I?" Arthur asked, gesturing toward the box. When Samuel nodded, he picked it up and approached the bride cautiously, extending it toward her. These were his promises to you, false promises that don't deserve to be preserved. The bride reached out with a trembling hand, her fingers passing through the solid wood of the box in a ripple of spectral energy. Though she couldn't physically touch the object, recognition flashed in her eyes, memory connecting across the divide between life and death. "Would you like us to destroy them?" Arthur asked softly. "End his lies properly?" The bride looked up at him, a single tear tracking down her translucent cheek before evaporating into mist. Slowly, deliberately, she nodded. Arthur returned to where Samuel stood and opened the box, revealing a bundle of yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon. He removed them and extracted matches from his pocket, striking one against the rock and holding the flame to the corner of the bundle. The paper caught quickly, flames consuming the written promises and declarations that had proven worthless. Arthur placed the burning letters on the flat rock, allowing them to burn completely, while the bride watched with an expression of growing peace. As the last letter crumbled to ash, a change came over Eleanor's form. The edges of her white dress began to glow with soft golden light that gradually spread throughout her entire appearance. The coyote beside her underwent a similar transformation, its silver coat illuminated from within. "Thank you," Eleanor whispered, her voice stronger now, more present. "For the truth, for ending the wait." She turned toward the coyote, kneeling gracefully to embrace the animal. As their forms met, a remarkable transformation occurred. The coyote's shape blurred and expanded, resolving into the translucent figure of a woman in simple frontier dress, her features an older version of Eleanor's own. "Mother," Eleanor said with simple joy, the word carrying decades of longing. The two spectral women embraced, their glowing forms merging slightly at the edges. When they separated, both turned toward Arthur and Samuel with expressions of profound gratitude. "Rest well, Miss Blackwood," Arthur said, tipping his hat slightly. "You've waited long enough." Eleanor smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her face from beautiful to radiant. "Your heart speaks truth, even when your mind doubts," she said softly. "There is freedom in accepting what cannot be changed." The two spectral figures began to fade, their luminous forms growing increasingly transparent as they turned away from the living men. Hand in hand, mother and daughter walked slowly down the path, their glow diminishing with each step until they vanished entirely around a bend in the canyon. In their wake, a profound silence settled over Coyote Pass, not the tense, expectant quiet of before, but a peaceful stillness that suggested completion. The evening air felt lighter somehow, clearer, as if a storm had passed, leaving freshness in its wake. Samuel released a long breath, his weathered face illuminated with wonder and satisfaction. "Remarkable," he whispered almost to himself. "After all these years." Arthur stood motionless, strangely affected by what he'd witnessed. The burning of the letters had felt significant beyond the simple act itself. A symbolic severance of false promises, a release from obligations built on deception. Something about it resonated deeply within his own experience, though he couldn't have articulated exactly why. "Do you think she's truly gone?" he asked finally, his voice sounding unusually loud in the stillness of the canyon. "Found peace, or whatever it is spirits are looking for?" Samuel nodded, bending carefully to gather the handkerchief and Bible from the rock. "I believe so. The legends say the coyote bride appears to those suffering from grief or betrayal, searching for someone who never returned. No one ever told her the truth before, that there was no point in waiting, that her loyalty was given to someone who'd abandoned her." He carefully tucked the items back into his satchel, leaving only the pile of ashes where the letters had burned. The truth set her free, as it often does, and it seems she wasn't alone after all. Her mother's spirit had been watching over her all this time, just as the Navajo stories claimed. Arthur stared at the spot where Eleanor and her mother had vanished, trying to process everything he'd witnessed. He wasn't a superstitious man by nature, but there was no denying the reality of what had just occurred. No trick of light or shadow could explain the interaction they'd just experienced. "We should head back," Samuel suggested gently. "Night falls quickly in the canyon, and the trail gets treacherous in full darkness." They walked in companionable silence for a time, each lost in his own thoughts as they made their way back toward Coyote Springs. The first stars had appeared above the canyon walls, brilliant pinpoints in the deepening purple of the evening sky. "May I ask you something, Mr. Morgan?" Samuel said eventually, his tone careful. "Something personal?" Arthur's instinct was to refuse, to maintain the barriers he'd built around his private sorrows, but the events in the canyon had shifted something within him. creating a momentary openness he rarely permitted himself. "Go ahead," he replied, his voice gruff, "though I don't promise to answer." Samuel nodded, respecting the boundary. "When you spoke to Eleanor about broken promises and waiting for someone who wouldn't return, those words carried the weight of personal experience. Who were you really speaking to back there? Whose ghost haunts you?" The question hung between them, direct yet not unkind. Arthur remained silent for several long moments, considering how much, if anything, to reveal to this perceptive stranger. "Been a few," he admitted finally. "Made my share of promises I couldn't keep. Had some made to me that didn't hold either." He paused, Mary's face rising unbidden in his thoughts. "One woman in particular might have had a different life if I'd been a different kind of man, better kind. And you carry that regret," Samuel observed. "Wonder about the path not taken." Arthur shrugged, uncomfortable with how accurately the old man had read him. "Don't we all? Life's full of crossroads. Can't take every path." "True enough," Samuel agreed. "But there's a difference between acknowledging roads not taken and being haunted by them. Eleanor spent decades trapped in a moment of betrayal she never even recognized, waiting for resolution that couldn't come without truth." He glanced at Arthur. "Sometimes, I think the living can be similarly trapped." The observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Arthur had spent years dwelling on his failures with Mary, with Eliza and Isaac, with the idealistic young man he'd once been, before Dutch's influence had channeled his anger into a life of outlawry. Always looking backward, measuring himself against what might have been, rather than what could still be. "Maybe you're right," he conceded reluctantly, "though knowing you're trapped doesn't necessarily show you the way out." "No," Samuel agreed, "but recognizing the nature of the trap is the first step toward escape. Eleanor couldn't move on until she understood that her waiting was futile, that loyalty to a betrayer was a chain, not a virtue." They had reached the outskirts of the settlement, the warm lights of the dusty cactus glowing welcomingly against the gathering darkness. Samuel paused, turning to face Arthur directly. "Whatever promises bind you to your past, Mr. Morgan, whether made or broken, kept or abandoned, ask yourself if they still serve any purpose, or if, perhaps, some truths might need facing so you can finally move forward." With that gentle challenge hanging between them, the old man extended his hand. "Thank you for your help today. I've spent 30 years trying to understand Eleanor's story, to find some way to help her find peace. I couldn't have done it without you." Arthur shook the offered hand, finding himself genuinely moved by the man's sincerity. "Glad I could help. Though I'm still not entirely sure what I did." "You spoke truth with compassion," Samuel said simply. "Sometimes that's all any of us need, living or dead." He adjusted his satchel and nodded toward the saloon. "Can I buy you a drink before you head out tomorrow? A small celebration of sorts." Arthur considered the offer, then shook his head. "Appreciated, but I think I need some time to clear my head. Been quite a day." Samuel nodded understanding. "Of course." "Safe travels, Mr. Morgan. I hope you find what you're looking for, both your bounty and whatever else you might be searching for out there." They parted ways, Samuel heading toward the saloon, while Arthur turned toward the small boarding house where he'd taken a room. The encounter with Eleanor's spirit and the subsequent conversation with Samuel had left him thoughtful, introspective in a way he rarely permitted himself to be. In his rented room, Arthur lit the small lamp on the bedside table and settled on the edge of the narrow bed. Almost without conscious decision, he removed his journal from his satchel and opened to a blank page. pencil hovering momentarily before he began to write. Met a ghost today. Sounds like nonsense when I write it down, but it happened sure as I'm sitting here. A bride left waiting 40 years ago, still looking for the man who abandoned her. Helped an old desert hermit named Samuel Watts set her spirit free with the truth about her faithless fiancé. Strange thing is, speaking to her felt like speaking to myself in some ways. All those wasted years waiting for something that was never coming back. Loyalty given to those who don't deserve it. Promises that should have been broken sooner rather than maintained out of stubborn pride or fear of change. Made me think about Mary, about the life we might have had if I'd been willing to change when she asked me to. About Eliza and Isaac, gone to their graves while I was riding with the gang, choosing Dutch loyalty over my responsibility to them. About all the years spent following a dream that keeps shifting like desert sand, never quite becoming the noble vision Dutch painted for us. The ghost bride found peace when she finally learned the truth, that the man she'd died waiting for had already betrayed her, that her faith was misplaced. Makes me wonder what truths I might need to face about my own life, what chains I might need to break before they drag me down to where no living soul can reach. Arthur paused, surprised by the direction his thoughts had taken. He wasn't generally given to such philosophical musings, preferring action to introspection most days, yet something about the day's events had touched a deeper part of himself, had forced questions he usually kept buried beneath the immediate concerns of survival and loyalty to the gang. He closed the journal without finishing his entry, suddenly weary beyond simple physical tiredness. Tomorrow would bring a return to his pursuit of Jackson Slater, to the familiar rhythm of tracking and hunting that defined his role within Dutch's grand schemes. But something had shifted within him, a subtle realignment of perspective that he couldn't quite define, but could definitely feel. As he extinguished the lamp and lay back on the thin mattress, Arthur found himself thinking of Eleanor's face in that final moment, the peace that had transformed her features as she accepted the truth and let go of her decades-long weight. There had been freedom in that acceptance, a release from bonds that had held her spirit captive far longer than any mortal imprisonment could have done. Perhaps, he thought, as sleep began to claim him, there were similar truths waiting for him, uncomfortable recognitions that might nevertheless lead to a freedom he hadn't known was possible. The question was whether he'd have the courage to face them when the time came. 3 days of steady tracking led Arthur deep into the foothills of the mountains northwest of Coyote Springs. Jackson Slater had proven himself a capable woodsman, taking pains to obscure his trail and choosing difficult terrain that would discourage casual pursuit. But Arthur Morgan wasn't a casual pursuer. Years of hunting both animals and men had honed his tracking skills to a fine edge. Late in the afternoon of the 3rd day, Arthur spotted thin smoke rising above a stand of pines nestled in a small valley between rocky outcroppings. He dismounted at a distance, secured Athena to a sturdy tree, and proceeded on foot with the caution of a seasoned predator approaching potentially dangerous prey. The camp was crude but serviceable, a small fire, a bedroll beneath a simple lean-to constructed of pine branches, and a hobbled horse grazing nearby. Slater himself sat beside the fire, cleaning a repeater rifle with methodical care, his attention focused on the task rather than his surroundings. Arthur observed him from concealment for several minutes, assessing. The man matched the description on the wanted poster. Mid-30s, dark hair streaked with premature grey, a distinctive scar running from his left temple to his jaw. His posture suggested alertness despite his apparent absorption in his task, the slight tension in his shoulders betraying an awareness of his vulnerable position. Deciding on his approach, Arthur drew his revolver and emerged from cover with deliberate noise, alerting Slater to his presence rather than risking a startle response that might lead to unnecessary violence. "Jackson Slater," he called, keeping his weapon trained steadily on the man. "I'm bringing you in. Best not make this harder than it needs to be." Slater's hands stilled on the partially disassembled rifle, his body tensing but not yet moving toward either fight or flight. "You a lawman?" he asked, voice surprisingly calm given the circumstances. "Bounty hunter," Arthur corrected, maintaining his distance. $500 on your head for that bank job in Armadillo. Dead or alive, though alive pays better. A flicker of something, resignation perhaps, or simple weariness, crossed Slater's features. He carefully set aside the rifle parts, raising his hand slightly to demonstrate he wasn't reaching for a weapon. "Been running a long time," he said quietly, "figured it'd catch up eventually." The response wasn't what Arthur had expected. Most men in Slater's position fought, or begged, or tried to negotiate. This calm acceptance was unusual enough to make him slightly wary, suspecting a potential trick. "Stand up slowly," Arthur instructed. "Keep those hands where I can see them." Slater complied without protest, rising to his feet with deliberate movements that suggested no intention of resistance. Now that he was standing, Arthur could see he was thinner than his wanted poster suggested, his clothes hanging somewhat loosely on his frame. "You alone?" Slater asked, glancing briefly toward the surrounding forest. "Just me," Arthur confirmed, stepping cautiously closer. "Though plenty know where I've gone if I don't return. Don't get any ideas about adding to your troubles." Slater nodded, a humorless smile briefly touching his lips. "No more trouble. Had my fill." He gestured toward a saddlebag near the bedroll. "Got about $200 there. Take it. Let me go my way." Arthur shook his head. "Can't do that. Job's to bring you in, not rob you. Even if I'm innocent." Slater's gaze was direct now, challenging. "Even if that bank job wasn't what they're saying." "Not my concern," Arthur replied, though he found himself curious despite his professional detachment. "Courts sort that out. I just collect the bounty." Slater seemed to consider this, weighing his options with a calculating expression that suggested he hadn't entirely abandoned thoughts of resistance. After a moment, he sighed heavily. "At least hear me out before you drag me back," he requested. "Man deserves that much, I reckon." Arthur hesitated. Engaging in conversation with bounties was generally unwise. It created unwanted complexity, potential for manipulation, or unexpected sympathy that could complicate clean completion of the job. Yet something in Slater's manner intrigued him. A dignity that seemed at odds with the desperate bank robber described in the wanted poster. "Make it quick," he conceded, keeping his revolver trained steadily on the man's chest, "and no sudden movements." Slater nodded understanding. "I was at that bank in Armadillo," he began, his tone matter-of-fact rather than pleading. "But I wasn't robbing it. I was trying to stop the robbery." Arthur's expression remained skeptical. "Go on." "Worked security for the Harding Mining Company," Slater continued. "Got wind of a planned heist inside job with one of the tellers. Went to warn the bank, arrived just as it was going down." He gestured to the scar on his face. "Got this trying to stop them. But when the dust settled, the real robbers were gone. The teller was dead, and I was left holding a gun in a bank, missing $5,000. It was a familiar enough tale. The wrongfully accused man, the unfortunate circumstance, the miscarriage of justice. Arthur had heard variations many times from men he'd tracked, most of them fabrications designed to elicit sympathy or create doubt. "Convenient story," he observed. Any proof to back it up? Had a letter from my employer confirming my position, Slater replied. Lost it when I had to run. Company disavowed any connection afterward. Didn't want to be associated with a bank robber. The bitterness in his voice sounded genuine. Truth is written all over it if anyone bothered to look. 5,000 stolen, but only 500 on my head. That's because they know I'm not the mastermind, just a convenient scapegoat. Arthur studied him carefully, looking for tells of deception, but Slater met his gaze steadily, his eyes reflecting frustration and resignation, rather than the desperate cunning of a man spinning tales to save himself. Even if that's true, Arthur said finally, it doesn't change my position. I'm not a judge or jury. No, Slater agreed. You're just a man making choices about who to hunt and who to believe. He paused, something shifting in his expression. Like that business in Coyote Pass. Arthur stiffened slightly. What do you know about that? Folks talk. Word gets around. Slater shrugged. Heard a bounty hunter help the old desert hermit put a ghost to rest. That he spoke truth to set her free after 40 years of waiting for justice. A knowing look entered his eyes. That was you, wasn't it? The reference to his experience with Eleanor caught Arthur off guard. He hadn't expected news of that encounter to spread so quickly, or to be connected to his professional identity as a bounty hunter. Don't see how that's relevant, he replied cautiously. Maybe it's not, Slater conceded. Or maybe there's something fitting about a man who freed a spirit trapped by lies, now choosing whether to deliver another man to injustice based on more lies. He spread his hand slightly. I'm not asking you to let me go free, just take me to Tumbleweed instead of Armadillo. Sheriff Davis there knows me, knows I'm not capable of planning that robbery. He'll see I get a fair hearing at least. Arthur considered the request carefully. Tumbleweed was actually closer than Armadillo from their current position, though the journey would still take the better part of 2 days. The bounty would be payable at either location. If Slater was telling the truth, the detour would cost Arthur nothing, while potentially preventing a miscarriage of justice. If he was lying, well, he'd still end up in custody either way. All right, Arthur decided finally. Tumbleweed it is. But you try anything along the way, and fair hearing will be the least of your concerns. Understood. Relief flickered across Slater's features, quickly masked by a neutral expression. Understood. And thank you. Arthur holstered his revolver and produced handcuffs from his satchel. Don't thank me yet. Still taking you in. He secured Slater's wrists, checking that the restraints were firm but not cutting into the skin. Get your gear together. We leave in 5 minutes. As Slater gathered his meager possessions with his restricted movement, Arthur reflected on the unexpected turn of events. The mention of Eleanor and his role in releasing her spirit had caught him off guard, creating an unwelcome connection between that ethereal experience and his very practical current task. Yet there was something appropriate about the juxtaposition. The ghost bride trapped by a lie she'd never questioned, and this man possibly facing similar injustice if his story contained truth. Arthur wasn't naive enough to fully believe Slater without verification. But he'd seen enough of the world's cruelty to know that innocence was no guarantee of justice. They set out as the afternoon light began to fade, Arthur leading Slater's horse while the prisoner rode with hands cuffed before him. Their progress was necessarily slow across the rough terrain, and Arthur soon decided they would need to make camp for the night before attempting the descent from the foothills in darkness. In a small clearing sheltered by rock outcroppings, they established a simple camp. Arthur built a fire while keeping a watchful eye on his prisoner, who sat with the resigned patience of a man accustomed to having choices made for him. "Hungry?" Arthur asked as he rummaged through his saddlebags for provisions. "Wouldn't turn down food," Slater replied, shifting to find a more comfortable position with his restrained hands. The gold-bearing quartz matched Jackson's description perfectly, veins running through the stone like golden lightning frozen in mid-strike. The concentration appeared extraordinary, richer than anything Eli had encountered in years of prospecting. With proper equipment and access, a man could extract enough wealth here to live comfortably for decades. Eli set his lantern on a relatively flat rock and removed a sample bag from his pocket. Using his small pickaxe, he carefully chipped at one of the more accessible veins, collecting several gold-flecked pieces of quartz for later assay. The rock yielded more easily than expected, suggesting the vein might have been partially worked already, though no obvious tool marks were visible. As he collected his third sample, Eli became aware of a sound at the edge of perception, a whisper so faint it might have been imagination. He paused, holding his breath to listen more carefully. Deeper. The words seemed to form in his mind rather than reaching his ears directly. Eli straightened, turning slowly to scan the chamber with narrowed eyes. "Hello," he called, his voice echoing strangely in the cavern, returning to him with distorted resonance. No response came, yet the sensation of presence persisted, the indefinable feeling of being observed by unseen eyes. Eli had experienced similar sensations in other deep mines and caves, the human mind's natural response to profound darkness and isolation. He consciously dismissed the unease, returning his attention to the gold-bearing wall. As he raised his pickaxe for another sample, the lantern's flame flickered suddenly, though no obvious draft disturbed the air. Shadows danced across the cavern walls, creating momentary impressions of moving figures that disappeared when viewed directly. "Come deeper." This time the whisper seemed clearer, carrying a quality that Eli couldn't immediately identify. Urgency, perhaps, or enticement. The words formed in his thoughts with increasing precision, as if someone stood just behind him, speaking directly into his mind. "Who's there?" Eli demanded, turning again, pickaxe held defensively before him. The chamber remained empty of visible presence, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. The air itself seemed to thicken around him, pressing against his skin with almost physical weight. Eli's natural skepticism battled with growing unease. He'd never been prone to flights of fancy or superstitious fear, yet something about this place challenged his rational understanding. Jackson's warnings returned to him with uncomfortable clarity, whispers promising wealth beyond imagining if he'd just follow deeper. At the far end of the chamber, partially hidden behind a large stalagmite formation, Aileen noticed what appeared to be another opening, a dark arch leading deeper into the mountain. It was the logical continuation of his exploration, potentially leading to even richer deposits if the gold veins continued in that direction. "This way," the whisper urged, seemingly originating from that very opening. Ely hesitated, rational caution warring with the prospector's inexorable curiosity. He'd come this far, found promising samples that confirmed Jackson's account of the gold's quality. Prudence suggested returning to the surface with these samples, perhaps securing partners and proper equipment before venturing deeper. Yet something pulled at him. Not just the promise of greater wealth, but a compulsion that felt external to his own decision-making process. Almost without conscious intention, Eli found himself moving toward the archway, drawn by something beyond mere greed or professional interest. He paused at the threshold, lantern held high. The passage beyond descended at a steeper angle than the previous tunnels, disappearing into profound darkness that his light barely penetrated. The air flowing from this opening felt noticeably cooler, carrying a mineral scent that tickled his nostrils with unfamiliar sharpness. Just a little further. The whisper seemed to caress his mind, simultaneously enticing and commanding. Eli shook his head sharply, fighting against the strange compulsion. "Just echoes and bad air," he muttered aloud, his voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to his own ears. A sudden noise behind him, a distinct scraping sound like boot on stone, caused Eli to spin around, nearly dropping his lantern in startled reaction. The chamber appeared empty, yet the sound had been unmistakable. "Who's there?" he called again, voice firmer. "Show yourself." The silence that followed felt oppressive, broken only by the soft plink of water droplets falling from stalactites into small pools below. Eli's eyes darted around the chamber, seeking any movement or shadow that might explain the sound. Near the fissure through which he'd entered, something caught his attention. A disturbance in the dust on the cavern floor. Approaching cautiously, Eli lowered his lantern to examine what appeared to be a partial footprint that hadn't been there when he entered. The impression was imperfect, more suggestion than definitive evidence, yet it raised troubling questions. Was someone else in the mine following his exploration? Had Hayes returned despite Barber's claim of his death? Or was it evidence of something Jackson had warned about? Something beyond rational explanation? Before Ely could consider these possibilities further, his lantern flickered violently, the flame nearly extinguishing before stabilizing at reduced brightness. The sudden dimming transformed the chamber, shadows deepening and writhing across the walls with unsettling vitality. In that moment of near darkness, Ely saw them, or thought he saw them. Figures moving at the periphery of his vision, indistinct shapes that seemed composed more of shadow than substance. When he turned to look directly, nothing remained but ordinary darkness and stone. An icy sensation crawled up Eli's spine, raising the fine hairs on his neck and arms. The rational explanations that had seemed so convincing moments before, bad air causing hallucinations, echoes misinterpreted as whispers, suddenly felt inadequate against the growing evidence of his senses. "The gold awaits," the whisper returned, multiple voices now seeming to speak in unsettling unison. "Deeper, richer veins, all for you." With a suddenness that startled him, Eli's thoughts cleared. Whatever influence had been clouding his judgment fell away, replaced by crystalline clarity and the instinct for self-preservation that had kept him alive through years of frontier hardship. "No," he stated firmly, addressing the darkness directly. "I'm leaving, now." The whispers intensified immediately, overlapping in a cacophony of enticing promises and veiled threats that seemed to physically press against him. The lantern dimmed further, shadows encroaching from all sides, as if the darkness itself sought to prevent his departure. Eli retreated steadily toward the fissure, keeping his back to the wall, eyes scanning continuously for movement. The gold samples he'd collected seemed to grow heavier in his pocket, their weight disproportionate to their actual mass. As he reached the narrow opening through which he'd entered, a violent gust of cold air struck from behind, extinguishing his lantern completely. Darkness collapsed around him like a physical force, absolute and disorienting. Eli fumbled desperately for matches, aware of movement in the blackness. Whispers now accompanied by the distinct sounds of multiple footsteps approaching from different directions. His fingers closed around the matchbox just as something cold brushed against his cheek, a touch without substance, yet undeniably present. With shaking hands, Eli struck a match, its small flame creating a tiny sphere of light that momentarily illuminated what seemed to be a face hovering inches from his own. Gaunt, eyes hollow yet somehow gleaming with inner light, mouth open in what might have been hunger or desperation. The match dropped from Eli's suddenly nerveless fingers, plunging him back into darkness. Terror propelled him forward, squeezing into the fissure by feel alone, scraping skin from his hands and face in desperate haste. Behind him, the sounds changed from whispers to angry hisses, the footsteps accelerating to pursue his escape. Half crawling, half falling, Ellie emerged into the main tunnel, grasping blindly for the rope he'd secured earlier. His fingers found the coarse hemp, following it toward the tunnel entrance, while fumbling to light his second lantern with yet unsteady hands. The flame caught at last, illuminating the main tunnel with blessed clarity. Eli paused, only long enough to confirm his orientation, before moving as quickly as safety allowed toward the mine entrance, conscious of the darkness behind him in a way that transcended normal caution. No obvious pursuit materialized in the lantern light, yet Eli couldn't shake the conviction that something followed, patient, implacable, confident in its ability to overtake him should he falter. The gold samples in his pocket seemed heavier with each step, as if trying to slow his retreat through their sheer weight. The partial collapse he'd navigated earlier proved more challenging on the return journey, his haste and lingering panic making his movements clumsy. Halfway through the crawl space, Eli heard it clearly, scraping sounds from the darkness beyond, approaching with deliberate patience. With renewed desperation, Eli pushed through the remaining distance. Tumbling ungracefully into the tunnel beyond, he scrambled to his feet, not bothering to dust himself off before resuming his retreat toward daylight. The journey that had taken hours on his inward exploration now passed in what seemed mere minutes, fear and adrenaline propelling Ellie forward with single-minded focus. Only as he approached the final stretch, with daylight visible as a pale glow ahead, did he slow his pace, rational thought reasserting itself now that escape seemed imminent. Emerging from the mine entrance into late afternoon sunlight, Eli stood panting, hands braced on his knees as he gulped fresh air into lungs that felt scorched by the mine's atmosphere. His mare nickered questioningly from her grazing spot, apparently undisturbed during his absence. Eli glanced back at the dark opening from which he'd escaped, half expecting to see shadowy figures materializing in pursuit. The entrance remained empty, innocuous in appearance despite the horrors he believed lurked within. The gold samples. They remained in his pocket, physical evidence of what he'd discovered inside. Eli reached for them, then hesitated, Jackson's warnings echoing in his mind. The gold itself might carry the curse, might be the mechanism by which the mine's influence extended beyond its depths. After a moment's hesitation, Eli withdrew the samples anyway. In daylight, they appeared less spectacular than they had in the lantern's glow. Certainly gold-bearing quartz of high grade, but not the supernatural treasure his mind had perceived in the cavern. He weighed them in his palm, considering. If he returned to Hollow Creek with these samples, questions would follow. Barber would want details of his exploration, might encourage others to follow his path despite the dangers. The cursed mine would claim more victims, drawn by the same promises of wealth that had nearly ensnared Eli himself. With sudden decision, Eli hurled the samples back toward the mine entrance with all his strength. They clattered against stone and disappeared into shadow, returned to their source. Whatever influence they carried, real or imagined, he wanted no part of it. The action brought unexpected relief. as if a weight beyond the physical had been lifted from him. Eli moved to his horse on still shaky legs, untethering her and mounting with awkward haste. Without a backward glance, he guided the mare down the canyon path toward Hollow Creek, eager to put distance between himself and the Blackwater mine. Dusk was falling as Eli rode into Hollow Creek, the town's few lamps and lanterns creating islands of warm light in the gathering darkness. He made directly for the Broken Pick Saloon, a powerful thirst driving him toward the promise of something strong enough to settle his still jangled nerves. The saloon was busier than it had been the previous evening, a half-dozen men engaged in desultory conversation at various tables, while Walter maintained his position behind the bar, mechanically polishing glasses that never seemed to achieve his standard of cleanliness. Jackson Montgomery occupied the same corner table, nursing what appeared to be the same drink as the night before. His roomy eyes tracked Eli's entrance with knowing assessment, taking in the dust-covered clothing, the scratches on his face and hands, the haunted quality that Eli could feel in his own expression. Ignoring the curious glances from other patrons, Eli approached the bar, slapping coins down with more force than necessary. "Whiskey," he ordered tersely. "Double." Walter served him without comment, though his eyes held questions he was too experienced to voice directly. Eli drained half the glass in a single swallow, welcoming the burning path the liquor carved down his throat. It felt cleansing somehow, a fire to counter the cold that still seemed lodged deep in his chest, despite hours in the warm afternoon sun. Glass in hand, Ely turned and approached Jackson's table, lowering himself into the vacant chair without waiting for invitation. The old prospector regarded him silently, patient in the way of men who have seen enough of life to know when words are unnecessary. "You were right," Eli finally stated, voice rough from the whiskey and the lingering effects of the mine's air. "About the gold, about the other things." Jackson nodded slowly, accepting the concession without visible satisfaction. "Went deep, did you? Found the Eastern Passage? Found a cavern beyond where your Samuel Blackwater was digging?" Eli took another swallow of whiskey. "Gold in the walls, right enough. Richest vein I've seen in years. But not worth the cost," Jackson observed softly. Eli's hand tightened around his glass. "Heard them, saw something. Nothing clear, nothing I could swear to in court, but enough." He met the old man's gaze directly. "What are they, Jackson? What's really down there?" The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Jackson seemed to age further beneath its weight, shoulders slumping as memories visibly passed behind his eyes. "Don't rightly know," he admitted finally. "Not ghosts, maybe, not in the way most think of such things, but something, lingering. The men who died there, my men, they wanted that gold with a desperation you can't imagine. Families to feed, dreams to fulfill, promises to keep. Death didn't end that wanting." He paused, taking a small sip from his own glass before continuing. "Or maybe it's older. Something in the mountain itself. Something that was there before men came with picks and black powder. Something that uses our greed, our desperation, to feed." The explanation should have sounded absurd, the rambling superstition of an old man damaged by trauma. Yet, after what he'd experienced, Eli found it disturbingly plausible. The voices had seemed to pull at something within him, not just his natural desire for wealth, but deeper hungers for significance, for security, for proof that his years of wandering and searching hadn't been wasted. "I left the samples," Eli said, the confession feeling important somehow. "Threw them back before leaving." Jackson nodded approval. "Smart. The gold itself carries something. Influence, taint, curse, whatever name suits you. Those who bring it out never find peace with it. It's like part of that wanting comes attached to every nugget, whispering promises it never fulfills. They sat in silence for several minutes, each man lost in private reflection. The saloon's ambient noise provided comfortable cover for their conversation, ensuring their discussion of supernatural matters wouldn't reach eager ears. Barbara seemed to think it was exaggeration, Eli mentioned eventually. Said others had explored successfully, a man named Hayes, another called Davis. Jackson's expression darkened. Barbara has his own reasons for encouraging exploration. Don't trust that one, whatever his manner suggests. Before Eli could press for elaboration, the saloon door opened to admit Ezekiel Barber himself, immaculately dressed as before despite the late hour. The barber paused just inside the entrance, eyes scanning the room before settling on Eli and Jackson with evident interest. "Speak of the devil," Jackson muttered, draining the last of his whiskey. Barber approached their table with his customary measured stride, removing his hat with a gesture that somehow managed to convey both courtesy and condescension. "Mr. Morgan," he greeted Eli, pointedly ignoring Jackson. "I trust your day's activities proved informative, educational." Eli replied neutrally, unwilling to reveal the extent of his experience until he better understood Barber's interest. "Splendid." The barber glanced at the empty chair at their table. "May I join you? I find myself most curious about your impressions of our local geological curiosities." Jackson snorted softly, but made no move to prevent Barber's self-invitation. Eli merely gestured toward the chair with his glass, neither welcoming nor refusing the company. Barber seated himself with precise movements, placing his hat on the table beside him. "I couldn't help but notice your somewhat hasty return to town," he observed, eyes cataloguing the evidence of Eli's difficult day. "The Blackwater mine can be challenging terrain for the unprepared explorer." The careful phrasing, neither question nor accusation, irritated Eli more than direct interrogation might have. "I went in," he confirmed shortly. "I came out. Not much else to tell." "And yet your expression suggests quite a tale untold," Barbara persisted, signaling Walter for a drink with a subtle gesture. "Did you perhaps encounter unusual phenomena during your exploration?" The question's directness surprised Eli, who had expected more circumspection. He glanced at Jackson, finding the old prospector watching Barber with open suspicion. "Why ask questions you already know the answers to?" Eli countered, leaning forward slightly. "You knew what was in that mine when you gave me Hayes's map. Was curious to see if I'd come back at all, I'd wager." Barber accepted his drink from Walter with a nod of thanks before responding. "A rather cynical interpretation of my assistance, Mr. Morgan. I merely provided information that might prove useful in your endeavors, as any good citizen might." "Cut the horseshit, Barber," Jackson interjected bluntly. "You've been sending men into that death trap for years, watching to see who comes back and what they bring with them, playing both sides of the curse story depending on who's listening." The accusation hung in the air between them, sharp as a drawn knife. Barber's pleasant expression never wavered, though something hardened in his eyes. A calculating quality previously concealed beneath affable manners. "Death trap seems excessive terminology for a mind that has claimed no lives since its original collapse," he replied smoothly. "Certainly it presents dangers, as all abandoned workings do, but curses? Supernatural phenomena? Such colorful embellishments serve Hollow Creek's folklore, but hardly represent empirical reality." Ely studied Barber with renewed attention, recognizing the careful construction of his words, neither confirming nor denying Jackson's accusations, while dismissing the supernatural elements that Ely himself had experienced mere hours before. "You want something from that mine," Eli stated flatly, intuition crystallizing into certainty. Something specific. That's why you keep sending men in with just enough information to find the gold, but not enough to understand the danger. Barber took a measured sip of his drink, using the moment to compose his response. What I want, Mr. Morgan, is truth. Hollow Creek balances precariously between history and mythology, between decline and reinvention. The Blackwater Mine represents both our greatest tragedy and potentially our salvation. If only the facts could be separated from superstitious fancy. Man doesn't seek truth by sending others to find it for him, Jackson pointed out acidly. Especially not when he's got two good legs to carry him there himself. The observation struck home, Barber's composure cracking slightly before he reassembled his pleasant facade. My responsibilities to the community preclude personal exploration, unfortunately. My services are required daily, unlike some whose contribution consists primarily of cautionary tales delivered from saloon corners. The deliberate insult drew a tight smile from Jackson rather than the anger Barber clearly intended to provoke. Keep telling yourself that, Ezekiel. Meanwhile, ask yourself why none of your explorers ever find what you're really looking for. Something flickered in Barber's eyes, frustration or perhaps genuine anger, before he mastered himself again. I assure you, Mr. Montgomery, my interests are purely historical and documentary in nature. As town barber, I simply collect and preserve Hollow Creek stories. And as town barber, you hear things, Eli interjected, pieces falling into place in his mind, like Samuel Blackwater confessing something to you while sitting in your chair before he disappeared with the mine's gold. The speculation was a shot in the dark, based on nothing more than intuition and the strange dynamics he'd observed between these men. Yet Barber's reaction, a momentary widening of eyes, a slight tensing of shoulders, suggested the arrow had found its mark. Samuel Blackwater was before my time in Hollow Creek, Barber replied, his tone carefully measured. Though his story naturally features prominently in the town's historical record, Jackson leaned forward, his weathered face animated with sudden understanding. It wasn't Samuel, he said slowly. It was his father, Jeremiah. Old man Blackwater told you something on his deathbed. Something about the mine, something worth more than gold. Barber's expression remained fixed in polite attention, but a muscle twitched in his jaw, involuntary testament to Jackson's accuracy. He set his glass down with deliberate care before responding. Gentlemen, while I enjoy historical speculation as much as anyone, I believe we've exhausted the productive aspects of this conversation. He rose from his chair with fluid grace. Mr. Morgan, should you wish to discuss your explorations in a more empirical context, my shop is open daily until 6. Good evening to you both. With that, he retrieved his hat and departed, his straight-backed posture betraying no hint of the discomfort Eli was certain their exchange had caused him. Dancy. Jackson watched Barber's exit with narrowed eyes before turning back to Eli. Hit a nerve there. Been trying to figure Barber's angle for years. Something about that mine obsesses him beyond simple gold lust. You truly think Jeremiah Blackwater told him something? Eli asked, considering the possibility. Makes sense, Jackson nodded slowly. Jeremiah died of pneumonia the winter before the main collapse. Barber would have been new in town then, eager to establish himself. Tending to a dying man, cutting his hair, trimming his beard for burial, would have given opportunity for final confessions. Eli contemplated this, trying to imagine what secret could drive a man like Barber to manipulate others into risking their lives year after year. Something hidden in the mine then, something only Blackwater knew about. Maybe, Jackson agreed, signaling Walter for another drink. Or maybe just the location of where his son Samuel disappeared to with all that gold after the collapse. Either way, he's been using men like you to search ever since, hoping someone will either find it or confirm it's not there. The theory aligned with everything Eli had observed of Barber's character. The careful collection of information, the strategic sharing of partial truths, the maintenance of relationships with both skeptics and believers to ensure all possible sources remained open to him. Well, whatever he's looking for, it's deeper than I went, Eli stated definitively, and likely to stay that way. I've no intention of setting foot in that mine again, gold or no gold. Jackson nodded approval. Wiser than most who pass through. The gold's real enough, but so's the danger, whatever its true nature. They lapsed into companionable silence, each contemplating the mysteries of the Blackwater mine from his own perspective. Around them, the saloon's evening business continued. Cards were dealt, drinks poured, conversations ebbed and flowed with the natural rhythm of small-town life. Eli found himself studying the room's occupants with new awareness. How many had been approached by Barber over the years? How many had ventured into the mountains seeking promised riches, only to encounter whispers and shadows that defied rational explanation? What stories remained untold because those who experienced them never returned to share their warnings? I'll be moving on tomorrow, Eli decided aloud, the words forming even as the intention crystallized in his mind. Hollow Creek's got too many secrets for my taste. Jackson raised his refreshed glass in a small salute. Smartest thing you've said yet. Where to next? North, maybe. Heard rumors of new strikes near Granite Pass. Eli shrugged slightly. Somewhere that doesn't have a cursed mine at any rate. All mines are cursed, in their way, Jackson observed philosophically. Men weren't meant to tunnel into dark places, taking what the earth has kept hidden. We pay for such trespass one way or another, if not with our lives or sanity, then with our souls. The sentiment, delivered without dramatic emphasis, nevertheless carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom. Eli found himself nodding agreement despite his customary skepticism of such poetic pronouncements. To leaving dark places unexplored, he offered, raising his glass. And to the wisdom of knowing when to turn back, Jackson completed, touching his glass to Eli. The following morning dawned clear and cool, autumn asserting itself after the recent unsettled weather. Eli rose early, packing his few possessions and settling his account at the hotel before most of Hollow Creek's residents had begun their day. Leading his mare from the livery stable, Eli paused at the town's northern edge, looking back at the settlements spread below him in the morning light. Despite his brief stay, he felt he understood Hollow Creek now, a place defined by its relationship with the mountain that had first given it life through mineral wealth, then slowly bled it dry through tragedy and superstition. Movement near the general store caught his attention. Ezekiel Barber, unusually early about his business, engaged in earnest conversation with a young man whose dusty clothing and laden pack marked him as another drifter, another fortune seeker. Even at this distance, Eli recognized the scene. Barber sharing helpful information about local prospects, perhaps even now mentioning the abandoned Blackwater mine and its rumored riches. The cycle continuing, unbroken. For a moment, Eli considered intervening, approaching the stranger, sharing his own experience as warning. The impulse faded quickly. His tale would sound like madness to fresh ears, the ravings of a superstitious fool or a competitor seeking to discourage rivalry. The young man would explore regardless, drawn by the same hunger that had pulled Eli and countless others into the mountain's depths. Some lessons could only be learned through experience, some warnings only heeded after personal encounter with their truth. Turning his horse northward, Ely left Hollow Creek behind, the weight of its mysteries gradually lightening with each hoofbeat that carried him further from Raven's Peak. The gold remained, he had no doubt of that, glittering in darkness, waiting for the next seeker drawn by whispers of easy wealth. Yet something else remained as well, something that had attached itself to Ely during his brief time in the mine. Not a curse precisely, nor anything as dramatic as haunting, but a heightened awareness, a sensitivity to the difference between want and need, between wealth and worth. The gold had whispered to him, promising fulfillment of desires he'd carried since youth. In rejecting those whispers, in turning away from treasure within his grasp, Ely had gained something unexpected. Clarity about what truly mattered in his wandering life. Not gold ultimately, not the validation of a substantial claim or the security of accumulated wealth. What mattered was the search itself, the horizons still unexplored, the possibilities that lay beyond the next range of hills, the freedom to choose which paths to follow and which to leave untraveled. As the trail curved around a hillside, Hollow Creek disappeared from view behind him. Ahead stretched open country, bathed in morning light that transformed dew-covered grass into fields of temporary diamonds, more beautiful than any gold vein hidden in darkness. Ely Morgan rode toward that light, leaving the prospector's cursed gold to whisper its empty promises in eternal darkness, content in the knowledge that some treasures were best left unclaimed. As Ely Morgan rode away from Hollow Creek, leaving the cursed gold and its whispers behind, the trail gradually widened into a well-traveled road. The morning sun climbed higher, burning away the last wisps of valley fog and revealing the vast landscape stretching before him. 3 days' ride to the north, the terrain began to change. Rocky hills gave way to rolling grasslands painted in autumn hues of gold and amber. The air carried a different scent here, cleaner somehow, with notes of prairie grass and distant water. On the evening of the 4th day, Ely crested a gentle rise and paused, taking in the sight spread before him. A wide valley opened up, bisected by a meandering river that caught the setting sun's light like flowing fire. Near the river's bend sat a settlement larger than Hollow Creek, its buildings arranged with purpose rather than the haphazard clustering of a mining boomtown. Painted sky, according to the weathered signposts at the crossroads half a mile back. Ely considered his options as his mare shifted beneath him. He had provisions enough to continue without stopping, but both he and his horse could use a proper rest. Perhaps a day or two in civilization before pressing on toward Granite Pass wouldn't hurt. As darkness began to settle across the valley, Ely noticed something unusual. Pinpricks of light appeared along the distant ridgeline overlooking the town. Moving lights, too regular in their formation to be travelers or cowboys making camp. Intrigued, he watched as the lights descended from the ridge in a slow, deliberate procession, their golden glow standing out against the deepening blue of twilight. They moved in perfect unison, maintaining equal distance from each other, like a procession of stars fallen to earth. "The Lantern Riders," came a voice from behind him. Ely turned, surprised to find an elderly woman sitting on a fallen log beside the trail. He hadn't noticed her when he stopped, though her position suggested she'd been there for some time, watching the same phenomenon that had caught his attention. "Man," Ely acknowledged with a respectful tip of his hat. "Didn't see you there." The woman smiled, her face a map of wrinkles that spoke of a lifetime under prairie skies. "Not many do these days." Her gaze returned to the distant lights. "They come every autumn when the veil grows thin, riding their circuit, keeping watch. "Who are they?" Eli asked, curiosity overcoming his usual reticence with strangers. The woman regarded him with eyes that seemed to evaluate something beyond his physical appearance. Whatever she saw appeared to satisfy her, for she patted the log beside her in invitation. "That's quite a tale," she said as Eli dismounted and joined her. "One that goes back to the earliest days of painted sky, when the first settlers found themselves caught between worlds they never knew existed. The first stars of evening pierced the darkening sky as Miguel Reyes guided his horse along the winding trail that skirted the edge of Painted Sky Plateau. At 58, Miguel had spent more than 4 decades in the saddle, his life shaped by the rhythms of cattle, seasons, and the vast open spaces of the frontier. The wrinkles etched deeply around his eyes spoke of countless days squinting against harsh sun and driving rain, while his hands, calloused and strong despite his advancing years, bore testament to work that had never grown easier, only more familiar. Behind him rode 5 younger vaqueros, men who had joined this cattle drive from various ranches across the territory. They were bound for the railhead at Armadillo, driving a combined herd of nearly 800 head, gathered from scattered operations too small to justify individual drives. The arrangement benefited everyone involved. The small ranchers saved on costs, the vaqueros earned better wages for the larger drive, and Miguel, whose reputation for successfully delivering cattle without significant losses had become legendary in these parts, received a handsome commission. "Patron," called Javier, the youngest of the group at barely 20. "Why do we camp here? The plateau offers better grass for the herd, no?" Miguel turned in his saddle, regarding the young man with patient amusement. "Better grass, yes. Better sleep, no." "Bandits?" asked Luis, a stocky vaquero with a magnificent mustache who rode just behind Javier. Miguel shook his head. Nothing so simple as bandits. The older man dismounted with the fluid grace that had never abandoned him despite his years, leading his horse to a flat area sheltered by a stand of juniper trees. The other men followed suit, the routine of making camp ingrained through months on the trail together. As they unsaddled horses and gathered wood for the evening fire, curious glances were exchanged. Miguel's cryptic response had sparked their interest, but experience had taught them patience. The old vaquero would explain in his own time, once camp was established and dinner prepared. The cattle settled for the night in a natural depression half a mile back, could be heard occasionally as night birds called and the first hunting cries of coyotes echoed across the darkening landscape. Stars emerged in greater numbers as the last purple light faded from the western horizon, revealing a sky of remarkable clarity and depth. Only when coffee bubbled in the battered pot at the edge of their small fire did Miguel finally settle back against his saddle and draw out his pipe. The ritual of packing and lighting it gave the others time to arrange themselves comfortably, mugs of coffee steaming in their hands against the growing chill of the autumn night. "The Painted Sky Plateau," Miguel began without preamble, his voice low and melodic in the gathering darkness, "is not a place for men to linger after nightfall. Not on certain nights of the year, when the old ones ride." "Old ones?" prompted Carlos, a wiry man of 30 with quick eyes and quicker hands, renowned for his skill with a lariat. "The Lantern Riders," Miguel clarified, pointing his pipe stem toward the plateau that rose dark against the star-filled sky. "They appear most often in autumn, when the veil between worlds grows thin. Riders carrying lights that burn, too steady for ordinary lanterns, moving in formation across the plateau like they're patrolling, or perhaps searching." Something in Miguel's tone, a solemnity rarely heard from the typically practical man, held their attention more effectively than any dramatic flourish might have done. Even Rodrigo, the most skeptical among them, leaned forward slightly, the firelight highlighting the sudden intensity in his expression. "Native spirits?" Xavier asked, his voice unconsciously dropping to match Miguel's quieter tone. Miguel drew on his pipe, the tobacco glowing momentarily brighter before dimming again. "Some say so. Others believe they are the ghosts of Spanish conquistadors who died searching for gold in these lands. The ranchers who settled here 2 generations ago insist they are the spirits of their ancestors keeping watch over family holdings." He paused, gazing thoughtfully toward the darkened plateau. "I have seen them 3 times in my life. Each time before, significant change came to this territory." "What kind of change?" Louise asked, his usual boisterous manner subdued by the atmosphere Miguel had created. "The first time I was 16, working my first cattle drive north with my father. The lantern riders appeared on the second night we camped near here. 2 weeks later, we learned the territory had been ceded to the Americans under the new border treaty." Miguel took another contemplative draw on his pipe. "The second time was the spring before the Great Drought of '77 that killed half the cattle in the region and drove many ranchers to bankruptcy." The men exchanged glances, the implications clear. Signs preceding disaster carried particular weight to men whose livelihoods depended on unpredictable factors like weather, market prices, and the temperamental health of livestock. "And the third time?" Carlos prompted when Miguel fell silent. "Just last year," the old vaquero replied, "when riding north with Don Eduardo's cattle. 3 nights later, we encountered the first railroad surveyors in the region, mapping the route that would eventually bring the station to Armadillo. The very one we drive toward now. So they herald change," Rodrigo summarized, his natural skepticism reasserting itself somewhat. "But not necessarily disaster. Change is disaster to some, opportunity to others," Miguel responded philosophically. "The coming of the railroad meant the end of many things, isolation, certain ways of life, but also the beginning of others. The wisdom is in recognizing which is which and preparing accordingly." A comfortable silence fell over the camp, each man contemplating Miguel's words while gazing into the fire or up at the vast canopy of stars. The coffee cooled in their cups, the night deepened around them, and somewhere in the distance, a coyote called to its pack with plaintive howls that seemed to emphasize their solitude in this great, empty landscape. "Will we see them tonight?" Xavier finally asked, his youthful enthusiasm breaking through the thoughtful quiet. Miguel shrugged, tapping his pipe against his boot to empty the spent tobacco. "Who can say? They appear when they choose, not when we wish for them." "I'll take first watch," Carlos volunteered, rising and reaching for his rifle. "I'll keep an eye on the plateau just in case your spirits decide to make an appearance." Miguel nodded approval. "Wake Luis in 4 hours, and Carlos," he added as the younger man prepared to leave the fireside, "if you do see lights up there, do not approach them. Watch from a distance only. Some mysteries deserve their privacy." Carlos nodded his understanding before disappearing into the darkness, the soft sound of his footsteps fading as he moved toward the small rise that would give him the best view of both their cattle and the plateau beyond. The remaining men prepared for sleep, unrolling bedrolls and settling into the familiar discomfort of ground that never seemed quite as flat or soft as it appeared. One by one they drifted into slumber, lulled by exhaustion and the rhythmic sounds of night insects singing their autumn chorus. Miguel remained awake longer than the others, staring upward at stars that seemed close enough to touch in the crystal clarity of the high desert air. His thoughts wandered across the decades of his life, following the thread of memory back to his first sighting of the lantern riders. The mixture of fear and wonder he'd felt as a boy watching unexplainable lights move with deliberate purpose across land that modern maps claimed to have fully documented, but which held secrets older than any parchment could record. As sleep finally claimed him, Miguel's last conscious thought was a hope that the riders would indeed appear tonight. Not because he believed the youngest members of his crew needed proof of his tales, but because every man deserved to witness true mystery at least once in his life. A reminder that the world remained larger and more wondrous than human understanding could encompass. Patron. Miguel, wake up. The urgent whisper pulled Miguel from deep sleep, his hand instinctively reaching for the revolver beside his bedroll before his mind fully registered Luis standing over him, silhouetted against the night sky. "What is it?" Miguel asked, immediately alert despite the hour, which his internal clock placed at shortly past midnight. "The lights," Luis replied, his voice tight with excitement or apprehension, perhaps both. "Carlos spotted them on the plateau. They've been moving for nearly 20 minutes now." Miguel rose quickly, pulling on his boots and reaching for his coat against the pre-dawn chill that had intensified while he slept. Around them, the other vaqueros were also stirring, awakened by the exchange, or perhaps by some shared sixth sense that something unusual was occurring. "Where?" Miguel asked, as he followed Luis away from the dying embers of their campfire. "North edge of the plateau," Luis answered, pointing toward the elevated landmass that dominated the horizon. Moving east to west, very slow and deliberate, they joined Carlos at his vantage point on the small rise overlooking their camp. The younger man stood motionless, rifle cradled in his arms, gaze fixed on the distant plateau where a line of lights, small but unmistakable, moved in measured procession across the darkened landscape. Miguel counted 7 distinct points of light, spaced at regular intervals, traveling at a pace that suggested careful scrutiny of the terrain, rather than purposeful journey from one point to another. The lights themselves had a quality that immediately struck him as unusual, steady, unwavering despite distance, suggesting they were carried on horseback over uneven ground, and with a faint bluish tinge unlike ordinary lanterns. "I thought perhaps rustlers at first," Carlos admitted quietly as the others gathered around him, all eyes fixed on the mysterious procession. "But no rustler moves so openly, showing lights that can be seen for miles. And there's something," he hesitated, searching for words, "something unnatural about how they move. Too perfect, too steady." Miguel nodded, understanding precisely what Carlos meant, though he couldn't have articulated it better himself. The lights maintained exact formation despite traversing terrain that would naturally cause riders to adjust their spacing and pace. They moved as if the geography of the plateau offered no impediment whatsoever, as if, perhaps, they traveled a different landscape entirely, one superimposed upon but not identical to the physical world the vaqueros inhabited. "The lantern riders," Javert breathed, his earlier eagerness replaced by hushed awe. Rodrigo predictably remained more skeptical. "Could be ranchers patrolling their property," he suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. "Or maybe surveyors working through the night for some reason. At this hour, in perfect formation, without a single lantern bobbing or swaying as it would if carried by a rider on actual terrain," Miguel countered gently. "Observe more carefully, my friend. Those are not ordinary lights, nor ordinary riders who bear them." As if to emphasize his point, the line of lights suddenly executed a perfect right-angle turn, continuing their measured progress, now heading directly north. No command had been audible, no signal visible to explain the simultaneous change in direction. One moment they processed westward, the next all 7 lights moved northward with the synchronization of stars wheeling through the night sky. Madre de Dios, Luis whispered, crossing himself instinctively. They watched in silence as the lights continued their patrol along what appeared to be predetermined paths, occasionally changing direction with that same uncanny unanimity. After perhaps 15 minutes, the procession began a gradual arc that would eventually bring them to the eastern edge of the plateau, closest to where the vaqueros stood watching. "They're coming this way," Javian said, a note of apprehension entering his voice. Miguel studied the light's trajectory, calculating distances and angles with the practiced eye of a man accustomed to judging such things across open country. "Not directly toward us," he concluded after a moment. "They'll pass along the eastern ridge about half a mile from our position, close enough for a better look if someone were determined to get one." He turned to find 5 pairs of eyes regarding him with varying mixtures of expectation, trepidation, and curiosity. Even Rodrigo, for all his professed skepticism, couldn't disguise the gleam of interest in his expression. "You're thinking we should take a closer look," Carlos stated, rather than asked, correctly interpreting Miguel's thoughtful gaze. The old vaquero nodded slowly. "I've seen them from a distance before, but never from so favorable a position, with their path bringing them nearly within our reach. It would be valuable to observe more closely, to see what sort of riders carry such unusual lights." "Is it safe?" Louise asked, voicing the concern evident in several expressions. Miguel considered the question seriously. In 3 previous encounters, he had never heard of the lantern riders harming anyone, but then he'd never heard of anyone approaching them closely either. The stories contained warnings about respecting their procession, about watching from afar rather than interfering. "We will be cautious," he decided finally. 3 of us will go. Myself, Carlos, and... He surveyed the group. Rodrigo, since healthy skepticism may provide useful perspective. "The rest will remain with the cattle. If we don't return by dawn, continue the drive to Armadillo as planned." This last instruction, delivered matter-of-factly, sent a shiver of unease through the group. Despite his calm demeanor, Miguel was acknowledging real risk in their intended investigation, enough that contingency plans were warranted. "I'll saddle the horses," Carlos offered, already turning toward their picket line. "Quietly," Miguel cautioned. "We don't know how they might react to sudden movements or noises." As Carlos moved away to prepare their mounts, Miguel took a moment to study the mysterious lights once more. They continued their measured progress, now clearly visible traversing the eastern edge of the plateau. From this distance, perhaps 2 miles, no riders were discernible, only the lights themselves, moving with that strange, perfect coordination that defied conventional explanation. "What do you expect to find?" Rodrigo asked quietly, standing close beside Miguel as they watched. Miguel appreciated the directness of the question, recognizing it as genuine inquiry rather than challenge. Despite his outward skepticism, Rodrigo possessed a thoughtful intelligence that made him valuable in uncertain situations. "I don't know," Miguel admitted. "Perhaps confirmation of old stories. Perhaps new mysteries to consider. Or perhaps," he added with the faintest smile, "simply the discovery that aging eyes and frontier legends have made extraordinary something that has a perfectly rational explanation." Rodrigo nodded, seeming satisfied with this balanced response. "Either way, knowledge is preferable to speculation." "Indeed," Miguel agreed, "though sometimes mystery has its own value." Carlos returned with 3 saddled horses, their approach deliberately slowed to minimize noise. The animals seemed unusually alert, ears pricked forward toward the plateau, nostrils flared slightly as if testing the air for unfamiliar scents. Miguel noted their behavior with interest. Horses often sensed things beyond human perception, particularly things that might represent danger. "They're uneasy," he observed quietly, stroking his mare's neck as he took the reins from Carlos. "But not panicked," Carlos replied. "More curious than frightened, I'd say." This assessment matched Miguel's own impression. The horses showed awareness without alarm, another data point suggesting the lantern riders, whatever their nature, didn't represent immediate threat. The 3 men mounted with practiced ease, each checking his weapons from habit rather than anticipated need. Miguel led them away from camp at a walk, choosing a route that would intercept the light's path while keeping their own approach partially concealed by the rolling terrain at the plateau's base. They rode in silence, each absorbed in his own thoughts as they navigated by starlight. The night remained preternaturally clear, the stars overhead so brilliant they seemed to cast their own faint shadows. A waning crescent moon hung low in the eastern sky, providing just enough additional illumination to distinguish terrain features without compromising their relatively stealthy approach. As they drew closer to the plateau's eastern edge, Miguel signaled a halt in the shelter of a small arroyo. From here, they had clear line of sight to the ridge where the lights would soon pass, while remaining partially concealed themselves. "We'll wait here," he decided, dismounting and securing his horse to a sturdy mesquite. On foot from this point and quietly. Carlos and Rodrigo followed his example, tethering their mounts before joining Miguel at the arroyo's edge. The 3 men lay prone on the sandy soil, using natural contours for concealment while maintaining good visibility of the approaching lights. The mysterious procession had drawn considerably closer during their ride. From this new vantage point, Miguel could now distinguish more details, though what he observed only deepened the mystery. The lights indeed appeared to be lanterns of some kind, but unlike any he had seen before. They emitted a steady, unwavering glow with a distinctive blue-white quality, showing none of the flickering or yellow warmth characteristic of oil lamps or candles. More intriguing still, he could now perceive the shadowy outlines of the riders who bore these unusual lights. 7 figures on horseback moved in perfect formation, each holding a lantern at exactly the same height. The riders themselves seemed unusually tall in the saddle, though distance made details difficult to discern. "They'll pass just above us in about 10 minutes, Carlos whispered, judging the procession's speed and direction. "We could climb partway up the slope for a closer look when they pass." Miguel weighed the suggestion, balancing curiosity against caution. "We'll move to that outcropping," he decided, indicating a rocky protrusion about a third of the way up the plateau's eastern face. "It offers both concealment and a clear vantage point." The 3 vaqueros made their way carefully up the slope, using natural features for cover while keeping the approaching lights in view. The climb, though not technically difficult, required attention to footing on the loose scree that covered portions of the slope. By the time they reached the designated outcropping, all 3 were breathing harder, as much from suppressed excitement as from physical exertion. Positioning themselves behind the weathered sandstone formation, they settled to wait as the procession drew steadily nearer. Miguel estimated the riders would pass almost directly above their position, perhaps 50 yards higher on the plateau's rim. Close enough for meaningful observation, yet maintaining a respectful distance from phenomena that generations of frontier wisdom suggested were best admired from afar. "Look how they move," Carlos murmured as the procession drew closer. "No variation in pace, no adjustments for terrain. It's as if they float right." Miguel had noticed the same unnatural smoothness. Despite crossing ground that should have required horses to pick their way carefully, rocky outcroppings, patches of loose shale, occasional scrub vegetation, the riders maintained perfectly even progress, their formation undisturbed by physical obstacles. And listen, Rodrigo added, his earlier skepticism noticeably diminished. No sound, no hoofbeats, no creaking saddles, no jingling equipment. He was right. Even at this closer distance, the procession moved in complete silence. 7 riders on horseback should produce a symphony of small sounds. Leather against leather, metal against metal, the rhythm of shod hooves striking stone and soil. Instead, absolute silence accompanied their passage, creating an effect more unsettling than any ghostly wail or chain rattling might have achieved. As the first rider approached the point directly above their hiding place, Miguel found himself holding his breath. From this vantage point, perhaps 40 yards away now, he could see the figure more clearly, yet details remained frustratingly indistinct, as if viewing the rider through heat shimmer despite the cool night air. The impression of unusual height proved accurate. The rider sat a horse that appeared standard in size, yet the figure itself seemed elongated, with proportions subtly different from normal human dimensions. Clothing resembled what might be military uniforms from a bygone era. High collars, fitted jackets, what could be sabers hanging at their sides, though no specific affiliation was identifiable. Most striking, however, were the lanterns. Seen clearly now, they resembled no lighting device Miguel had encountered in his decades on the frontier. Geometric in design, perfect spheres enclosed in what appeared to be metallic frameworks. They emitted that distinctive blue-white light without visible flame or fuel source. The illumination they cast created no shadows despite the surrounding darkness, instead seeming to bend natural laws by producing light that illuminated without reflecting from surrounding objects. "Those aren't men," Rodrigo whispered, voice tight with the strain of reconciling observation with belief. Not entirely, at least. Miguel understood precisely what he meant. Though humanoid in general form, the riders projected an unmistakable otherness, a sense that whatever moved above them belonged to a different category of existence than ordinary flesh and blood. Not necessarily supernatural in the sense of ghosts or spirits, but perhaps something more complex, entities existing simultaneously in multiple planes of reality, visible to human perception only under certain conditions. The procession continued its silent progress along the plateau's edge, each rider identical to the others in posture, pace, and that strange elongated silhouette. They carried their otherworldly lanterns at precisely the same height, the eerie light illuminating nothing, yet somehow rendering the riders visible against the star-filled sky. As the last rider passed above their position, Miguel felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sensation like descending air pressure before a storm, though the night remained clear and still. The feeling intensified as the procession continued westward, creating an almost physical urge to follow, to learn more, to approach closer. "We should go back," he said firmly, recognizing the compulsion as unusual and potentially dangerous. "We've seen enough for tonight." Carlos nodded agreement, though his gaze remained fixed on the retreating lights with obvious reluctance. Rodrigo, however, had already risen to a half-crouch, body oriented toward the procession, as if physically drawn in their direction. "Just a little closer," he murmured, taking a step upward toward the plateau's rim. "I want to see their faces." Miguel reached out quickly, grasping Rodrigo's arm with surprising strength for a man his age. "No," he said firmly. "That's not curiosity speaking, but their influence. The old stories warn of this. their ability to entice, to lure observers into following. The younger man blinked, briefly confused, then shook his head as if clearing cobwebs from his thoughts. "You're right," he admitted, sounding momentarily shaken. "I felt compelled, like I needed to go to them, though I can't explain why." "Exactly why we're leaving now," Miguel stated with quiet authority. "We've been granted a glimpse of something few have seen so closely. Let's not press our luck by demanding more." The three men descended the slope with careful haste, keeping low profiles against the possibility of being observed from above. Though the lantern riders had shown no awareness of their presence, Miguel preferred maintenance of that apparent anonymity through their departure. Reaching their horses, they found the animals alert but calm, another reassuring sign that whatever the riders represented, it did not register as imminent danger to creatures with sharper instincts than humans. They mounted quickly and set off toward camp at a pace balanced between proper caution on darkened terrain and desire to put distance between themselves and the mysterious procession. Only when they had ridden half the distance back to their campsite did Miguel finally relax marginally, sensing they had moved beyond whatever sphere of influence surrounded the lantern riders. The strange pressure had dissipated, replaced by the familiar night sounds of insects and distant coyotes. "What do you think they are?" Carlos asked, breaking the thoughtful silence that had accompanied their ride thus far. Miguel considered the question, weighing various explanations against what they had observed. "Not ghosts, I think, at least not in the common understanding of that word. Something more deliberate? Guardians," Rodrigo suggested unexpectedly, his earlier skepticism completely abandoned. "They moved like sentries patrolling a boundary, watchmen of some kind." The assessment aligned with Miguel's own impression. Yes, but guarding what, and for whom? Neither younger man had an immediate answer, and Miguel didn't expect one. Some questions were too large, too fundamentally tied to mysteries beyond ordinary human experience to yield simple explanations. Perhaps that was the true value of encounters like tonight's. Reminders that the world contained more layers, more dimensions of existence than daily life acknowledged. They rode the remaining distance in contemplative silence, each man processing what he had witnessed according to his own framework of understanding. As they approached their camp, Miguel noted with approval that the remaining vaqueros had maintained proper vigilance during their absence. Luis stood watch on the same small rise where they had first spotted the lights, rifle ready, though his posture suggested routine caution rather than specific concern. "You've returned," Luis called softly as they approached, relief evident in his voice despite his attempt at casual greeting. "Did you discover anything?" Miguel dismounted, taking a moment to loosen his horse's girth before responding. "We saw them more clearly," he confirmed, "though discovery might claim too much. Some mysteries offer glimpses, without revealing their full nature." Louise accepted this philosophical response with a nod, understanding that more detailed discussion would follow in daylight. "The cattle are quiet," he reported. "Whatever rides up there doesn't disturb them." "Another useful piece of information," Miguel acknowledged. "Get some rest, Louise. I'll take the remainder of your watch." Though the younger man initially protested, Miguel insisted. Sleep would likely prove elusive after what he had witnessed, and the familiar routine of standing guard would provide welcome structure for his unsettled thoughts. Carlos and Rodrigo, similarly affected by the night's events yet physically taxed by the ride and climb, reluctantly sought their bedrolls after securing their horses. Alone on the small rise overlooking their camp and the distant plateau, Miguel watched as the line of mysterious lights completed their circuit of the elevated landmass before beginning a new pattern. a systematic crossing of the plateau's interior in parallel lines, like farmers walking evenly spaced furrows. Searching, he murmured to himself, the pattern confirming Rodrigo's guardian theory while adding new dimensions. But for what? The question accompanied him through the remaining hours of darkness, unanswered but persistently intriguing as he maintained his vigil. Only as the eastern sky began to lighten with pre-dawn grey did the lights finally disappear, not gradually fading like lanterns extinguished, but vanishing between one heartbeat and the next, as if they had passed through some invisible doorway into another realm entirely. Morning arrived with the crisp clarity characteristic of autumn in high desert country. The vacuos rose with the sun, moving through camp routines with practiced efficiency despite the previous night's interrupted sleep. Coffee bubbled, bacon sizzled, and conversations remained focused on practical matters of the day's planned cattle movement. Yet an undercurrent of anticipation ran beneath these ordinary exchanges, all eyes occasionally darting toward Miguel with unspoken questions. Only after breakfast, as they prepared to break camp, did the old vaquero finally address what clearly occupied everyone's thoughts. Seated on his saddle near the dying cookfire, pipe smoke curling lazily around his weathered features, he recounted what he, Carlos, and Rodrigo had witnessed on the plateau's edge. The telling was precise yet restrained, emphasizing observed details while avoiding speculative embellishment. Miguel described the riders' unusual appearance, their strange lanterns, the unnatural silence of their passage, all conveyed with a straightforward accuracy that had made him respected as both leader and storyteller throughout his decades on the frontier. When he finished, the other vaqueros remained silent for several moments, absorbing his account and comparing it with their own distant observations of the mysterious lights. Finally, Javier spoke, his youthful enthusiasm barely contained despite the solemnity of the topic. "But what do you think they are, patron? Spirits? Angels? Creatures from the stars?" Miguel tapped his pipe thoughtfully against his boot before responding. "Labels matter less than understanding, and understanding sometimes comes through observation rather than explanation. What we witness exists, that much I can state with certainty. Its nature may be beyond our current capacity to categorize." This philosophical response clearly disappointed Javier, who preferred definitive answers to existential ambiguity. Luis, more pragmatic, asked the question that carried practical implications for their immediate future. "You said before that you saw them 3 times, each before significant change came to this territory. Does that mean something important will happen soon?" The question hung in the air, weighted with the superstitious respect frontier people traditionally accorded to omens and portents, despite increasing modernization of the territories. Even Rodrigo, who had begun the previous evening as the group's designated skeptic, waited attentively for Miguel's response. "Perhaps," the old vaquero acknowledged, neither dismissing the possibility nor confirming it with unwarranted certainty. "Though whether the riders cause change or merely mark its approach, I cannot say. Either way, awareness serves us better than ignorance. We proceed with eyes open." This balanced perspective seemed to satisfy most of the men, who returned to breaking camp with renewed purpose. Miguel noticed, however, that Carlos lingered, clearly harboring additional questions he hesitated to voice in the larger group. "Something troubles you beyond the obvious," Miguel observed quietly when the others had moved beyond easy hearing distance. Carlos nodded, glancing toward the plateau before meeting the older man's gaze directly. "The compulsion you mentioned, the feeling of being drawn toward them. I felt it strongly in a way that..." He hesitated, searching for words. in a way that seemed specific to me personally, as if they were calling to me in particular. Miguel considered this thoughtfully. Though he had sensed the general allure the riders projected, he hadn't experienced the targeted connection Carlos described. How so? It's difficult to explain, Carlos admitted, frustration evident in his furrowed brow, like hearing someone call your name in a crowded room, that sense of personal address among general noise. I felt they had something to show me, something important I specifically needed to see. This revelation concerned Miguel, raising possibilities he hadn't previously considered. If the Lantern Riders could distinguish among observers and direct individualized influence toward particular persons, their nature might be more consciously intelligent than he had assumed, more purposeful in their interactions with the human world. You resisted, he stated rather than asked, knowing Carlos well enough to be confident of this. Yes, but with difficulty, the younger man confirmed. Had I been alone, he left the implication unspoken but clear. Solitary observation might have resulted in following the mysterious procession, potentially with concerning consequences. Miguel placed a reassuring hand on Carlos's shoulder. But you weren't alone, and wisdom prevailed. Remember that the most dangerous temptations are those tailored to individual desires. Whatever you felt they offered was likely revelation without context, truth without the foundation to properly support it. Carlos nodded, accepting both the validation of his experience and the cautionary perspective Miguel offered. I won't seek them out, he promised, correctly intuiting the older man's primary concern. Good, Miguel approved, rising and tapping the spent tobacco from his pipe. Now help me saddle these stubborn horses. The cattle won't drive themselves to Armadillo. The practical instructions successfully redirected their focus to immediate tasks, though Miguel filed away Carlos's revelation for further consideration. Throughout his decades traveling the frontier, he had encountered many unexplainable phenomena, some frightening, some wondrous, most existing in that liminal space between the two emotions. The Lantern Riders clearly belonged to this last category, inspiring awe while commanding respectful distance. As the vaqueros prepared to depart, Miguel noticed Rodrigo standing slightly apart from the group, staring thoughtfully toward the plateau that appeared so ordinary in morning sunlight. Just another elevated landmass of stratified rock and sparse vegetation, its nighttime mysteries concealed beneath mundane geology. Second thoughts about what we saw? Miguel asked, approaching quietly. Rodrigo shook his head slowly. Not doubts, quite the opposite. He turned to face Miguel directly. I've spent most of my life believing only in what can be touched, counted, or measured. Last night showed me the limitation of that perspective. Miguel nodded understanding, recognizing the significant shift this represented for a man who had built his identity partly on hard-headed practicality. The world is larger than our ability to comprehend it, he offered. Accepting that isn't weakness, but wisdom. Perhaps, Rodrigo agreed, mounting his horse with practiced ease. Though it's humbling to realize how much I don't understand at nearly 40 years of age. Miguel laughed softly as he swung into his own saddle. Wait until you reach my age, amigo. The territory of don't understand grows larger with each passing year, not smaller. This observation drew a reluctant smile from Rodrigo as they rode to join the others. The cattle, already beginning to move under Luis and Javier's guidance, stretched in a long, dusty procession leading away from the plateau and toward the distant railhead at Armadillo. 3 days later, as evening approached on what would be their penultimate night before reaching Armadillo, Miguel identified a suitable campsite near Three Sisters Ridge. three distinctive rock formations, rising sequentially from surrounding terrain like enormous sentinels overlooking the landscape. A small stream flowed around the ridge's western base, offering necessary water access for both men and cattle. Their journey from Painted Sky Plateau had proceeded without unusual incidents, though conversation frequently returned to their encounter with the Lantern Riders. Each night the vaqueros had watched the distant horizons with particular attention, but no mysterious lights had reappeared during their westward progress. As they established camp with practiced efficiency, Miguel noted a subtle current of anticipation running beneath routine activities. Eyes frequently scanned both eastern and western horizons. Conversations included speculative references to potential reappearance, and even the typically skeptical Rodrigo positioned his bedroll for optimal visibility of surrounding terrain. "Do you think we'll see them again?" Javier asked during evening meal around their small fire, voicing question that likely occupied all their thoughts to varying degrees. Miguel considered carefully before responding. "The Lantern Riders appear according to their own purposes, not human expectations. 3 times in my life I've seen them, each separated by many years. That we witnessed them once, on this journey, represents rare privilege rather than established pattern." This measured response, neither dismissing possibility nor encouraging excessive expectation, seemed to satisfy the younger men. Yet Miguel himself remained privately attentive to subtle atmospheric qualities as darkness claimed their surroundings, aware that extraordinary phenomena sometimes followed patterns beyond obvious human detection. After assigning night watch rotations, Miguel took first position himself, selecting elevated ground that offered clear views in all directions. For several hours, nothing unusual disturbed the peaceful progression of night. Stars emerged with characteristic southwestern brilliance, coyotes called from distant locations, and the cattle settled with occasional soft lowing that suggested contentment with their evening grazing. Then, approaching midnight, Miguel sensed a familiar change in the atmosphere, that indefinable quality of thickened air that had preceded the Lantern Rider's appearance at Painted Sky Plateau. Rising to full alertness, he scanned all horizons with careful attention, searching for the telltale blue-white illumination that would confirm his sensory impression. Movement caught his eye, not on the distant plateau from which they had traveled, but on Three Sisters Ridge, directly west of their position. There, moving along the central formation's elevated spine, appeared 7 points of light, identical to those they had observed 3 nights earlier. The same steady, unwavering glow with distinctive blue-white quality. The same perfect formation maintaining exact spacing despite traversing irregular terrain. "They've followed us," Miguel murmured to himself, watching as the lights proceeded in measured cadence along the ridgeline. Rather than immediately waking his companions, Miguel observed solitary for several minutes, seeking any variations from the pattern established during their previous encounter. The procession maintained consistent characteristics: silent progress, perfect coordination, that unsettling quality of moving through rather than across the physical landscape. Yet their appearance at this new location, coinciding with the vaquero's journey, suggested purposeful connection rather than random manifestation. After confirming the sighting represented genuine reappearance of the same phenomenon, Miguel quietly awakened Carlos, whose analytical mind might offer insight regarding this unexpected development. "They've returned," he explained simply, as the younger man came instantly alert. "But not at Painted Sky. Here, on Three Sisters Ridge." Carlos followed Miguel's gesture toward the distant lights, his expression shifting from momentary confusion to focused concentration. "That's not possible," he whispered, though the evidence before them clearly contradicted this assessment. "The stories always place them at Painted Sky Plateau, nowhere else." "Perhaps the stories are incomplete," Miguel suggested. "Or perhaps the riders themselves are changing just as the territory changes around them." Both men watched in silence as the mysterious procession continued its measured progress along the ridge, moving with that same uncanny smoothness that defied natural limitations of horseback travel across irregular terrain. After several minutes, Rodrigo and Luis joined them, awakened by some subtle shift in the camp's atmosphere that had penetrated their sleep. "Three Sisters Ridge," Rodrigo observed quietly, quickly grasping the significance of the light's new location. "Moving west, as we move west." "Following our journey," Luis added, crossing himself discreetly. "Or preceding us," Miguel countered thoughtfully. "Marking territory experiencing transformation through which we happen to travel, rather than specifically accompanying our particular passage." This perspective, separating correlation from causation, represented Miguel's habitual caution against placing humans at center of phenomena that might operate according to entirely different purposes and patterns. Yet, even he couldn't dismiss the striking alignment between their westward journey and the riders' apparent relocation along same general trajectory. "Should we approach again?" Carlos asked, clearly intrigued by opportunity for closer observation despite their previous experience with the riders' unsettling influence. Miguel considered carefully, weighing legitimate curiosity against potential risks revealed during their earlier encounter. "No," he decided after thoughtful reflection. "We've been granted rare privilege in witnessing them twice. Seeking third interaction might be interpreted as presumption, rather than appropriate respect." This cautious approach satisfied the others, who recognized wisdom in maintaining respectful distance from phenomena whose fundamental nature remained beyond complete human understanding. They continued observation from their elevated position, watching as the mysterious procession completed its circuit of Three Sisters Ridge before eventually disappearing beyond the western horizon. Not gradually fading like lanterns extinguished, but vanishing completely between one moment and the next. "What does it mean?" Javier asked, having joined them during the light's final circuit. "That they've appeared again, in different locations." Miguel considered this legitimate question with the seriousness it deserved. "Change accelerates across these territories," he observed after thoughtful consideration. "The railroad transforms not only Armadillo but all surrounding regions. Settlement patterns, commerce, relationships between communities previously isolated from one another. Perhaps the riders extend their vigilance accordingly, adjusting ancient patterns to encompass expanding transformation." This interpretation, while necessarily speculative, offered framework that accommodated observed details while acknowledging inherent limitations in human capacity to fully comprehend phenomena potentially originating beyond conventional reality frameworks. The others considered Miguel's assessment with expressions that suggested recognition of both its wisdom and its inevitable incompleteness. "We should document what we're seeing," Rodrigo suggested, his analytical mind seeking concrete response to extraordinary experience. "Create record that might help others who encounter similar phenomena." Miguel nodded approval of this practical approach, recognizing value in transforming personal experience into shared knowledge that might benefit future observers. "Tomorrow night," he agreed, "we'll maintain careful watch for potential third appearance. If the pattern continues, their vigilance might extend all the way to Armadillo itself." With this plan established, they resumed their interrupted rest schedule, Though sleep proved elusive for most despite physical fatigue from days' journey, the Lantern Rider's unexpected reappearance in new location had transformed singular encounter into potential pattern, raising questions about the phenomenon's fundamental nature and its relationship to their own westward progress. Morning arrived with characteristic southwestern clarity, revealing Three Sisters Ridge as perfectly ordinary geological formation, bearing no visible evidence of mysterious nocturnal visitors. The vaqueros maintained increased vigilance throughout that day's travel, scanning surrounding terrain with heightened awareness of potential significance in ordinary features that might have previously escaped notice. Their journey continued westward, cattle moving at steady pace across increasingly familiar territory as they approached regions more frequently traversed by drives bound for Armadillo. By late afternoon, they had made excellent progress, covering nearly 15 miles despite brief delays at water crossings and occasional rest periods necessary for maintaining the herd's condition. As they established camp that evening at suitable location, offering water access and good visibility, conversation naturally addressed possibility of third encounter with the mysterious riders. Miguel encouraged balanced approach, maintaining appropriate vigilance without allowing anticipation to distract from their primary responsibilities, managing valuable livestock. If they appear again tonight, he suggested during evening meal, it will establish pattern beyond mere coincidence. If not, we accept two remarkable experiences with appropriate gratitude rather than demanding third confirmation. This measured perspective helped moderate expectations while acknowledging legitimate interest in potential reappearance of phenomenon that had profoundly challenged conventional understanding of reality's consistent parameters. As darkness descended, watch rotations were established, with each man privately hoping for opportunity to witness what might represent historically unprecedented third consecutive appearance of the Lantern Riders. Miguel again took first watch, positioning himself for optimal observation of surrounding terrain, while maintaining necessary attention to cattle settled below their elevated camp. The night proceeded peacefully for several hours, stars wheeling overhead in their eternal patterns, while ordinary nocturnal sounds provided familiar audio landscape against which any anomaly would be immediately apparent. Then, approaching midnight just as in previous encounters, Miguel experienced that familiar atmospheric change, the subtle thickening of air that had preceded both prior appearances. With heightened alertness, he scanned all horizons, seeking visual confirmation of what his other senses already suggested. There, emerging from beyond distant hill directly west toward Armadillo, came 7 points of blue-white illumination moving in perfect formation across elevated terrain. The Lantern Riders had materialized for third consecutive night, maintaining their westward progression that aligned precisely with the vaqueros' own journey toward the railhead. Miguel observed for several minutes, confirming consistent characteristics with previous sightings, before quietly awakening Carlos, whose rotation would normally begin shortly. The younger man came instantly alert, recognizing significance of third consecutive appearances in third distinct location, each progressively westward, along their own travel route. 3 nights, 3 locations, Carlos whispered, all evident despite attempt at analytical detachment. This establishes definitive pattern beyond coincidence. Miguel nodded agreement with this assessment. Moving consistently westward, maintaining same distance from our position each night, following parallel course to our own journey, neither approaching nor diverging. Other vaqueros soon joined them, awakened by subtle awareness of the rider's return that seemed to penetrate normal consciousness through mechanism beyond ordinary sensory perception. Together they watched the mysterious procession traverse distant ridgeline with that same uncanny smoothness that had characterized previous appearances. Perfect coordination without visible communication, precise formation maintained without adjustment for terrain irregularity. "They're accompanying us to Armadillo," Javier suggested, voicing theory that had likely occurred to all, matching our journey with their own for some purpose we don't yet understand. Miguel considered this interpretation carefully, finding it increasingly difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence, given established pattern across 3 consecutive nights. "Perhaps," he acknowledged, "though whether as observers, guardians, or harbingers remains unclear. Or guides," Rodrigo added unexpectedly, "leading rather than following, showing path through transforming territory." This perspective introduced interesting dimension to their understanding, suggesting the riders might serve active rather than merely observational function regarding their journey. Miguel found himself considering implications of such relationship between mundane cattle drive and mysterious entities that apparently transcended ordinary physical limitations. They continued observation until the lights eventually disappeared beyond western horizon, with that same sudden vanishing that had concluded previous appearances, there one moment, gone completely the next, with no gradual diminishment that would characterize ordinary lanterns moving beyond visual range. "A more night before Armadillo," Louise observed as they prepared to resume interrupted sleep. "Will they appear again tomorrow, completing journey alongside us?" This question occupied Miguel's thoughts during remainder of night watch. 3 consecutive appearances established unmistakable pattern, suggesting deliberate alignment with their westward progress rather than random manifestation. Logic suggested 4th appearance would complete this pattern, perhaps culminating at Armadillo itself, which represented destination for both journeys. The vaqueros with their cattle, the lantern riders with their mysterious purpose. Morning brought renewed determination to document their extraordinary experiences with greater precision, creating record that might benefit future travelers who encountered similar phenomena. Rodrigo, most analytically inclined among them, had begun crude journal entries noting specific details, times of appearance, exact locations, behavioral patterns, atmospheric conditions preceding manifestation. "If they appear again tonight," he explained while showing these notes to Miguel during midday rest period, "we'll have documented most extensive encounter with the lantern riders in known history. 4 consecutive nights, 4 different locations, complete journey from Painted Sky to Armadillo." Miguel nodded approval of this scholarly approach, recognizing value in transforming personal experience into potential resource for broader community. Throughout his decades on the frontier, he had encountered many unexplained phenomena that remained trapped in isolated individual experiences, their patterns and potential significance lost through lack of proper documentation across multiple occurrences. Their final day's journey toward Armadillo proceeded efficiently, cattle moving at steady pace through increasingly settled territory, where occasional homesteads and small ranches indicated proximity to permanent community. By late afternoon, the railhead town's distinctive water tower became visible on distant horizon, symbol of transformative technology that had fundamentally altered regional dynamics while connecting previously isolated territories to broader national networks. Miguel selected their final night's campsite with particular care, balancing practical requirements for cattle management against strategic positioning for potential observation of the lantern riders' 4th appearance. A gentle rise south of their position offered ideal vantage point for monitoring both surrounding landscape and the cattle herd, while providing elevated perspective similar to previous observation positions. As they established camp with practiced efficiency, conversation naturally gravitated toward anticipation of potential final encounter with the mysterious riders. Even Louis, typically most pragmatic among them with primary focus on financial aspects of their venture, showed unmistakable interest in witnessing the culmination of pattern they had tracked across 3 consecutive nights. "If they appear again tonight," Xavier asked during evening meal, "will we approach them? Final opportunity to learn more about their nature and purpose." Miguel considered this carefully, balancing legitimate curiosity against prudent caution based on their previous experience with the rider's unsettling influence. "We observe respectfully from distance," he decided after thoughtful reflection. They've granted unprecedented privilege through these multiple appearances. Approaching uninvited might compromise both their purpose and our safety. This measured response satisfied the others, who recognized wisdom in maintaining appropriate boundaries when engaging with phenomena whose fundamental nature remained beyond complete human understanding. As darkness claimed their surroundings, watch rotations were established with shared awareness that tonight potentially represented final chapter in remarkable sequence of encounters that had expanded their collective understanding of frontier reality. Miguel again claimed first watch, positioning atop the gentle rise that offered optimal observation conditions. For several hours, nothing unusual disturbed the peaceful progression of night. Stars emerged with characteristic southwestern brilliance, distant coyotes called to establish territorial boundaries, cattle settled with occasional soft sounds indicating contentment with evening grazing and approaching rest. Then, at precisely midnight, timing now established through 3 previous encounters, Miguel experienced familiar atmospheric change that had preceded each appearance. That indefinable quality of thickened air, carrying subtle weight beyond ordinary night's presence, settled around him like invisible mist, possessing its own tangible essence. Scanning all horizons with careful attention, Miguel quickly located what experience now led him to anticipate. There, moving along elevated ridge less than a mile from Armadillo's outskirts, appeared 7 points of blue-white illumination, maintaining perfect formation as they proceeded with measured pace across the darkened landscape. The Lantern Riders had manifested for 4th consecutive night, completing pattern that aligned precisely with the Vaquero's journey from Painted Sky Plateau to the threshold of civilization represented by the railroad town. After confirming consistent characteristics with previous appearances, Miguel quietly awakened his companions, judging this culminating manifestation sufficiently significant to warrant interruption of needed rest before tomorrow's final push to complete their contracted responsibilities. The vaqueros gathered quickly, now experienced in responding to nighttime alert without unnecessary disruption to overall camp routines. 4th night, 4th location, Rodrigo observed with quiet satisfaction at confirmed pattern. Approaching Armadillo itself, journey's end for both them and us. They watched in collective silence as the mysterious procession moved with deliberate purpose along ridge, overlooking Armadillo. Unlike previous appearances where the riders had maintained consistent directional progress, this 4th manifestation incorporated more complex movement patterns, the 7 riders forming perfect circle at one point, then separating into smaller groups before reuniting in original formation, all executed with that same uncanny coordination that suggested communication beyond conventional means. Some kind of ceremony, Carlos suggested quietly, marking completion or transition. Miguel nodded agreement with this assessment. The rider's behavior suggested ritualistic purpose beyond mere patrol or transit, perhaps acknowledgement of significant boundary between wilderness and civilization that Armadillo represented. with its railroad connection to distant urban centers. Most remarkable development occurred as the riders concluded their ridgetop movements and began descending toward Armadillo itself, direct approach toward populated settlement representing significant deviation from previous behavior patterns where they had maintained distance from human habitation despite proximity to occasional isolated homesteads. "They're entering the town," Luis observed with mixture of wonder and concern. "What happens when people there see them?" Miguel considered this legitimate question carefully. Their own ability to perceive the riders had emerged gradually through sequence of encounters beginning at Painted Sky Plateau. Whether others without similar progression of experiences would share this perceptual capacity remained uncertain, suggesting possibility that the mysterious procession might pass through Armadillo entirely unobserved by its permanent residents, despite dramatic appearance to the watching vaquero. As if confirming this theory, the distant lights proceeded directly into Armadillo's outskirts without apparent reaction from the settlement. No sudden illumination of windows, no visible movement of residents responding to unusual nocturnal visitors, no indications of awareness or alarm that would naturally accompany appearance of supernatural procession within populated area. "They move among ordinary reality without disturbing it," Carlos observed quietly. "Present yet separate, visible to some, but not all." This assessment captured essential quality of the phenomenon they had witnessed across 4 consecutive nights. Its simultaneous presence within physical landscape while maintaining separation from ordinary causality and perception. The Lantern Riders existed as manifestation of different order of being that intersected with conventional reality without fully participating in its limitations or being universally perceptible to all potential observers. For nearly 30 minutes, the vaqueros watched as the mysterious lights moved through Armadillo with deliberate pace, passing along the town's main street, circling the train station with particular attention, pausing briefly near the water tower before proceeding beyond northwestern outskirts toward open country beyond. Throughout this extended urban traversal, no evidence suggested awareness from regular inhabitants, confirming Miguel's theory regarding selective perceptibility. As the lights finally disappeared beyond Armadillo's furthest structures, vanishing into darkness beyond reliable visibility, the vaqueros remained silently thoughtful, each processing culmination of extraordinary sequence that had paralleled their journey from Painted Sky Plateau to the railhead town that represented both journeys' destination. "What does it mean?" Javier finally asked, voicing question that occupied all their thoughts. "Why did they accompany our specific journey?" Miguel considered carefully before responding, balancing honest assessment against presumption beyond available evidence. "Perhaps it wasn't about us specifically," he suggested. "The territories transform through railroads' influence, creating boundaries between old ways and new possibilities. The riders appear at such transitional moments, witnessing change without necessarily focusing on individual human participants. This interpretation offered meaningful framework while avoiding excessive centrality of their particular group in cosmic phenomena that likely operated according to patterns established long before their brief presence in the region. Yet even Miguel couldn't dismiss completely the striking alignment between their journey and the riders' 4 appearances, suggesting at minimum that both traversed significant transitional territory during period of accelerated transformation. "We've been granted rare privilege," he continued after moments of reflective silence. "Few receive such repeated, clear demonstrations that reality contains more dimensions than everyday perception reveals. The precise nature and purpose of what we've witnessed may exceed our complete understanding, but the experience itself represents valuable expansion of our awareness regarding existence's fundamental complexity." This philosophical perspective offered meaningful conclusion to their extraordinary encounters without claiming unwarranted certainty regarding phenomena that remained inherently mysterious despite multiple observations. The others nodded agreement, each recognizing that something fundamental had shifted within their perception, not merely regarding supernatural possibilities, but concerning broader understanding of reality's multi-layered nature. As they returned to camp for remaining hours before dawn, conversation shifted naturally toward practical matters of completing their journey. Final preparations for entering Armadillo, anticipated procedures for transferring cattle to contracted buyers, distribution of payments according to predetermined agreements. Yet underlying these mundane operational discussions ran deeper current of shared experience that had fundamentally altered each man's relationship with territories they traversed. Morning arrived with clear brilliance characteristic of southwestern autumn, promising excellent conditions for their final approach to Armadillo and successful completion of contracted responsibilities. The vaqueros rose with mixture of anticipated satisfaction regarding journey's imminent conclusion and contemplative processing of their extraordinary experiences with the mysterious riders who had paralleled their westward progress. Their arrival at Armadillo proceeded smoothly, cattle moving willingly into designated holding pens where buyers awaited with evident satisfaction regarding both timing and condition of livestock they had contracted to purchase. Business transactions followed with practiced efficiency, counting, documentation, payment distribution according to predetermined agreements with various ranchers who had contributed to the combined herd. With professional obligations successfully fulfilled and appropriate compensation secured, the vaqueros naturally transitioned toward well-earned celebration at Armadillo's busiest saloon. Yet, amid these ordinary completion activities, Miguel noticed subtle change in his companions' engagement with their surroundings. Each man demonstrated heightened awareness, not hypervigilance exactly, but deeper attention to ordinary details that might reveal extraordinary dimensions beneath conventional appearances. "Will you tell others about what we saw?" Javier asked as they shared first round of drinks, the question directed primarily toward Miguel, though potentially relevant to all present. Miguel considered thoughtfully before responding. "Selectively," he finally replied. "Such experiences require appropriate audience, listeners capable of receiving extraordinary accounts without immediate dismissal or unhealthy obsession. Mystery deserves neither denial nor exploitation, but respectful acknowledgement of dimensions beyond complete human understanding." This balanced perspective represented wisdom accumulated across decades of frontier experiences, where unexplained phenomena occasionally manifested within otherwise ordinary existence. The others nodded understanding, recognizing legitimate caution regarding experiences that most listeners would struggle to properly contextualize without direct personal exposure. As evening approached, Miguel stepped outside briefly, seeking momentary quiet amid Armadillo's bustling activity. Standing on boardwalk outside saloon, he gazed toward distant ridge where they had witnessed the Lantern Rider's final appearance the previous night. Nothing unusual disturbed ordinary landscape now illuminated by setting sun's golden light, yet memory of those mysterious blue-white illuminations remained vivid in his awareness. Rodrigo joined him after several minutes, correctly interpreting his contemplative stance as invitation for philosophical companionship rather than desire for complete solitude. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching sunset transform landscape through progression of colors that reminded both men of stratified rock formations that had given Painted Sky Plateau its distinctive name. "Do you think we'll ever fully understand what we saw?" Rodrigo finally asked, the question emerging from genuine philosophical inquiry rather than frustrated demand for closure. Miguel smiled slightly, appreciating the question's depth while recognizing inherent limitations in potential answers. Complete understanding may exceed human capacity, he acknowledged, but meaningful interpretation remains possible through humility and attentiveness. He gestured toward Armadillo's main street, where railroad workers, merchants, cowboys, and travelers from diverse origins moved with various purposes through shared physical space. These territories transform through intersection of multiple influences: Spanish, Mexican, Native American, and others yet to arrive. The Lantern Riders appeared composite because they embody this multiplicity, rather than singular identity or purpose. Guardians of transformation, Rodrigo recalled Miguel's earlier characterization. Witnessing changes without necessarily approving or opposing them. Precisely, Miguel agreed. Neither fully supernatural nor conventionally physical, but manifest at boundaries where past and future negotiate new realities through human and natural processes. As darkness gradually claimed Armadillo's surroundings, both men maintained thoughtful observation of landscape, transformed through interplay of natural light and human illumination. Lanterns, candles, and newly installed gas lamps creating islands of visibility within gathering night. No sign of the mysterious blue-white lights appeared on distant ridges, confirming Miguel's assessment that their manifestation cycle had concluded with the previous night's procession through town. Yet something of their presence remained. Not physical evidence precisely, but altered awareness that perceived ordinary reality as potentially containing extraordinary dimensions accessible through appropriate receptivity. The Lantern Riders had demonstrated that frontier territories encompassed more than geographic features and human settlements, that layers of meaning, memory, and manifestation existed simultaneously within landscapes, undergoing continuous transformation. Time to rejoin the others, Miguel finally suggested as full darkness settled around them. Tomorrow brings new journeys, though perhaps less extraordinary than what we've just completed. As they turned toward the saloon's welcoming light and familiar sounds of celebration, Miguel cast one final glance toward the dark ridge beyond town. For a brief moment, so momentary he might have imagined it, a single point of blue-white light seemed to gleam from the distant elevation, acknowledging his awareness before disappearing into ordinary darkness. Whether objectively real or product of consciousness attuned to possibilities beyond conventional perception mattered less than what the experience represented. Ongoing relationship with mystery that neither demanded complete explanation nor rejected rational engagement, but invited continuous exploration of existence's fundamental complexity. With slight smile of appreciation for territories that maintained their capacity for wonder despite increasing documentation and development, Miguel rejoined his companions to celebrate journey's completion, while carrying forward expanded awareness that would influence future engagements with seemingly familiar landscapes, now recognized as potentially containing dimensions beyond ordinary perception. The Lantern Riders of Painted Sky had completed their visible manifestation, but their influence persisted through altered consciousness that perceived potential extraordinary dimensions within ordinary reality. Legacy more valuable than any conventional treasure the frontier might yield to those who traversed its transforming territories. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the West be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.